I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Well, thanks for the hearts. Look at that. Look at that. I don't know, could that be Don C, who's in love with me? I may not have a lot of viewers, but when, people do come on my channel here, I mean, they just seem to really look forward. I gotta hear what this guy has to say today. Oh my God, what a cool morning. My damn windows were rattling from the sliding windows, in my bedroom. They're not exactly the tightest, and they rattle with the wind. It's been really breezy. And they rattle away. And I'm kind of a light sleeper, so here we go. So let me see. Don C was saying Frank must be really lonely. And he gets his 13 viewers in here. I don't know, what do you do with your time, Don? I hear comments on these shows, oh, I can't stand listening to Frank, but they're there. Oh, Pennywise, where have you been? Wow, haven't seen you on in a while. Are you pretty much updated with whatever's going on YouTube? There's all kinds of shit going on as usual. Except this morning I got my lemon. I did wind up buying a lemon, but that lime tree down the block is just not producing. It's no more. I don't think I'm the only one that's been taking lime off there. That's what it is, lime, really. Got myself a brand new lemon here. Let me just start going here anyway. Yeah. Okay. Now you've been pretty quiet for a while there, Pennywise. So, let's see. Of course, very interesting about the copycat channel. I get up early, 5-ish or so, sometimes earlier. But I'll notice that on the copycat channel, I happen to go there, it'll be like 1 hour prior to me being up around 5 or whatever, that they're posting, on the replay channel, stuff about me. So, kind of interesting as to where the person might be living, because it may not even be the Philippines. So, come to any conclusion you want. They may not even be living in the Philippines unless they happen to get up really early too, like I do. How interesting is that? Did you shut up Popeye by doing Yeah, I did a little bit of an expose. Yeah, I did. Absolutely. I certainly did. See, well, sometimes it's real easy to get Popeye to, well, you could ward him off a little bit when you do a little expose on him and then he doesn't know what to talk about. Well, he doesn't usually know what to talk about anyway about me, just the same old shit, but there's nothing new about that, obviously. The replay channel. Because, look, I get up in the morning. I get up, well, I got up really early this morning, then went back to bed, but I didn't go to sleep. Had to take a fucking leak. It only happens once a night. Toward 3 in the morning, I'll have to get up and take a leak. Yeah, I know it's a prostate situation, I'm totally convinced of it now. Yeah, if I wasn't before, I'm definitely convinced of it now. So, I don't get up all night long. I don't do that. But I noticed lately that, around, I don't know, sometimes 3 o'clock, I'll be wakened up by the urge to have to go, and other symptoms too, and other symptoms. Yeah, I'm definitely going to a lab today, and I might decide to have a urine culture in case I do have a UTI. I gotta identify the bacteria and get the proper antibiotic. Now, I had 2 things going on with me at once here. Actually, I had some chest congestion going on, but it's not bad. Not that bad at all. Could be a number of things. Having to do with my allergies and all that shit. It's kind of hard to say sometimes. But you still got to be careful because, you don't want to get pneumonia. Just have a doctor listen to your lungs and they could say, sounds like pneumonia. No, I'd know it if I had pneumonia, I could tell you that. I've had that one time, So yeah, it's kind of funny because on the replay channel, it's always, because I'm up early, and if I'm up already early, at like 5 or before 5 in the fucking morning, well, let's look at it this way. It'll say 1 hour ago or 2 hours ago. That's interesting hints. 1 hour ago or 2 hours ago when it was posted. So think about that. That's kind of interesting stuff. I don't know. Could it be Mr. DQ? Mr. DQ. And even Dawn is like, I don't know, what is Popeye and Dawn? Dawn is, I don't know. He's upset. He's upset because I talked to Aloe. Oh, what did he say in this? Oh, well, Frank, is like another Fazio. He needs somebody to talk to. He wants Aloe to call him. No, I have reasons why I talk to Aloe. Don will make a statement like, oh, Frank's another Fazio. He needs somebody to talk to because he's so lonely. Well, I'm not lonely. I don't know how I could be lonely because I've got a family here. I've got a partner. There's no such animal as being lonely. I've even got 2 dogs. I don't know what he describes as lonely. I think maybe he's lonely because he's got a wife or something, whatever the hell she is. And yet, he'll come on YouTube and make all these comments and shit, follow everything I do. So talk about loneliness. Well, you can still be in a marriage or something and still be lonely. Apparently he is if he spends that much time listening to my shows and making comments about it. Have you asked Aloe if he has talked to Roberto? No, I haven't. Odd that Roberto fell from YouTube. I don't know. Truthfully, nobody wants to talk about that. I think people know information on that. I'm pretty sure they do. But they just don't want to give information out about it because it's very unusual under any circumstance, that Roberto wouldn't put something on about me or something. That's very unusual. So yeah, there's definitely something going on with Roberto, there's no doubt. He's either dead or he really does have Alzheimer's, which was the word, and da 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 da. So I don't know. I can't tell you what I don't know. I could only speculate and think this and think that, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be true. I gotta get my little lemon squeezer here. Get my tea ready. So deal with me for a minute here. Gotta squeeze this out. My lemon. I need my citrates. Oh. Let me just get all this lemon squeezed out here. It's not the juiciest lemon I've ever had, but I just want to get this whole lemon going here. Whoop. Whoop. Try this again. One more. Damn. Hold on. That's a lot of lemon, yeah. Yeah, using a whole lemon here. Okay. I'll be with you. I'm not gonna be able to drink this for 20 minutes. It's so damn hot. Gave it 3 minutes in the micro. So let me see, what do I got in here to make sure? I got my lemon. I got a little bit of honey. And what else do I need to put in here? Wonder if Denmark has agreed to. Oh. Yeah, I must say I have been following this stuff and I'm in total awe. But I don't want to get too excited in the morning. God forbid I get excited. It's wow. It's been crazy. All this shit that's going on, it's been absolutely crazy. It's hard to keep up with it sometimes. Blowing me away. They got free realm to do whatever they want. If you're dark skinned or a different color, if they're pulling you out of their house, I mean, I don't know. It's just kind of something hard for me to talk about because there's so much going on with this that it's just really hard to cover all the things that are actually happening. I mean, something has to go down, that's for sure. I mean, Trump obviously has got to be out of office in any form or way, and I mean any form or way. No, Canada ain't going to be the 51st state. No, that's not going to happen. He's going to either be dead by sniper, by health, or removed from office at some point, because now we're getting like the whole fucking world against this guy. It's increasingly, worse, and he's losing his sanity. And that's not an insult. It's actually something that's actually going on. I mean, the guy is he doesn't have his wits. He's lost it completely, obviously. What's that? Wishful thinking. What? Out of office in 3 years? No. He must be a Republican or something. I don't know. What are you? Out of office in 3 years? No one's going to wait for him to be out of office in 3 years. You out of your mind? 3 years, the world will be, he'll hit the fucking button. He does carry the codes in his wallet. I mean, no, 3 years, come on. No. God forbid. What do you mean he's doing things right now? Could this really be Pennywise? See, are you telling me you're some kind of a Republican supporter? You sure sound like. What do you mean he's doing things right now? What? Tell me one thing he's doing right. Surprise coming from you, Pennywise. Oh, you're really disappointing me now, Pennywise. I'm very surprised at you. You're really disappointing me. You approve of all the shit he's been doing? Running a modern day Gestapo and all the things he's personally done with children and trafficking, and the guy's out of his mind, man. We don't need oil. The United States has practically an unlimited supply of oil or gasoline, And he's making enemies of all our allies. He wants to break up NATO. What was it? Northern Atlantic Treaty Organization, which we've always depended on and needed to have the NATO. But we need oil and rare earth minerals. What sounds familiar? It sounds like, apocalypse type shit, where people are scrambling around to get anything that can make their life going, to food and supplies, and now you talk about minerals and this and that and this and that. Well, it's the technology that needs the mineral. I mean, Silicon Valley stuff, chips and stuff, and well, first of all, we're too reliant on petroleum anyway. The very stuff we're reliant on is the stuff that's actually killing the planet. Yeah, it's surprising you, Pennywise. That statement is kind of lame. That he's doing. Tell me one thing this guy is doing right. He hasn't done anything right at all. People are afraid to leave their doors now in America. I mean, come on, man. And you back that kind of shit up? I'm surprised at you, man. I'm never really surprised with you, but the statements you're making on here, doing things right? I can't think of one damn thing he's doing right. Putting fear in America and the world? The guy wants to be a world dictator, leader? Can't there is NATO. You can't just walk into a country and take it over. There's also certain measures that have to go through Congress and all kinds of shit like that. Come on, you know that. We were told in grade school that oil would be dried up in 30 years, but that is still new oil reserves being found. Well, the point is we need to go to alternative energy, and we've been just too dependent on oil for everything. Petroleum is used for everything, making like, I don't know, plastics, different shit. But, there's so many applications, oil, but petroleum actually, petroleum-based products, and, it's, you can certainly learn to live without that. I would certainly think. Ah. Gotta get my tea going here. Yeah, it's just too hot to drink. We need more nuclear reactors for cheap electricity. Well, if we could get safe nuclear reactors, Chernobyl, and go on with the, I don't know. Well, there's positive things like subs that run on nuclear energy. They could run, I wouldn't say forever, but they could run for a long period of time, not depending on, actual fuel. And I guess that's what, a lot of the modern subs are. I think and correct me if I'm wrong, I guess they're working on nuclear energy or something. Isn't that right? Well, they've already had cars that run on water, but they killed a guy. How many decades back? They killed a guy in the past who, he just disappeared. You know how that works? He disappeared from the face of the earth. He knew how to run, on hydrogen. Well, you got to understand, I mean, look at the logic of this. You got to, billions or trillions of dollars, for fuel for cars, and they're making tons of money. And you think they're going to let somebody come in there and ruin their business and say, hey, we don't need gasoline for our cars. We could run it on water or other sources. I don't know. They're really pushing big time all the electric vehicles now. But the problem is the lithium batteries are exploding and getting on fire. And I don't know. They have yet that I know of to come out with a completely safe, and they couldn't even get out of the car and they burned to death because everything was being run on the electrical. They didn't have like safe measures. One person burned to death. The battery went or something, and they couldn't get out of the car. No, they have not yet come out with one electric vehicle that you could deem to be safe. Yeah, modern subs are nuclear and can almost run forever. Well, things like that comes in handy for that. Well, they're going to come out maybe with nuclear planes. Maybe they could run forever. I don't know. Who knows? No, we're just too dependent on, we're just much too dependent on petrol. I think that's going to be that way for a long time. Generators are run on diesel, every application. But that's because the world has been too dependent on that. It's time to move on to a different source. And I don't know, as far as like electric powered vehicles and stuff, if I was in the market for a vehicle, even needed one or wanted to buy one, I would certainly not buy an electric one. We got that little meat mobile. We got a little trike, which is, I guess that's must be a lithium battery or something. I don't know. Little things like that, I don't mind. But, I don't know. I haven't seen, they're really pushing this, but You know, and they're coming out with all kinds of shit. They even got these little vehicles that go on water, like these little boats you see on these feeds on internet, you know, that are running on like a battery or something, and they skim across the water. It's made for like a couple of people to go from here to there, and but I don't know, just so many cases of cars, you know, getting on fire and stuff, and lithium batteries. I don't know, something to do with it. You can't introduce water to it in some way; they could explode. Even your own phone, you know. And sometimes even if you overcharge your own phone, which, you know, probably lithium batteries in there, they can explode too. It's not a perfect source of energy, you know, lithium batteries, you know, because they're actually very dangerous. Electric cars break down during polar vortex blizzard conditions. Well, I don't know about that. I would buy a hybrid, but not a full electric car. Yeah, hybrids might work better. Because you're in a situation, you run out of gas, you always have that backup system. And they're polluting the planet. I mean, you know, let's face it, fossil fuel has not been the greatest thing in the world. Too dependent on it. And people are dying in these cars. And those batteries are also expensive to replace. Don't go try to get a replacement battery. What is it, $20,000 or something, or 10? I don't know. They're a lot of money. They don't last forever. We got this little electric bike here, a trike, you know. These batteries are only probably good for a year, then we're going to have to replace them. We're getting close to that. The kids use it, you know. We don't use it. Me and Gilda don't use it. The kids use it to go to school or church or whatever, and, you know, they'll give us a ride now and then downtown or whatever. But it comes in handy for them. But yeah, but these batteries, they, you know, they're probably good for a year. Getting close to that, I think. I probably have to replace that. No, I got a little chest cold going on right now, actually. My voice is crazy. What, my voice is crazy? What does crazy mean? No, I sound like I normally sound, actually, a little tiny bit hoarse, but nothing too unusual. You know, I get these allergies, you know. I'm not even taking antihistamines. Although I did last night, and I wasn't supposed to mix a certain medicine, or else your central nervous system could be affected, your breathing and stuff. And I took some stuff that had chlorophamine in it or something like that. It had the guafacin, had the chlorophamine or something, and two other things in there which you're not supposed to take, with something else, and because it could reduce your breathing overnight. And I didn't realize that, but you know, I didn't have a problem. Central nervous, yeah. Need to do rap with that voice. Why in the world would I do rap? Fuck rap. The only wrap I like is a wrap sandwich, a tortilla flat. Make a wrap out of it with whatever, but no, I'm not into rap. Anything intelligent you want to say, Jacob? Okay. No, I've got kind of a prominent voice, but no, I could feel it in the back of my throat. I could tell you that. Yeah, there is some raspiness from my, yeah, I probably do sound a little different for the past 5 days. You get irritation. Well, smoking gives you irritation too, but yeah, I definitely had something going on here. I'm not coughing my brains out or anything like that, but I do have to cough to clear my throat now and then. I get this a lot. It goes with the territory. I should ACMR at least. I'll refresh me. What is ACMR? What is ACMR? Gotta clear my throat now. Yeah, I have a little, I don't feel like Googling it. Just say what it is. I'm dying to drink this tea, but it's too damn hot. Let me see. Oh, it's about right. Got my lemon in it for reasons and whatever else I have in there. The whole reason what I put in my tea in the morning. Gets the cobwebs out. Yeah, I got up about fucking 3-something in the morning to take a pee, which I don't normally do. Sometimes I'll wake up overnight, but if I have to take a piss, I'll just take advantage and go. But at one point I was thinking that, well, I'm just going because I'm up. But no, I think I definitely got up this morning around 3 for a while and had to take a piss. So yeah, it's just expected. Prostate enlargement, benign prostate hyperplasia. Happens to the best of us. Yeah, I'm convinced of it. It's got all the symptoms. But my PSA is good on there, but I got to go for. I've been putting it off. I got to go for another. I might do it today. I have to go for another ultrasound just to make sure of a couple of things. I don't got any residual stones in my bladder, perhaps that could cause irritation to the bladder and cause you to go more frequent. But I already know with enlarged prostate, it kind of hits against your bladder and creates an urgency sometimes. What are the symptoms? Well, okay. Well, if you're going to urinate more frequently than you do, that's one symptom. Yeah. If you have to get up overnight to go piss, yeah, that's a symptom right there. Yeah. What else? Oh, sometimes your flow, if it takes, and that's just started really. If you go to take a piss and you got to wait for your flow to go instead of just coming out, and if it's intermittent, it's not like that. Yeah, that's definitely prostate. No, I don't. The body retains your fluids, and there's always something. Because see, the thing is, if you're not emptying your bladder fully, they do a flow test. When I had my last ultrasound, they do a flow test. In other words, okay, before we do the ultrasound, make sure your bladder is full. So they look at you with the ultrasound with a full bladder. They do measurements, whatever. Then they say, okay, now what I want you to do is go and empty your bladder as best as you can. Go to the restroom and go empty your bladder. Then you go back in there with the ultrasound, and they could see if you actually have emptied it out or not. They want to know how much flow. It's like a flow test. There are many ACMR videos because people use them to relax. Oh, reduce stress and help with sleep. No, mine goes deeper than that, I think, with the sleep. I mean, it really has to do with the medicine I take, because the efficacy, that's the word, of the medicine it relaxes your central nervous system is what it does. So what it does in the process, they use this for sleep, right? So it generally lasts 4 hours, really. Then after 4 hours, it wears off. And then you might lose sleep, because what's helping you relax and kind of relaxing your central nervous system, you're depressing it, but you're also on your breathing, your respiration, the word. It reduces your respiration. That's what gets you to go to sleep. But then when it wears off, then, your brain's not reacting to it. And there's too many variables too. Noises in the room, like tonight, it was all very blustery, breezy out there. And my sliding windows, my bedroom, they're not really tight. So when you get some wind against it, there's like a shaking or a little bit of a rattling. It even keeps her up too, I don't know. I've never really gone for a sleep study. I've been wanting to do that too. A lot of things I want to do, don't get around to doing. It just involves a lot of shit. You got to go to Cebu and rent a hotel and stay there. Well, you go there for other reasons too, to shop and all that. And you try to utilize your time to get things done, but you're always running around so much. Oh, I forgot this, forgot that. In fact, I forgot last time I was in Cebu to had an appointment with somebody to just examine my skin, just to keep up with that, to make sure I'm not getting any basal or squamous type shit on my skin. You got to keep up with that if you had it before, which I had. And I completely forgot. I told them I was coming in. They didn't care, but I let them know. I said, oh, sorry, I completely forgot. Because you start running around. Maybe you decide to spend limited time in Cebu. Then you taking care of all kinds of shit. Then you just forget, oh, man, that's right. I had a actual appointment of some sort to come in and have my skin checked, which I think it's really important for me to do, don't get me wrong. Well, everything is chemistry today. A lot of us depend on chemistry if you have to, which we all know is just a Band-Aid to the real problems, just Band-Aids. Most of modern medicine is Band-Aids. Well, if it works for you. Well, the smoking doesn't help. I mean, that's why I'll get, you'll get irritated throat. Sometimes you get chest congestion. Answer is simple: quit smoking. I mean, yeah, but that's obviously not as simple as that. Some people would just lay it down just like there and never smoke again. Some people could just lay their bottle of booze down and never drink again. Well, less likely with that, but, Well, I do eat healthy. That's never been my problem. Jacob, that's never been my problem. I do eat very healthy. You'd be surprised what I even eat for breakfast. Ever had lentils for breakfast? Or kidney beans or something, or shit, I have fucking blueberries for breakfast. I have oatmeal. The funny thing about that too is, there's always something about something. They'll say, don't eat oatmeal because it's made with GMOs. No, not all made with GMOs. I get a simple brand like Quaker, but I get rolled oats, whole grain rolled oats. Then there's all this controversy. Is there, okay, is it GMO? And they're not actually, and GMO in there. In that. And secondly, what's the other damn thing in there? It's always been a concern. Gluten. Generally not, but you see at the processing plants, some gluten, from other sources, they get into it. So they may say something's gluten-free. Well, it may not be completely gluten-free. It could be gluten that's a problem. But no, oatmeal, not instant oatmeal. When I say oatmeal, forget about, like flavored oatmeal with fake, dehydrated fruit in there and all these sweeteners and all this shit. And no, that's, I don't even look at that as being a real oatmeal. We're talking about, rolled oats, steel cut oats, yeah. But no, generally, even with the Quaker products, they're not GMO. They're not GMO. But doesn't mean that there ain't a tiny bit of gluten in there, though, okay? Then the other, I drink tea. I only drink it in the morning. It's the only caffeine I have in me, you know? But caffeine could stimulate your bladder. Coffee could stimulate your bladder. Certain things I add to the tea could stimulate your bladder, like I think turmeric can do that, and other things I put in there could stimulate your bladder. You'd be surprised, really. They act as diuretics, you know. There could be certain supplements you take that act as a diuretic. It makes you pee more. Caffeine definitely does that. Let's see. I eat very healthy. I grow. Oh, cool. Grow most of my own vegetables in my backyard, so I don't buy them. You must grow a lot then. I prefer natural food and avoid industrial chemicals. Well, you know, like as far as like things and preservatives, it's kind of hard to stay away from that because you got to eat something. The choices of foods are not very good. Even at S&R, you know, well, you know, my frozen vegetables, that's perfectly fine, and frozen fruits, they're perfectly fine. They don't add preservatives or any shit to that. They're flash frozen and they are what they are. But yeah, you're gonna buy other products, you know, in the frozen section, meats and different things, you know, pasta meals that you bake or microwave, you know, all that kind of shit. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of less concerned with the preservatives, though. You know, it's not as bad as you think, but it's according to what you eat. Are you constantly eating something with preservatives every single day? Which I don't. It really depends. I eat a lot of chicken that has no preservatives in it. You know, we eat a lot of chicken around here. Geez, maybe too much. Have meat here and there. I do have beef in my diet. Regular ground beef. It's not a commercialized frozen product or anything that might have a lot of salt or preservatives in it. No, I don't have that much preservatives in my diet, to be honest with you. Not really. Yeah, there you go, Don, if you're listening. Here's my 13 on here. Yeah, Don's making fun of my number. I do get to 25 and more sometimes, Don. I just don't have a big channel. I don't make a big shit about it, man. It is what it is. I'm not monetized. I don't, you know. You got somebody listening to you to get your word out or your thoughts out, that's fine. As long as you have an audience. Could be your dog. As long as you have an audience. And I always do, so whatever, Don. Don, pay attention to your wife already. For God's sakes, Don, really. Spend some time with her. No, I don't really have a big yard to grow a bunch of shit. You know, we got a papaya tree growing. You know, she's trying to start a little grapevine. It's been hard. So we got papaya, we got bananas, and some other type of, what are the plants we have? Oh, we got, of course, oh my God, a whole fence vine of passion fruit, you know. Always have enough passion fruit. Malungai tree for malungai. What else we got? Some oregano, some aloe vera. Not a whole lot of stuff, really. I don't have that big yard space. That's the problem. If I did, we could grow all kinds of shit. And the ground here is not really conducive to growing. It's just really not. There's a lot of rock and there's not like a lot of deep soil here like some places, you know. Even when I had my house in Hawaii, it was really all lava rock, and the only good soil had to do with years of leaves falling on the ground, becoming organic matter, breaking down after a while. But some of the lots that you buy in Hawaii, if there used to be a plantation there, you know, which there used to be a lot of them, you know, sugar cane and different things, you know. Oh yeah, that's been there a while. You got very deep soil. My soil wasn't deep at all. A few inches, I don't know. But if you had a plantation there at one time, you're definitely going to have some really deep, good soil. And with that lot I lived on, I don't know, man. We grow things. Sometimes I have to bring bags of soil in if I was going to start something up, you know, a flower garden or something. It's not what you think. But, some of that organic, that volcanic material had good minerals, but sometimes you need more than that. I think hydroponic is the way to go if you had a big place to do it. Do hydroponic. Let's see, I didn't read that. My grandfather grew up in a village in Italy where people often lived past 100 because of their diet, stress-free lifestyle. Yeah, get a stress-free lifestyle these days, but, well, olive oil, kind of a Mediterranean diet, includes olive oil in your diet. In Italy, they just eat bread. They dunk it in good olive oil, and that's healthy. This is basically the formula. Long life, of course. There are other factors. Well, there's also genetics. Also, genetics play a certain part, but unfortunately, genetics only play maybe about 20% into the whole deal. Better than a kick in the ass, but you got good genetics. Well, I know on my father's side, I certainly do. Geez. My uncle just died, about a year ago now? God, it's been a year already. Jesus Christ. He made it over 100 years old, and all his sisters, he had a bunch of sisters and all that, they all lived to be high 80s or 90 or close to 100. Of course, my father would have lived longer. He only died at 73. I don't know, was he 73 or something? He didn't have the prostate cancer. That's why I'm very careful about the prostate. I want to always have that examined. Although my PSA was a good level, it's not 100%. It's not 100, nothing's 100%. You could have a good low PSA number, which I do, acceptable number, but there could be other factors. So that's why sometimes, unfortunately, you have to have a digital test. They got to stick their fucking finger up there to see if there's any lumps on your prostate or what size it is. I haven't done that for a while. But there's a lot of things you could do. So I got to be very careful when it comes to prostate, because my father had it, and my uncle, who just died, he had prostate problems. It didn't kill him, though. It's not what killed him. And the half-brother, which is a half-uncle, died of prostate cancer. But then you have to also understand, too, that although some of that is in the family, they never really were people who maintained their bodies. They never went into doctors to get this checked out and that checked out. I think my whole family line was like that. So that makes a big difference, too. Oh, yeah, genetics does. But it is not as much percentage as you think, unfortunately. I think that more so really applies to people with heart disease. I think that's more prevalent, heart disease. I used to grow up, this guy named Paul. He was older than me by 4 years, but he always worried all his life because there was heart disease in his family. He was always like on edge, on eggshells all the time. I don't know if I'm going to make it to be a surgeon. He's probably dead now because he was overweight, but he was always worried about his heart. But, the last time I ever knew he was alive was, Jesus Christ, I don't know, talk to him 8 years ago, 10 years ago. And he's still alive, and, he was older than me. So I don't know if he's even alive anymore. I know his sister died because she was overweight and all that. Sometimes you live in a little bit too much of the good life. And some of that so-called good life can kill you too. Too much of everything. Indulging in too much stuff, whether drinking and eating and the kind of food you eat and all that stuff. And a lot of retirees like to indulge. They live with that train of thought that, hey, I'm retired, I'm going to do what I want. If I die, I die, but I'm going to enjoy my retirement. I'm going to eat all the chips. I'm going to eat all the oily foods. I'm going to consume all the salt and seed oils and fry foods, and seed oils. And, they bring it upon themselves. And if they don't care, I don't care, that's their body. I don't use any seed oils. I use olive oil. I'm not perfect with my diet, but I'll tell you what, I'm probably a lot better than most people here on YouTube. At least the ones I'm aware of, you know. I know I am, actually. You just do the best you can with what you got. That's all I can say. Everybody's in control of their own body, so whatever. It's not my problem. I always get good advice on here. Some people ask, do you take your own advice? Most of the time, yeah. Not all, but most of the time I do take my own advice. I even reduced the amount of different type of supplements I was taking. I used to take a handful of that shit. Then as time goes by, you learn more and more about it, and some of them could increase your oxalates, which can give you kidney stones. So some of these things, although they were really excellent anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and sometimes too much of a good thing is not good. So with my constant research and all that, I decided that although these things were beneficial for me, they may not be beneficial, certain ones, for other stuff. So you got to pick and choose, All that sugar, salt that slowly harms your body without you even noticing. Well, as I said, I'm not a sugar freak, and the only thing I give into is a chocolate here and there. And I don't partake in, I don't drink soda at all. I don't drink. You get a lot of sugar from drink, alcohol, and I don't drink. I don't, there's even sugar in potato chips and stuff like that too, you don't know. I don't really eat those kind of snacks. I'm in a pretty good direction. If it works, it works. I mean, you could die of something else. You try to take care of your body in different ways, but then something else gets you. But that's just, that's just life. You don't have control over that. Some other organ could go on you that you never realized you had a trouble with one of your organs. You just don't know. The mysteries of life, you just don't know. But yeah, sugar is one of the biggest toxins you could put in your body. Besides alcohol, smoking, and all that, sugar has got to be the worst thing you could ever do to your body, ever. I mean, ever. It's so highly toxic, but along with alcohol, yeah, smoking could take a time if it's going to really damage you. Some people don't get, but drinking is more immediate effect. The minute it actually goes down your throat and, then your liver takes over and all that stuff, and you already put yourself in dire straits from one stupid. I never knew that. One fucking drink, or one drink can do a stiff drink. I'm not talking about necessarily a bottle of beer. That's very minimalized. But no, one stiff drink of alcohol, I was surprised too. What one drink can do, I was shocked. I was actually shocked. I knew it was bad drinking, but I had no idea that even one drink would it put your liver through, and even your kidney on a secondary nature. But initially with your liver, and I had no idea. I know, of course, I knew it was bad, but I never really knew. I never really knew how bad it was. Alcohol, That's why you hear me talk about that a lot. All these people, I don't know. All these people on YouTube, they all seem to be drinkers, hang around in bars, they're always getting drunk and stupid and belligerent, and I can't do that. They say plastics are harmful too, but I'm sure I try to live a healthy life and be. Well, you can only do what you can. I don't think there's any way of being perfect in your diet, because you're always finding something wrong with a different food or a supplement or something. I mean, it gets to a point you don't even know what to eat anymore. Certain foods I like to eat, they're turning around and telling me, oh, those are oxalates in there. It's going to contribute to kidney stones. Which, as you know, I've had that problem. I don't want to have it again. I'll guarantee you that. Spinach is great for you, but it's high in oxalates. It's different things, Boy, it is really breezy out here. Look at this. Very cool. I don't know what temperature it is, but it's nice and cool. I like it. But you know what happens is you get acclimated to the warm weather, so that when you actually get a really cool morning, it's like, ooh, it's almost like you need a jacket. As you get older too, I think you're more sensitive to temperature. You chill a lot easier. Steve Jobs died of pancreatic cancer. He was on a high fructose juice diet. He drank a lot of well, yeah. Well, you think somebody with all that money would have a health advisor or something with that kind of money. You would think. I look at people like Rod Stewart, Mick Jagger. They all got their own health advisors. They actually, as old as they are, they got a routine of exercises that they do every day. You know, they got the money to got the best advisors and physical fitness experts and all that shit. You know, none of us have that, but I sure don't. I just got a tiny little recreation room there that I call my gym. It just has an exercise bike and has a treadmill and some various weights and stuff like that. But as Don might call it, you know, the Jane Fonda workout, as he said, it's dumbbells. I get the dumbbells, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I know that the past 2 weeks, shame on me, shame on me. Past couple of weeks, I haven't been heavy and hot on the resistance exercises. I go through these periods where I get really gung ho into it, then it slows down. But you see, the whole thing is consistency, and you got to do it consistent. But the main thing is, I even do little things. I mean, you know, sitting on your chair, you know, and then ball your foot to toe, move it back and forth. It builds up your thighs. It also gets your blood flow going, but it builds up your thighs and stuff like that. And we could utilize these muscles a lot better for, you know, for your future, for walking and for blood flow. Something as simple as that. Something as simple as sitting on a chair and getting up and sitting down again. That's an exercise for everyone that everyone could do. Sit down on a chair. That's all. That's hard. Get up, sit down again. Do that 30 times. Do that whenever you can. Anything to get your blood flow. It's like any plumbing system. If you ain't got a good flow, you're going to get debris that builds up in that pipe, and then one day the water or whatever's going through your pipes is not going to be able to follow through. You know, it's simple. Yeah, I know somebody who died of pancreatic cancer, but he died of complications. A friend of mine in Kona, Hawaii, and I gave that story already. He went to go for an MRI. He was in terrible pain, rushed him to the hospital, and while he's on the MRI table, had a massive heart attack. You know, well, the pancreatic cancer, I don't know, shock to the system or whatever it did. He never knew he had that. And most people don't know because there's not particularly any telltale signs necessarily with that. But while he was on the fucking MRI table, he had a massive heart attack. Jesus Christmas. See, so you just don't know, especially with the pancreas. By the time you figure out you got a problem, you're dead or you're gonna die or something, you know, that's what happens. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. I don't know what I'm having, so I'm probably gonna have cereal again. I'll probably defrost my blueberries, you know. It's my routine. In fact, I can start doing that now. Where is it? There we go. So I gotta defrost some of these. I make it a routine. Whenever I could buy the blueberries, I'll buy them. Why do I eat it? Well, there's the antioxidants. They have other nutritional values to it too, but you know, antioxidant type stuff, flavonoids, all this different shit that's in there. So what I'll do here, it's not a huge bowl of it, but I'll take something like this. And I don't usually mix it in with my oatmeal. I used to do that, but now I kind of eat it separately. Well, that's kind of how I do things. I can't expect everybody to do the shit I do. Oh, a little advisement though that I learned. They're always telling you, okay, keep your system flushed, with water and all that. Yeah, that's a good idea, but the problem is that there's always a problem, right? Is that you're washing out all the minerals in your body with too much water, and now what they're saying is to put a little tinge of salt, preferably something like sea salt or Himalayan. It's the kind of salt that has this pinkish colored. It has the minerals in it. That's preferable over regular household table salt. But if that's all you got, use it. Just put a little pinch of salt in your water. Okay, because your body is flushing out all the minerals and stuff. Yeah, I've learned that. Let's see. Jacob says, rich people are often easily stressed, or really stressed. Most are always chasing more money, of course. And only a few live simply, stay healthy, and actually enjoy what they've earned. Yeah. It's kind of the same thing as people moving to the Philippines, their retirement, and they want to live a long, healthy life and enjoy the Philippines, the women, or whatever they're after, cheap booze or something, but, their life is pretty limited. And you could tell whether somebody is, you could look at some of the vloggers on here I've mentioned, and I have one vlogger on here. I'll say who it is, Mike's Philippines Retirement. I've never seen him without his hat on. And the other day he did a live or something, whatever he was doing, I don't know. First time I've seen him without a hat. And I know that he's about my age. And, he had a hat on. He's balding and he's got pure silver hair. And I'm not saying I don't have any silver hairs, but I would always, use that Just for Men stuff, which works well, but I always leave some gray in there. But I remember I didn't get a haircut for a while, so when I got a haircut, it exposed my hair as to what color it is. And to my surprise, there was at least 60% or more, if not more, 70% of my natural color was still there, and the rest, of course, was gray. Yeah. But I see some of these vloggers, the ones that do come on camera, I'm flabbergasted, like Jimbo, Asian Adventures with Jim. He's only 54, but he looks like he's in his mid-60s. And I don't know, it's the part of it is he's an avid alcohol drinker. And that'll definitely kind of dehydrate your body. It'll definitely will affect your skin. You'll look a lot more aged. Smokers too, that could happen, but I think more readily it's the drinking that really ages a person. You could tell. Well, you could definitely tell. But yeah, I was surprised, well, maybe not surprised, but some of the vloggers that are on here that go on camera, I get surprised. Look at Old Dog, yeah, Paul. That guy is as grayed out as you could possibly get. Silver-haired devil, that guy is. And he's about close to my age, maybe a year younger. But, the guy looks grizzly, the white beard, his skin is kind of leathery. His hair is completely white. And these are telltale signs, really. Which reminds me, God, I got to get some collagen. I had ran out of quite a while back. The collagen's good for your hair and nails, and it's good for elasticity of your skin so you don't look as old. And, well, it plays a lot of part in your joints and all kinds of stuff. So, yes, I would suggest taking collagen supplements. Certain types, though. It has to have two types of chemistry in there, actually, of collagen. You just have to look it up. I can't get into that. Yeah, rich people, well, you're chasing after money and you're handling businesses. That's a lot of stress. I don't know how Trump is even alive, to tell you the truth. For lots of reasons. Snipers, general health, I don't know how he's even alive. Stress from business, his cortisol levels must be off the roof. But if you're not concerned about Trump, or if you are, just know this, he's almost 80, and it's not believed that he's in great health. So you can't, if a sniper doesn't get him, something else is going to get him. You don't have to worry about him. And I really don't think you have to worry about him being in office for the next 3 years. I just don't think that's going to happen. Is he going to be ousted out as president on his ass? Or somebody's going to put a hit on him? I wouldn't be surprised, or his general health conditions that he's trying to hide from people. Yeah. He'll be gone. Rest assured. He'll be gone. He can't do much more than he's doing. I mean, he's turning the world upside down, and every country in the world doesn't appreciate him at all. Republicans are now changing parties and going against him, and his popularity ratings have took a huge dump. Come on, he's pulling people out of their houses. I mean, this is unprecedented. This is going to go down in the history books, I'll tell you that, big time. But like I always say, don't get me going on Trump, because then you'll hear this for the next whatever. Oh, God, I'm also getting with the news feeds. If it ain't shit about Trump, it's about fucking Vitaly. Gosh. It's become old news now, but they're still talking about him, and they're giving the guy all this publicity. But like I said, he's going to come back even stronger. And if you thought he was making money then, wait till you see now. Because they're still talking about him. I don't know, these news outlets in the Philippines and otherwise, I mean, they don't understand that, yes, he's already been deported. And they're still talking about, he's going to be deported. He was already deported like a week ago, whatever the hell it was. The Greenland thing is, oh yeah, they'd love to have Greenland. Well, you have to tell the people in Denmark about the, Denmark is really in possession of Greenland. God, there's not many people in Greenland either. Kind of a harsh place, but I'm sure it's rich in minerals and all kinds of shit. That's what it's all about. I understand all this is about human survival. Everybody wants to get minerals. They want to get petrol. They want to get all this shit. I understand that. It's like after an apocalypse or something, people are going to be going around trying to get gasoline, trying to get food and other resources. This is kind of a pre-apocalyptic thing going on right now. Oh, yeah, there's going to be a total dystopian society before you know it here. It's starting already. It's not looking good all the way around. But you see, just like with Hitler and people like that, you got to get these people out of charge, out of office, and out of, no matter how you do it. I mean, if you want to not get bit by the snake, cut its head off, that's pretty much, you're never going to have a problem getting bit with that snake again. Jacob says, I stopped watching the news. The news is full of crap. It doesn't really change my life. I just focus on living my life. Well, that's what you're supposed to do. We feel like we're protected here in the Philippines. I don't know where you live, but I'm in the Philippines. But we kind of feel isolated from all this. But all this will catch up with us even out here in the Philippines too, one way or the other. You see what's happening to inflation, the economy out here and all that. The Philippines ain't doing that well economically. Tourism is definitely down. And now they're trying to make it hard for anybody to go into the United States now. Trump is putting the word out. No, 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 he's not going to accept people from like 35 different countries, I think, and he's just turning the world upside down, man. I mean, I'm just keeping calm, as you could hear that, talking about Trump, and sometimes it's hard, but I'm keeping my cool on him. Yeah, there's nothing but bad news out there. That's why, when people live the less stressed life, they throw out their radios or throw out their any kind of way they can get news outlets or something, and they concentrate on living their own life and all that. That means getting off YouTube and not going on the internet, and let's face it, our cell phones or our laptops or whatever, they've replaced television, and now we got all these independent news stations, which are a lot better because they're going to get the real information to you. They're not commercialized, they're not mainstream media, which does not tell you all the real information going on, because some of them are partisan. They're more for Republic. CNN and Fox, they don't get along at all because Fox is all Republican, but even they're changing now. And of course, Democrats, like CNN, place like that, are more like Democrats. So there's always this partisan shit, but you get the independent news stations. I listen to Midas Touch, Meidastouch. This guy's making like 20-something million a year with his two brothers. It's amazing. And they're getting on the ground news. It's you could rely on the independent news stations, because these our regular media, the stations you listen to, they're not giving you all the information, and some of them are very biased. And when you're biased, I mean, you're not getting out the right news. So yeah, watching the news is a hard thing. It's been hard on me actually because every time I turn around, Trump did another stupid thing or something, and I can't believe the behavior of these ICE agents, man. They're so cold. Is that their real character, or they're being forced to do this? And shooting people in the head. There's like 7 people dead from agents already, even a kid. They choked this Hispanic guy to death, and I forgot, in where was it, Arizona or somewhere around there? They choked him to death. They brought him into custody, and I mean, it's out of control, man. But the other question is, how do these guys live with themselves? Are they all G.I. Joe type guys or something or they love violence and stuff, and they're getting poetic license to do what they want? It's like, that movie Purge. You get a special time, you go out and kill whoever you want. They got free license to hurt or kill you. That's when this is the New World Order, man. It's no longer something they talked about that there's going to be a New World Order. We are in a New World Order right now with Trump in office. That's why it's got to change. When you grow your own vegetables, that's life for me. Personal therapy, nothing else really matters. What meant to happen will happen anyway. I don't really have control over it. Well, you do have a certain amount of control if you get involved with these issues and try to make a positive change. But to go hide in a corner, and I'm not saying you're hiding in a corner, you just want to grow your vegetables, and I understand your theory about that, and you're right, really. But eventually it will affect you in one way or the other. So sometimes you have to be proactive. Unfortunately, sometimes you do. It's like you have to be proactive just right here on YouTube on certain issues. Sometimes you have to. Sometimes you're forced to. Same politics. You can't just, go crawl up in a corner somewhere, hide under a rock. Or else there's never going to be change, let's face it. You want to allow somebody to ruin your life? You want to allow somebody to get away with that? You just want to ignore it and say, oh, I'm going to take all the damage from this and I'm not going to do anything about it. No, I don't think so. There are things that sometimes you have to do. Even if it's something that you don't particularly want to do, sometimes, might as well make my fucking oatmeal. Sometimes there's things that you actually need to do. It doesn't mean you want it necessarily. It just means that there are sometimes things that you need to do. There's a difference, okay? Need and want is different. Well, you think I wanted to get involved with that legal shit with Jordan and stuff? I mean, no, I didn't want to, but I felt that I had to. Simple as that. Well, I mean, I don't mean it's simple when I say the word simple, but sometimes you do have to get involved and you have to do something. I mean, if you got a dumb example, but if you got a mosquito biting your leg, you're gonna want to swat him so he doesn't bite you or something. You know, I mean, a ridiculous example, but you know, sometimes you just can't let something happen if it's not beneficial for you in some way. You know, if that makes sense. You know, you tried to be involved, but it just wasn't for me. It only brought negativity into my life. Well, you know, you can't go into whole self-isolation, you know. I mean, there's going to be politics and crap with anyone, even your own friends or relatives. I mean, there's always some politics. But like I always suggest, like Jimbo, Asian Adventures with Jim, I mean, this guy gets himself into trouble. He creates his own problems, and now he's involved with his wife's family, it's shit going on, and whether there's jealousy issues or other issues and all this other crap. And some people just can't stay away from trouble. That's the problem. Then they wonder why they're having so many problems, you know, is when their involvement in things that maybe, just maybe, they shouldn't get involved with. Personally, I like living on my so-called dusty island that Don likes to call that there's nothing here. Well, see, Don, I know you're listening. There's a reason I live here. Because I don't really want to live in a big hustling, bustling city and all the stress of the traffic noise and the amount of pollution that's out there. I'm already polluting my lungs. I need to pollute it a lot more. I enjoy island life. It's not the most exciting town, but people love to come here, I'll tell you that. That's all I hear. Oh God, if any place I'm going to live, I'm going to try to live in Bentayne, or oh please don't, you know. But you know, oh I love going there and blah blah blah. I hear that a lot because it is nice here. But it fits me good. Other than the hospital situation around here, that's kind of a bummer. But yeah, and it certainly is kind of because I mean you can't get things all the time. Even certain medicines for my dog, because she has like dry eye problem. I'm always putting something in her eye. Now I got to spend more money every month on that because now she needs cyclosporin regularly, and you have to order it because you can't even get it in any kind of stores or drugstores here. Then she has to have Dextran, which is eye drops. It's kind of a lubricating, but it also helps ease the eye comfort and all that stuff, you know. So I got to get 2 medicines for the dog every month now. That's costing me more money. And I have my own medications, and my girlfriend takes 1. So, you know, all this shit adds up. Ooh, okay. That is hot. Hold on, folks. Oi. Hold on. Then, you know, you talk about all these people make money from their jobs, their profession, and the stress they're under. Look at things like people that are in the music profession. They got a tour. They never have any time for themselves. They got to rehearse. They got to make all these arrangements and so forth and so on. I mean, they're under stress all the time. Sure, they're making good money, you know, accomplished singers and bands and all that shit, but you gotta think, what are they doing to earn that? The stress of being on the road away from their families and not really having. Oh, I better do this separately. I gotta bring this dish inside here. There's distress everywhere, man. Yeah, sure, you make all the money and stuff, but look what you're doing to earn it. They think singers and bands, their life is so glamorous. It's not as glamorous. It's not as glamorous as you think it is. Believe me, they earn their money. You don't know what they go through to become successful. It's a lot of hard work. You gotta give them credit when it's due. Sure, you make all that money and shit, but, look what you have to do to make that money. You would think there's gotta be a simpler way of doing things in life. But you have to be forced because you're under contract or something. You gotta travel all over the world, doing concerts and stuff, and there's preparation, there's rehearsal. There's always maybe problems with the other band members or musicians or something, or not seeing eye to eye, and then you got people that are handling your money. You might be, accountants might have trouble with that, your manager. That's a stressful life. So when you see them all smiling on stage, you're smiling, they're making all this money, but, that's why a lot of them take the drugs to cope with their popularity, Yeah, Greenland is crazy. Okay, let's see. It feels like everything is already rigged anyway, so even if I try to change something, it doesn't really make much difference. That's just how it feels to you. And I get you. There you go. This is my breakfast. You talk about healthy. Green tea, some ginger, lemon. I usually add turmeric, but I just added ginger, I think, on this one. You got blueberries. What could be healthier than what you're looking at right now? This is whole grain rolled oats. Ain't nothing wrong with this breakfast. Nothing wrong with that. You see any bacon on here? You see any fried foods? No, you don't. It's a very simple breakfast. Very nutritious. Right, Don?
Yours?
That's yours. I'm ahead of you, babe. You're welcome. The funny thing about, you're getting older, and every time you get a different symptom for something, now you don't become a hypochondriac over it, but you always investigate if something feels different with you, It's well worth your time investigating it, so it doesn't become a bigger problem. I don't see a lot of people doing that. You can't live a lifestyle that's out of control. Excessive anything. Excessive anything ain't good. I mean, look at Jay. He's excessive. I mean, I smoke and all that, but I don't drink. But Jay is like a chain smoker. Probably smokes how many packs a day, and he's drinking all the time. It's a good example. A good prime example of what not to do. I'm not just pinpointing him, but there's others on here that we know about that are exactly like that. No, I try not to use plastic. No. Well, look, let's be honest. I'm putting toxins in my body when I smoke, okay? So, yeah, I could sound like a hypocrite, really. Well, don't use plastic or something. You would think that to be the least of my worries, right? Mm-hmm. But, point being, is that I am doing other good things for me where I could just turn around and not do other good things for me and just succumb to whatever other disease can come to me, whether it's smoking related or not. I mean, you got to look at it that way. I really wish, Gilda, you would eat a nice oatmeal breakfast or something. I'd like to see you doing that. Man,
Oh, before I eat that how many years every day?
you used to eat oatmeal years ago?
Yeah.
How come you don't
I
any...
take
Huh?
break.
How come we don't eat that
I don't
now?
eat rice. I eat that one oatmeal with meat, oatmeal with chicken, oatmeal.
Well, I know we eat a lot of chicken, that's for sure.
I tired of eating.
Well, I think you should get back into the oatmeal, dear. Here's the thing: is you can't make your loved ones do everything that you do. You can't expect that, especially here. There's a lot of Filipinos though. They're so set in their ways. You're not going to change them. You know, diabetes is one of the maybe the top killers in this country. Then heart. Yeah, I believe that's the order. But you know, you can't force anybody to do something they don't want to do. As much as you care for them, you want to see them healthy. But you know, my girlfriend can't force me to stop smoking. I'm the one that has to do it. You know. And
Morning, bread
yeah,
and coffee.
yeah,
That's the morning.
bread and coffee.
Yeah.
This is a typical Filipino diet. They get pandesal. Usually, if they get pandesal, with their
At 10
coffee.
o'clock, breakfast.
Do you eat breakfast at 10, you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll eat something and maybe make something at 10 in the morning. But she first gets up in the morning, she's got her coffee and she's got her bread. Jacob says, while smoking is understandably harmful, it remains a matter of personal agency. Yeah. Let's see what you say. Ultimately, we all navigate life as best as we can. Even if someone chooses to smoke, it doesn't negate the other constructive choices that they make. Yeah, you have to make some constructive choices in life. You can't have all bad. That's why I praise anyone, give kudos to anyone who actually is willing to do other good things in their life nutritionally, other than, you know, concentrating or one of the bad things you do to make that more of a priority and not navigate in different directions, at least nutritionally, to combat and build up your immune system and all that shit. And it really also has to do with your cellular health. That's what it's all about. That's why all the antioxidants and all that. There's a rhyme and reason for everything that I do. There you go. All right. You may wonder, did I put anything in there? Well, I put it's kind of a butter substitute, which is made with an olive oil to give flavor. And I put a pinch of salt in there, which you need anyway. You gotta have some salt. Except if you got a real high blood pressure, you may want to stay away from salt altogether, but you still need it. What do you think happens when you go to the emergency room? How many people think about this? I don't know, what do they call it? Ringers? They put you on ringers or whatever it is, you know. They put you on this very highly concentrated sodium. You'll see the bag hanging near the bed. You go to the hospital for heart attack or whatever it is, and they're pumping fucking sodium into you. And it's supposed to be bad for heart attack, but when you go to the hospital for some accident or whatever's going on with you, they got to pump you up with sodium. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Jacob, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the dialogue. Have a good day or wherever you are. Now I just finished everything off with this.
Di ka kaon kay?
Oh, sorry. But yeah, I don't like getting up early in the morning, I could tell you that. Back in the days when I was working, well, even when I lived in Hawaii, I wasn't getting up this early. Things change. Everybody has their own algorithms with their body. They like to talk about algorithms on YouTube. But your body has its own algorithms. You hear my voice in my speaker. What's your name? Tizal Kamanistan? I have no idea. Russian, Eastern European, what is that kind of name? You got your big speakers on, you listen to me on your big speakers? Is that what you're saying? I'll get back to this blueberries in a minute. It's unfortunate for me because when I actually do smoke, a lot of it is in the morning. I don't know why. But certainly when I'm doing a broadcast, I'll have a couple for sure. I go back and forth. And when it gets to the point, the minute you go outside, you go have a smoke or something, you finish an activity. But that's like a typical smoker's type thing. Yeah, it's horrible, isn't it? I'm grabbing one right now. And nobody, look, nobody has to lecture me on that. Because, I do enough lecturing to myself, okay? And of course, my girlfriend doesn't really want me to smoke, but she's figured, what are you going to do? She goes out of her way to, make sure I don't have to go to the store and if I'm going to run out by morning or something, or it's not like, Don would think, oh, she's just trying to kill you, Frank. No, something like that, Dawn. Because she figures I'm going to smoke, so I'm probably going to ask her to go to the store. Hey, pick me up a pack, right? All the time. Speedy Sally, are you afraid of hard life? Why do you not have employment? Have you ever done a day of manual labor? And you go, oh, I've done plenty. And what makes you come up with that statement? I've been, the whole working life, it was labor. Some of it hard. I'm not sure where you come up with that. It makes you assume such. No, I'm not afraid of hard work. Not at all. Oh, God's truth? Oh, really? Is there a God? Okay. Well, I've done plenty of work in my life, thank you. And I don't know how old you think I am. I'm not a younger dude. I'm an older dude. I'm retired. Does that help you out a little bit? God's honest truth, huh? Okay. I won't get into that. I'm not going to get into that. Yeah, you kind of are, so I'm just going to get rid of you. How's that? We're talking about getting rid of stress. Why don't I just get rid of you? It's too early in the morning to deal with trolls, so I'm probably going to have to, Huh? You're a bot troll. I'm still developing. Please be. I'll be patient with you. Bye. A bot troll. How interesting. Oh, the morning. Everything comes alive. Girlfriend's daughter is doing her work on a computer. Kids getting ready to go to school. Girlfriend having her coffee and bread. Already been up several hours before they ever got up. And for your information, I don't like to get up early in the morning. If I could ever sleep till 8 in the morning, that would be the most wonderful sleep I'd ever have in my current life. It just doesn't happen for various factors. Yeah, I'm probably gonna need. I think I have a. Imagine having both at once. What's the odds of that? Having a possible urinary tract infection, maybe having a little chest infection or virus, at the same fucking time. So how do you do that with antibiotics? If it's a viral thing, well, antibiotics ain't gonna do nothing for it. But you know what they do to doctors a lot? Well, just in case, because you are aged this and that you don't want it to turn into bacterial because you could get pneumonia and stuff like that. And they want to throw you that. So what do you do if you have a possible UTI going on and maybe you have a chest infection? What do? You take 2 different antibiotics? It's either one or the other. There are certain antibiotics that are just good for urinary tract, and there's certain antibiotics that are good for other things. Upper respiratory, chest, nasal, whatever. So that's interesting. What do you do with that? What do you do with that? Well, I'll figure it out today, probably. Okay. Gotta finish my blueberries.
Mabibit keep sa 159 pesos na trouser pants na to kasi deserve mo to, guys. I really love the cut of it kasi look naman parang yung mga mamahalin, and also hindi siya
Sorry about the
busutin, guys, so
background.
hindi ka na mahihirapan magplancha. Kapag marami kang lakad everyday, this one
It just seems that one thing can complicate the other thing, Then you got 2 things to deal with. That's pretty. That lemon in the tea really gets you. It's bitter, powerful shit. But sure, you can't go by everything you're hearing now because they're always finding out that something else is not good for you. Oh, I got 8 thumbs up on here. That's encouraging. Yeah, Don, I do get some thumbs up. Don left. He don't even have a channel, so shut up, Don C. You don't even have a channel. And Don always says, Frank's so lonely, so he's doing all his shows. I guess everybody else is lonely too. I can speak for myself, but I can also speak for other people, knowing that they spend their time copying my channel all the time. How much time are they spending on YouTube listening to me? Look at it that way, Donald. And Don is not the healthiest looking person. You've ever seen a picture of him? He's an overweight dude. He's kind of up there in age, very overweight. The professor, who knows all. I think if Don and people like Don and Popeye and different people, I think if they spent more time with their spouse or something, well, Popeye don't have anybody, so I gotta rule him out of that one as far as a partner, but Don's supposed to be married. But what does he do? Okay, we're done with this. Yeah, people can speak for themselves, but what's really going on in their lives, they're not going to tell you. I'm not going to get into a whole spiel with that again because I talked about it a lot. You just don't know bottom line is, oh, I gotta put this away for a second. You know, as far as to like what really goes on in their lives, some of you might be surprised, maybe some of you wouldn't be, but nothing surprises me. They're not all what they talk about or they claim to be better than you, better than the other vlogger, better than this. I don't know. Define better, you know, what's better? It's all subjective. And I got 11 thumbs up. There we go. Now we're cooking. Yeah, but I definitely have to investigate. I haven't listened to my lungs because I know there's a respiratory thing going on, upper, which is not uncommon with me here and there. There's so much shit to catch out here, too. Jeez, I'm telling you, it's like you don't have a chance. Never mind the smoking, it's every fucking thing else. They're burning garbage out here a lot, with plastics in it. You can't win. I guess all you could do is the best. That's all you can really. There's some things that you can't change, unfortunately. We've got 10 thumbs up. Okay, that's marvelous. More people need to just mind their own business, really. And life is short. They got to concentrate on whatever life they got going on, whatever they have going on in their life. But a lot of people don't practice what they preach, and that's the biggest problem. They're too concerned about somebody else's life, how old they are, or what they're doing with their life or not doing with their life. And they should be just basically concentrating on their own. Goes without saying. And Don would say, well, Frank has a lot of time. He's looking for friends. He's so lonely. Don? Do you live with me, Don? No, you don't. The one thing I'm not is lonely, Don. Oh, Frank has no friends, blah, 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 blah. Well, you know, more than you know, but they're Filipinos. They're not, transplants here. They're not expats. I don't deal. The only expat I deal with is there's maybe two of them. One mostly, which is a neighbor of mine. But I choose that. He's like me too, you know. He doesn't have friends coming over. He's been living here a long time. He don't have friends coming over. It's only usually relatives or friends of his wife, and it's the same thing with me. And I like that balance, Don. So you can't speak for me, Don. Enjoy your own life. You got something good going in your life, enjoy it, man. I don't have a problem with that. I'm enjoying mine in my own way. Fair is fair, you know. But Don will try to find every fault he can in me. He spends a lot of time researching me, or I don't know, man. That expression really does go a long way, that I'm living rent-free in people's heads. I certainly am. 11 watching, 11 thumbs up. There we go. That's not a bad number. And you're right, Don. I don't have like 100 people at a time watching me or more, things like that. But there's a certain circle of people that do come to my show, including trolls, but they still come here. And I love reading the comments on the troll channel because you're going to hear things like, oh, I don't have as many people coming to my show. I have my famous 13, dotted up. But they are coming, and they'll make lame comments like, oh, I can't stand listening to that guy. Well, you know, that could be remedied. That could be remedied. Just don't listen to me then. But the funny thing about their statements is that they're still drawn to come on my channel and listen to me. But they're making all these lame comments. Oh, I can't stand listening to this guy. Well, you know, there's nobody forcing you to come here. I mean, that's why I laugh, because there's nobody forcing to come to listen to my show. I have no physical way of doing that. they must be interested in what I have to say, positive or negative, as far as like what they want to do with the information, learn from me, or try to find fault with me and utilize it somehow. And that's pretty typical on here. But unfortunately for them, I'm not doing anything on here that's going to warrant any legal uh, intervention or anything really that hasn't been said before. As far as like talking about other YouTubers, like I say all the time, if I see it and hear it, it's real because it's on their own channel. So if I talk about another YouTuber, it's just simple common knowledge. There's nothing wrong with that. Does that mean I'm lying? If I talk about Jim or anybody on here, no. There's logic in here, There's logic. I'm part of the YouTube community here. That's what it is. I do listen to some other shows on here, obviously. That's where I get my information. But the one thing about me is that I just don't go around telling a bunch of fucking lies. If you said something, I know you said it because I heard you and seen you. That's as simple as that. There's nothing complicated about it. So how am I lying on my show about anything? I don't know how I'm lying. I talk about things I probably shouldn't even talk about. It has to be health issues. I probably shouldn't even say anything about that. I'm so honest with myself. And I'm honest with a lot of people too. Because sometimes I do like to talk about health issues. I always do. I've done that for years. It's never faulted on that. I have no problem with that. Now, of course, if I had a life-threatening situation, I'm not going to tell anybody on here, and I don't, fortunately, but that's something I would not advertise on here. They'd have a field day with that. Like if something ever happened to me, it's not like my girlfriend's going to come on and say, sorry, Frank's not here anymore, and there's not anybody's going to know anything if something happened to me. I made a point of that. I said, not even on your Facebook. Don't mention it to your friends. Don't talk about it. I said nothing like that. Well, they'll get so worried if I haven't been on for a long time. They'll send scouts. And that's how far it'll go. I mean, that's how sick it is. They'll send scouts to my town. Hey, do you know this guy? Is he still alive or something like that? I guarantee you it. It's their need to know. They got to know everything. Did Frank quit YouTube? Did he croak? Did he get deported? Did he die? I'll guarantee you it. They'll send a scout out here out of curiosity and ask questions from vendors, from whatever, No doubt about that. I already had somebody about half a year ago was going by to some stores with my picture. I'm not shitting. I'm not making this up. Oh, do you know this guy? But he was Filipino, though. He was Filipino. He wasn't a foreigner. That was interesting. Do you know this guy? And they didn't give any information about me at all. And they won't. A lot of vendors, store, they know us. They're not going to just give out information on us without permission from us. No. I'm not saying it will never happen, but that's not normally something they would be willing to do if they respect us, So let's see. I'm going to go there early this morning. They open up early. I don't know if the consulting doctor is there. His family owns this fucking diagnostic center. And why am I going? I'm just going to more than likely get a urine culture, which is different than a urinalysis. If you need to know, and I know you have a need to know, okay. And if there is a urinary tract infection, they can identify the bacteria and they can give you the appropriate antibiotic. But I want to go there too, just have them listen to my chest, because I've had a little bit of congestion and my voice is a little bit different, And I've been blowing my nose a lot more. So related to my sinuses most likely, but it's always good to have it checked out anyway, rather than wait till something happens or something, but So it's possible I got a combo going on here. I might have although it said few on my urinalysis, meaning how many bacteria, it says few, which a lot of people get anyway because you always get something introduced to your bladder, you know, from external sources and stuff. That's pretty normal. But, you still want to investigate it anyway. And then if I have any kind of a chest infection, if it's bacterial, so of course you want to know because you don't want to turn into pneumonia. So it's just, it just makes sense to have things checked out. It doesn't mean I'm obsessive. It means that you're not carrying my body around. I am. And sometimes there's things you need to know because you're responsible for yourself, not anybody else. If you let yourself go, then, well, that's your gig. And most of these people don't give a fuck about themselves anyway on here. Obviously, I see the lifestyle, how fat they are, how much they drink and all that shit. They obviously don't care about themselves at all. And they like to say things about me, but they hang around in these seedy bars. They're getting drunk all the time. They're screwing women that, you have no idea what disease they carry with them, and you might be giving it to them too. That's a very risque lifestyle. I mean, that is not the lifestyle that I would ever want to get involved with. So if you're buying a date with a professional, I mean, you got to understand that's her job. That means she's been with a lot of men. How clean were these men? How clean was her? Does she have any sexually transmitted disease? Does he have any sexually transmitted diseases? Maybe both of them did. How many men does she go through in a day? And you're going to tell me that you feel safe having sex with a prostitute? I couldn't even think about it. I've never had a prostitute in my life, no matter where I lived. New York, Seattle, Hawaii. I never engaged in that kind of behavior because I know better. But then again, you also have to, throw in the formula here. When you meet somebody, how well do you know her? You might meet a great woman and all that stuff, but what's her sexual history? You just don't know. You're better off just wearing a rubber. But a lot of people, guys, don't want to do that. It takes away a lot of sensitivity. I understand that. And to tell you the truth, I got through my life with really not wearing one with a lot of, I was being very irresponsible because it does take away sensitivity. That's my bad. But fortunately, I've never had any sexually transmitted diseases. So to say I've been lucky. And since I'm in a one-to-one relationship with somebody for going on 10 years, February, what, 2nd? 10 years, my brethrens, 10 years. Can't beat that with a stick. I know where she's been, and she's been with me. Oh, yeah, she's fucking Jimmy. I know what the trolls are going to say. Right, Don, right away. You're going to flow with that one. If you mean her ex, oh, okay, well, yeah. Long time ago, Donnie, long time ago. No hanky-panky going on behind the scenes, Donnie. I know you'd like to hear that, but sorry to, again, you're just not getting any cigars from me. No cigar, Donnie, no cigar. No cigar. There are a lot of these people, too, they say, oh, yeah, Frank smokes or does this or that or takes medicine. Well, you think these people are not doing it? They're not going to tell you. They could be avid smokers. They could be on 10 different medications, but they're not going to tell you that. No, they wouldn't do that. They're just too busy trying to point out what they find to be negative about you. I'm sure Popeye's a smoker. I'm but alcohol could do that to your voice too, but I'm more than reasonably sure that Popeye smokes. I hear his little telltale cough. I know. I'm a smoker. I know. And sometimes your esophagus or something gets a little bit irritated. And there's a very telltale cough in the tone of their voice. So let's just say from one smoker to another, we can pretty much figure it out. If somebody is a toker, smoker, whatever, it's not that hard to figure it out. Thanks for the hearts. It's not that hard to figure out. Hey, my voice has changed since I was, in college, and I think I had a higher voice, actually. Of course, your larynx is going to change, yeah. You go through changes. Change. I don't know, even as people get older, their voices change, I don't know why that happens either. Typical old guy that sounds like Popeye is kind of like, well, I think, but they used to sound like, I think that, then it's, I think that, and they sound old. I don't know whether they're all dried up or something, or they're dehydrated or something. I don't know. They're shriveling like a fucking prune or something. I don't know. Got some 100% coming in here. 100's coming in here. There we go. Somebody approves. You just come on and say hello. Hello? Anybody out there? And Don, you don't even have your own child. Not really. Well, I think he does. I think he does. And he puts these stupid little skits on, usually about me or something. Boy, I'd say everything that's YouTube seems to surround me. I haven't got all the views and subs, all that shit, but boy, I'll tell you, for a small channel, I sure do get a lot of attention. They're devoting channels, devoted to everything I put on. Popeye will do simulcasts with me on. I got some pretty good popularity out here for a guy that doesn't have hundreds of thousands of fucking subscribers, nevertheless the viewers. I must be doing something right. Hell if I know, but I guess I am. Wow, the devoted channel, just with everything I say on mine, that's like, I've arrived. I have arrived. Certainly have. You guys can hold on about a minute or two. Sorry, I had to take a restroom break. Every now and then I do have to do that. Oh shit, I should be getting dressed here, really. The earlier to the lab I go, the earlier I can get back, go see the doctor. Hopefully the doctor's in. The trouble is you go there early and you want to get a consult, but then the doctor ain't in, But then again, if you're going to do something I'm doing, you want to wait to get a culture test first. Then you could discuss again, because maybe you think you need antibiotics, and maybe you don't, but the thing is you got to know what's going on first. And of course, like I said, you have to know what is the right antibiotic. By the way, I hate antibiotics. Just define what the word means. Anti means against. Bio, as in biotics, means life. Anti-life. It simply means that you're killing the good bacteria in your body when you take that. It's going to kind of challenge your immune system. But then again, if you need it, you need it. Then, it could take up to 6 months before your body gets back into balance again with your good bacteria and all that. It's a trade-off you have to make. Either take that or get sick or die. If there is an active infection, you can't just let it go haywire like Fazio did, Otherwise you get sepsis, then you die. It's more prevalent than you think it is. There's people walking around infections they don't even know they have. I don't know, I'm not sure how they don't know it, but it always has some symptoms. Fever, this, that. Your body is telling you. Your body is fighting off something. Your killer cells, your T cells, your white cells, all fighting to get that strange element out of your body. But they can only do so much sometimes. That's where you need help with antibiotics. It's just the way it works. But then when you're dead someday, you don't have to worry about antibiotics anymore or anything else. When you're gone, you're gone, whatever your beliefs are. It's one thing we can guarantee in life is death. I mean, if you're an asshole, we can guarantee your life ain't going to go that well. If you're an asshole, that's a guarantee in life. You could add that to the list. If you're truly lonely, like a lot of these people, the strange thing is, they're in relationships too, some of them. They're not all without relationships. And the ones that are in, look what they're doing with their time as far as the negative shit that they're doing. Could they put their time to some better use? If you feel you have to come on YouTube to do something, at least come on and give, good advice. Come up with some topic matter that people can relate to. There's always something they can relate to, whether it's a health issue or something like that. Always. Or they like movies, they like to talk about movies. So if you're going to spend any time on here, it doesn't mean you're lonely. Like I said, anybody who moves to another country, you can have all the friends in the world, local friends, Filipinos, but it's not always the same thing as talking to people that fully understand your language, fully understand the slang in your English, and it's a way of being in another country, but not, because you're still going to be able to talk to people who were raised in a Western culture, and that's one of the main reasons people do come on, besides obviously to make money. That's really the number one reason. Let's face it, we all know that. But anyway, speaking of, I think I'm going to have to wind down a little bit here and get ready. I think I got to just take care of business today, do what I need to do. I can't procrastinate anymore, You need answers for something, you need answers, And the more you hold things off, it may not turn out to be too beneficial for you. So, if you have any kind of a health concern, just don't try to sit there and contemplate your navel, and think, this don't bother me. I'm not in any pain. Or not. I'll leave it alone. Well, you could do that, but how well does that work out usually? That doesn't usually work out too well, does it? Historically, does it? Well, I'm actually grateful. I think I'm in reasonable health. I mean, I got some ailments, of course, as anybody does. I got allergies, obviously, and, probably ain't got the best spine in the world, really. Bone spurs, things like that. A touch of scolioli. But I'm not walking around with a big hunch on my back either. Like some people we know. And I got a full head of hair too. Amazing that. I don't have to wear a cap all the time unless I just feel like wearing one. I got to admit though, I was surprised in a way. I was looking at Mike, and the first time I ever seen him without a fucking hat on. I'm seeing, and he had glasses on too. I said, is that Mike? I had to do a double take. Yeah, that is him. Man, he looks old as the hills, man. Remember, the hills have eyes. He looks older than shit. He's about my age too, actually. And you sit me next to this guy in a video, and you're gonna tell me who looks a lot healthier, me or Mike. You know, you'll know right away the big difference. Even put me near Paul or people like that. Put me near Jim, in fact, and he's like fucking 20. What is he? He's 54. Shit. I definitely got age on him, but he looks a lot older. Well, the alcohol does that, and all the fucking shit he's putting. He's taking testosterone every day. He's taking the worst. He's taking steroids for 20 fucking years. Come on, man, that's going to take a toll on your body. Don't tell me it ain't. People are dying from taking these steroids. You hear about these wrestlers and bodybuilders and athletes that have been on steroids for a long time. They're all having fucking heart attacks, man. So how wise is it? I got another thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll give it a couple of more minutes and I'm going to have to get dressed here or something. Yeah, kind of get on the road and still cool outside. It's a nice morning, man. It's fantastic. It's really cool. The air is moving. Perfect conditions, Get shit done in the morning rather than later in the day when it gets hotter. But we're not in the hottest season right now, so that's a good thing too. As far as the temperatures around here, they're always pretty tolerable, really. But come April and beyond April and May and June, and that's actually starts off in March, really. But you get the full brunt of the heat in the Philippines in April. And boy, do I know, the first time I came here was in 2016, and holy shit. It was also a combination of El Nino, or one of them combination, and the temperatures were reaching over 40, at some point over 40 centigrade. It was unbearable. I just didn't want to be outside. If I was, I'd have to find the nearest shade tree or spend time in an air-conditioned place or something. It was pretty bad. Your body can only tolerate so much of that, You'll dehydrate. There's all kinds of shit. Why get a fucking stroke, a heat stroke, if you don't have to? And by the way, that could happen at any age, but I think you're more vulnerable as you get older. My theory on that. Yeah. 12 watching, 12 thumbs up. Loving it. Dawn. Maybe I don't have the numbers, Don, but look at these numbers. 12 watching and 12 thumbs up. That makes a difference, Donnie boy. I haven't given away any cigars yet, Don. Not yet, No cigars for you, no cigars for Popeye or anybody else. And we got 14 watching and 12 thumbs up. Okay. Donald. There we go. We got a moralist here. Killing and eating animals is uncivilized. Oh, well, thanks for sharing that with me. It's time to go vegan and return to the Garden of Eden. Vegan foods taste the same without... Well, the problem with a vegan person is they look thin and wiry and they don't look very healthy. Any vegan I ever met looks very sickly, but thank you for that, I'm not killing any animals, by the way. I don't have any guilt on it. If I went out and killed an animal, I might feel differently. You got to respect the killing of the animal, and you got to make utilize that the animal. That's one way of looking at it. They sacrificed their life to feed you, so you're grateful to the animal for feeding you. But I know vegans will say, but you don't need meat. Well, actually, we do. There's certain amino acids and stuff we can't get from veggies, by the way, Mr. Vegan. that you don't get with meats. And we don't have canine teat for no reason. Oh, please don't get me wrong. I actually do think it's sad that we have to kill these domestic, these animals for food. I got a conscience too, to be honest with you. I was raised, eating beef and chicken and stuff like that. I know I've consumed how many cows in my life, how many chickens in my life, and so forth. In all the years I'm alive, that's quite a bit. I couldn't even come up with a reasonable number. It's impossible. But you either do or you don't. And if you don't like it, then you could change or just find a way to live with yourself and knowing that what you're doing. But I kind of get where you're coming from, though. I'm being fair about this, Mr. Donald W7X. I kind of empathize, I sympathize, I do. I do. I think about that all the time. But when you've been raised, unless you're a kid, like 8 miles from home, the channel, his kids are being raised eating tofu. And I mean, there's got to be more to life than eating tofu. Just go out with the cows and eat some grass, okay? The kid deserves to have a hamburger now and then, be a kid. Doesn't have to eat hamburgers all the time or something, or French fries, but, and I'm against fast foods, but still, let a kid be a kid for a little bit. It's good to teach a kid good habits. And I'm not saying that vegan is bad. In some ways I wish I was vegan, but I also know that vegans are not getting enough protein, even from beans and other stuff. They're not getting enough protein and amino acids and stuff they can get from animal meat. Okay, I know a little about this stuff. I'm not a nutritionalist, but I learned stuff like anybody else, Donald. Time to go vegan. Well, it's time to get religious too. I'm waiting for you to say that. Well, you got to believe in religion, sir. No, I don't. But we're not, I'm not attacking you in any way, Donald. I do understand completely what you're saying. Yes, I do have a conscience. I actually do. Even though I'm a meat eater, I do. Every meal I eat, if it's beef or chicken or something, I realize it comes from a living animal. And yes, that does bother me. It actually does. But I've been raised that way. And at my age now, it's really hard to stop because there are certain things I need and amino acids and different things that you can't just get from produce and stuff. And I eat a lot of produce, by the way, just to let you know. But yeah, I get you, Donald. Respectfully, I get you. I do feel that way sometimes. I do think about it. I'd be lying if I said I didn't think about it. And I totally understand where you're coming from. Totally. Just keep up what your beliefs are being a vegan. But that's just not for me. I went this far doing what I'm doing. And I'm still alive. I must be doing something right, Donald. But I get you. Your point is made. I almost wish I wasn't a meat eater. I know. You can stop any time, dude. Yeah, I know that. I know that. I enjoy a good hamburger. I enjoy a piece of steak. We eat a lot of chicken around here. I mean, a lot of chicken. So a lot of Filipinos. It's pretty traditional. They eat a lot of pork. I don't eat pork for a lot of reasons. Parasites and other stuff. I just don't eat pork. And I don't eat fish, too. So the pigs are getting away easy with me, and the fish are getting away easy with me. Got to mean something to you, Donald. I'm letting the fish live, and I'm letting the pigs live. As far as my diet, just blame me for the beef and chicken. You can get me on that one. Okay, but I do got to go. I appreciate the dialogue this morning, but I got things to do this morning, hopefully to accomplish. And we'll catch you on another show. And I might decide to share some information in regards to any future tests and see what that comes down to. And whether or not I need antibiotics or not. And why. and what they decided to give me. And by the way, just as an addendum to this, 12 and 12, here we go. Um, you got to be very choosy about what antibiotic you take. If you really need to take an antibiotic, you take it. But if you need an antibiotic, you don't necessarily want to take a broad spectrum antibiotic. What that means, if you don't know what that means, it means that, maybe they don't know where your infection is coming from, so they give you a broad spectrum. What that does is it'll just kill any fucking bacteria in your body, which is not good. All right. Now, if you have like a UTI, a urinary tract infection, or something related to that, there are antibiotics that deal with that specific, I love that word, specific part of your body. And it doesn't really affect that much other parts of your body that doesn't have any infection. So you want to be kind of selective. But I will tell you, and I said before, you don't want to take like Cipro, anything that's I think it's called the fluoroquinone, or something like that classification, because that has a lot of bad side effects. They may have a horrible allergic reaction to that, or worse, or death, some people. And doctors are free to just give you out anything, and you got to trust what the doctor says. But as I always say on my show, don't put all your trust in a doctor. Do your research. And whatever medicine they're planning to give you, research. Like a lot of people don't need statin drugs for their cholesterol and all that. And you can get away without statin drugs. Okay. Some people could. There are other ways of handling your situation. And by the way, you need cholesterol. But I don't want to get into this too deeply. But I do got to go. And thanks. And see, Don, Donnie boy, I don't have a lot of subs. But I believe you do have a channel. I think I've seen it before. I don't see a lot of people coming there. And you're not very active with it. So shove it. I do get an audience, although it's not a massive audience like some channels. I do get people that like to listen to me, whether they're straight up or they're trolls or whatever. But they do come here, Don. Imagine that. They don't have to. Nobody forces them, Don. They come on their own accord. They either like what I have to say, they don't. If they don't, whether they're a troll or not, they tune out. It's as simple as that. And if they do, they do. Everybody has a reason and season why they come to my show, what they want to listen to. They want to find fault in me. That could be a reason they come. Or they know that I have actually something to say, unlike a lot of YouTubers. And that's why they come to my channel. Take your pick. I'm out of here, man. Oh, Popeye, did you do a simulcast today? Did you learn anything, Popeye? That's the main thing.
Okay with it. Now, I hired one lawyer, and I don't have the money for this shit. He's going to cost me fucking money that I don't have and get me trapped in the fucking Philippines. I'm not doing that. So he said he spent 200,000 pesos on a lawyer, but I don't believe him because there's no receipts. There's no proof of anything. I know Ricky's helped out, and I appreciate him helping out. He gave me 15,000 pesos of the 200,000 peso donations that he got to begin with. And I don't know what he spent that on. I think most of it went on his girlfriend's iPhone. But that's just my opinion. Don't tell nobody that shit. That's what I think. But and the other, spending it here, spending it there. He should have took that money, bribed somebody, and got me out of here before Frank was able to get that case. I'm really, really sick of fucking being in this fucking jail. Like I said, bro, we don't always see eye to eye, but, we can come to a mutual ground, you and me, which is good. So stop calling me Bummer. You know what I mean? I'd appreciate that. My name is Barry. My name ain't Bummer. My name ain't Bama. My name...
Paris in the springtime. It's divine. It's Paris in the springtime. Been to Paris. Can't say I have. Hey, folks. And good early afternoon, I guess. It's just about. Oh, well, I hope you're out there. I got to show you something funny, actually. So let me know if you're out there. I'm going to show you something funny. It's not purposeful either, but You got a big fan base. Maybe Guild is a fan, but I'd have to show you something. You show me yours, I'll show you mine. Okay, what do we got here? Okay. Yeah, something funny to show Al, actually. But okay. Well, of course, I have to take off today, and we did some food shopping too. take care of a couple of things, you know. Sometimes you got to take care of things. I did get to see a GP today over at the medical laboratory. Come to my laboratory so I can give you a lobotomy. Okay, maybe I need one. Now, back in the day, if you remember, I got a urinalysis. Well, I was thinking, you know, I'm always thinking, I think that's the problem, is, do I have any stones? Well, according to this urinalysis here, there would be a certain amount of blood indicating on here, because there would be irritation causing microscopic blood. So it doesn't look like the pus cells, no. Epithelial cells, few, that's perfect. And the mucus threads, rare. Bacteria, few, which is actually common. And let's see. And the blood cells, 0 to 2. HPF, no. So that's good. He kind of went over this. So that's pretty good. Furthermore, took a good listen to my lungs. No indication of pneumonia. Sorry, guys. Can help you with that one. I didn't need any antibiotics, not even for my bladder, if I thought I had something, because it said on there few bacteria. Although I have another doctor out here in Bentai, that he just loves to give out antibiotics, but if you don't need it, you don't need it. Doesn't seem to be any chest infection. He listened very carefully, my chest, my back, listened all the ways. There's no crackling sounds indicate pneumonia. Basically, this is all cracked down to being, I'm saying this not because I have to let you know all my business, but I do talk about medical things on here and just kind of share it with you. And people think I'm falling apart. Well, not yet. I can't say I won't, but as of today, you know, let's see. Didn't need antibiotics. It didn't seem to be called for. The coughing I'll do during the day, and it sounds like this. I'll do it purposely. Okay. And I do that every now and then. It's not productive, and it's not, the coloration is not ominous, and it's all related to my allergies. And of course, the smoking, of course, it irritates your throat and all that stuff. A little raspiness in my throat. Yeah, it's allergy related. Rhinitis. It's amazing for 150 pesos. Well, I found it's normally about 300 or so. I don't know, 400, because it was a follow-up visit. I mean, he owns the lab, and him and his family, but 150 pesos. I find out a ton of information. You know. Now, the only actual way that you're going to really know what's going on, for example, if you have a concern about some organ in your body or lungs or something, get a CT scan, because it's the only definitive way. Does he think I have COPD? He says I could be borderline. It's more bronchitis, but that's all part of it. But there's no indication from the sound of my lungs or anything that the airflow is wrong, or no crackling for pneumonia. It's, you know, sounding, the flow sounds good, and all my symptoms is, and all he says is just go for another flow test, which I did, and that have been 2 years ago, I guess, when I was in Cebu. Basically, you blow into this tube, and say, hold it, keep on. Okay, inhale. Okay, let's do it again. Then what they'll do is they'll actually give you some form of instant, you know, antihistamine thing, or something to see if it makes any difference at all. So I passed that test, but that was 2 years ago, mind you. I got to be fair about this. That was about 2 years ago, and it did not show any COPD. So hopefully that stays up there. It's like the program is so hard to find. Yeah, it's my veterinarian. I'm in touch with the world. I got my veterinarian writing me, and I did find a medicine for her eyes, not the one I wanted, but something I also need. Kind of a busy day, going into pharmacies, waiting for quite a while for the doctor to show up at the lab. He's a younger guy, but he seems very knowledgeable. Hey, what's on, Mix? So basically, I mean, obviously, quit smoking. Obviously, I mean, you could tell that to anyone. But I have these bastard allergies, so I take put me on 5 days of Montelukast, which I used to take. Opens up your airways. It's an antihistamine and something else. And acetylene, which is looks like an Alka-Seltzer tablet. It's lemon flavored. Of course, it's lemon flavored, and that's the for mucus. So and I tell you what, that shit works. That shit works. If you got, I don't know, if you got bronchitis or something, acetylene, and you can get it in a powder. You get it. It looks like an Alka-Seltzer tablet, and you just let it fizz in the water. I just took one, and that really helps clear up any mucus congestion, stuff like that. So as far as sniffling, it's an allergy. And as far as ever having a stricture in the urethra, well, you can't really tell. Really, I mean, you really for anything really definitive, to be honest with you, you really need a CT scan. That runs a little bit of money. Not as much as an MRI, but you could get away with a CT scan. It's not that expensive. They don't offer it there, though. So it's not a big medical clinic, but they offer a lot of different stuff. No, but they did not offer a urine culture, though, because, well, that would have identified the bacteria. And if I needed an antibiotic, he said, I don't think you need an antibiotic. You know, the indications don't show that you need that. He said having few bacteria in your urine is actually pretty common. There's always something that gets into your urine, from your vaginal or penis or whatever, or it's just occurring. But, I get pretty paranoid. I admit that on that because, yeah. Hello, hey there, Mr. Oh, MRI machines and PI. Oh, yeah, I've had MRIs and, yeah, I definitely have. Oh, certainly have. I know I had CT and I had an MRI once. One time since I lived out here. I didn't need to really. I mean, other than that, I never needed to. But well, yeah, I had to have a CT scan when it came to my the whole urinary tract system down there. Yeah, I had to have a CT scan for that. They had to know what they were doing, and they had to kind of mark off where that kidney stone I used to have. He doesn't think there's any residual stuff in my bladder from the kidney stone breakup, because if there was, it would have caused an irritation as such, and it would have caused some minute bleeding in there that would actually show up on some of these tests. So that didn't show up on my regular urinalysis, but they don't offer a culture, which she said it saved me a lot of money. It didn't cost me much there, except a little bit of money for some, tiny bit of money for some, mucolyptic stuff, for mucus and an antihistamine. So I didn't do big spending. Other than I went to Prince, and we bought a few things from Prince, but that's about it. We didn't have to spend much money today at all. Yeah. Yeah, they have MRIs and oh absolutely. Oh absolutely do. They got what you need in Cebu. Yeah, no worries. No worries. They've got all that stuff in Cebu. Very expensive machines, but I think they lease them out, a lot of hospitals. They lease them out and the company they lease it from has to do maintenance on it and stuff. Those are like multi-million dollar machines, I think. Oh, yeah. You don't want to get too many MRIs, so I'm going to tell you that. No, there's a lot of radiation, whatever comes from an MRI. CT scan, not as bad. Yeah. It's funny because I had this doctor going. I'm talking to him like I'm another fucking doctor. He was awfully impressed. I mean, I said, look, I don't pretend to be a doctor. I just know. How do you know all that stuff? He says, well, I just read. you know. I'm like one of his more intelligent patients when it comes to medical things. So I could pretty much challenge some doctors in certain things, not much, but certain things I could challenge them a little bit anyway. Yeah, but no, but they have that. No problem. Yeah. It's an obvious thing. Quit smoking. Easier said than done, right? You won't have as much, compounded allergy type situations. But you're fighting a constant battle either way because I see what I get out of when I clean these air conditioners out. Even in the superficial mold you'll see in the vents in there, not the filters, but you do a wiping on there once a month. You'll see some black mold in there. Then, of course, I got my dogs, so, we're both surrounded by this shit. Yeah.
It's something that we can't get away from. Well, in the Philippines, man, you're exposed to a whole lot of shit. People burning garbage with plastic in it, and it's a non-win situation, really, out here. It really is. It's a non-win situation. I was going to say a comment that Don had said. I was going to counter. I was going to counteract what he had to say about something. What was that? I love counteracting some of Don's statements. Maybe I'll think about it if it comes to me. I know there was something that Don said that I definitely have a response to, but if it comes up, I'll say it. Yeah. Oh, Don, how he's really good. See, okay. Do you know why Don's upset with me and why he's so negative with me? He'd like to see me die and all that stuff. Well, it's because in the past, he kind of went along with the Triple R crew. Well, he went along with the Hate crew a long time, but it was because he was trying to get me with the Nika situation, the girl that's disabled, and he couldn't get this through. The lawyer said, I see no reason to do this. He spent a little money, probably more than he said he did, but it don't matter. And, because nothing happened. See, me and Gilda, well, she's friends with her, and we've done a lot for her. But Dawn's always saying I did something horrible to a woman in a wheelchair, which was a horrible thing to say to begin with. But then again, you know where it's coming from. And to kind of elaborate on this, let me tell you something about myself. There was no romantic interest in this girl, and there's a story to this too. There's no romantic interest, so none of that could have happened, and none of that would have happened that he accused me of, because I didn't have a romantic interest for one. Number two, it was just maybe it was kind of shallow of me, but I just couldn't see myself taking care of a disabled person unless it was my partner or something. That just wasn't in the stars for me. And I had all the opportunity. If I had a woman back in Seattle, very attractive woman, she was in a wheelchair, invited over to the table. She was nice, but she had spinal bifida. And she even got mad at me later on because I had to be honest with her. I was relatively young at the time, and I just couldn't see myself wheeling somebody around. Although she gave big arguments to me that, hey, look, I do everything by myself. I take care of my kid. I can clean the floors. I can cook. I can do anything. I don't need any help from a man. I said, well, that's really good. That's really good. But sometimes you have to be honest with somebody and just tell them that, hey man, you're pretty cool and you'd be fantastic as a friend, absolutely. But I've always had my own problems and different things going on. I just really couldn't see myself having to attend. I suppose I'd have to with my own partner here. We live together and all that stuff, but I really couldn't see myself doing that. So that was some really harsh shit that came out of Dawn and other people. Naturally, nothing happened on there. They gave this phony text with an icon on there, and I'm technically challenged, and even I could do that. So that was some really cruel shit to say that stuff, and to try to entice her with money and stuff to do a case on me. Well, it didn't work, and that's one of the furthered reasons that Don is so negative on me. I don't think Don believes anything about me that I would, but he's not going to admit that. He doesn't think that I've ever would defile a child or do something horrible. Never in my life. I even raised my kid on my own. Been around children all my life, one way or the other, in one form or another. I got them right here, they have no complaints. And there's no reason for them to actually have any. So all's good in China and elsewhere, Yeah, but I think it gets pretty cool when they start getting that ugly, and it just makes me more think that perhaps they have more time on their hands than even I could imagine, to wait for I do a show on to record me, whatever they do, and to kind of keep up with every single thing I do on here. It just means that they're taking interest in me, and that's all it really is. I'm flattered by that, but everybody's got their cross to bear, I guess, and I guess Don has his own, because we don't know everything that's going on in his life, and some other trolls we don't know. We know what we know, and we could ascertain a few things. I think we could probably speculate, and speculation is not proof, but I think we could speculate from knowing these people that they're maybe not living the life they're trying to project that they do. That's better than everybody else's. But if you want to buy into that stuff, then I suppose you can. Anywho, this looks like I'm going to die anytime soon. This other doctor, he thinks I'm probably healthier than him. This other doctor, what I mean. No, it's what what it is self awareness, and you got to have self awareness, and not just for medical things, but lots of things. But remember, I said you got to live in your body, and you're aware of any changes, and if you got something that seems different, you check it out, man. If you don't have the money to check it out, if you take it serious, I mean, beg, borrow, steal if you don't have it. I mean, I don't steal, but do what you basically have to do, because otherwise, something is unchecked, it could turn into something that could be a whole lot more costly and maybe more a threat to your life. So, I mean, that's an individualistic thing that people have to do for themselves, not anybody else. You could always give good advice, but, nobody takes your advice. You know how that works. You got to be your own person, your own doctor, your own analyst, your own psychologist, whatever, these days. I was laughing, like in Hawaii, not laughing, but they can't get enough doctors. Do you know what they do? Now, I was just reading on this too. Nobody wants to stay on the big island of Hawaii, really. They'd rather be in Honolulu if they have to, but they got a lot of newbie doctors, and they're just losing so many every year. Either some are retiring, some have died, and they have to offer a sign-up incentive of $50,000 to help pay off some of their education or whatever they use it for. And they'd have to spend they thought it was 3, but it's now 2 years. You have to spend your time in a rural clinic. And that could be murder to some of these doctors because, not of them, everybody wants to live in a cow town. And, let's be realistic about it, the side of the island I was in was pretty much the other side too, but it had more going for it. It was a cow town, really, that's what it was. More agricultural and, not just a weed, but, more agricultural and stuff like that. It wasn't big sprawling buildings and stuff like that and huge malls. And, now the other side of the island didn't have a huge mall or nothing, but that was more the touristy side, where they had all these lots of different tourist things, from boating to submarine rides to marlin fishing to, and they had a lot of really better beaches, little beaches, that were good for surfing, actually, right in town. You could catch a few waves and great for snorkeling and all that. So they had, but in the side of town that I was on, I mean, they had all the little beach parks and all that shit, and on Hilo Bay, but you'd have to do like an 18-mile drive to get over to Kalapana, get to the real ocean, open ocean, and, it wasn't around the house, it wasn't around the corner. So that's the problem. The doctors just didn't want to, the specialist. Now, what they would do, and they would have these specialists from Queens Medical Center from Oahu, Honolulu area, that would they would have like what you call satellite clinics in the East Hawaii area of, near Hilo. And they would have certain days they'd come in, and that's the only way you'd get a specialist. They didn't want to live there. They didn't want to stay there. They didn't want to live there. So they'd have these satellite clinics where they'd show up, and they'd see their patients there because a lot of patients maybe couldn't make it to Oahu, the other island, to, get the kind of specialty help that they need. So that's what happens in a small. Yeah, stitching time saves 9, yeah. So there's a lot of consideration you got to make. I mean, even moving to the Philippines, and you got your choices of where you want to live, and some of these places are pretty. I hear a lot of good stuff about the town I live in all the time, The problem is getting access to certain things you need and medical things. And that could be a hassle. It could be a life and death situation. Because when you only have a hospital, so it's graded as a class 1 hospital, class 1 level, that's barely functionable, They may not even have a defibrillator, but I think they might have got one by now. I've seen where women that were dying having birth there. One time I was there years ago, the woman who gave birth, they were carrying her around on a stretcher. She was dead and she was covered, going to the morgue. I mean, they built a lot of rooms in there, but that was about it. The whole idea was to get a surgeon there full time and to get an ICU unit, but they still don't have it. You got to go above a level 1 class hospital, at least level 2, will afford you some more important amenities. You know, it's not like the hospitals in Cebu. They got all the equipment, they got the specialty doctors, they got ICU units and all that. No, when you're in provinces, you're lucky to find a general practitioner sometimes, you know. So you got to make a decision as to where you want to live and why. Is it just for the beauties or for the beaches? You know, you want to be close to a mall, you want to be close to a real supermarket. You're not going to get that in a lot of these provinces, unfortunately. So there you go, Don. There's my magic 13 he always likes to laugh about. There's that magic number. We went down to 11. Uh-oh, Don. Yeah. So with that being said, yeah, it wasn't a bad visit. I didn't have to spend a lot of money either. He listens to me, though. That's the whole thing. He does listen to me. Checked my ear out, you know, didn't look bad. I said, don't have a heart attack. You're going to see a horror story when you look at my right ear, because I got so much scar tissue in my eardrum and, you know, tympanic membrane, in other words. It didn't look at red and irritated. He said, you're definitely going to feel congestion when you got nasal rhinitis or congestion. You know, it's all on the eustachian tube, and it's all going to go to your ears and all that stuff. And yeah, I've always known that. So yeah, nothing I didn't really know, but I'm glad that there's nothing going on with that, because I'm not going through what I did. I've seen fire and I've seen rain, and I had my days where I had a lot of pain. Do you understand how lucky I am to even live this long? Not that I'm claiming that I'm ancient or anything like that. Man, I've gotten hit by a car once. I could have drowned in a public swimming pool once. I've had the thing in my ear could have killed me. Oh yeah, such a mastoid infection. If that went untreated, I could have had a brain tumor. I could have had meningitis. I could have had, oh my goodness. If I didn't attend to that, that was another a near-death thing, possibly. I've had a few car accidents. Some wasn't my fault. Some, you know, could have been deemed my fault if we got connected. I mean, I'm talking about a millisecond, 2 times a millisecond. Not that I was a bad driver. Both faults at an intersection 2 times where I was so close of T-boning somebody or me being T-boned. Man, I'm telling you, I had some close calls. It's amazing that I am alive today. You had good innings and you have many more. Yeah, I certainly hope so, Mix. I'm not ready to go yet. I'll know when I'm ready. If I had something that bad wrong with me and had some kind of bad cancer and I was in pain or something like that, shit, I'd kill myself. I mean, you know, why? Here's the thing. You get chemotherapy for some form of cancer, you know. And all you're doing really is prolonging the inevitable. So that means you got to suffer. And if you don't suffer, well, they can give you really hard-ass medication, but you'll be like a zombie. You'll be knocked out all the time. You won't even be aware that you have a visitor. So it's something you have to think about ahead of time. Non-resuscitate order, something like that. I mean, I think that's something we should all have. And I haven't written up one, you know. It's called DNR, do not resuscitate. I don't like to talk about this gory stuff or morbid stuff, but it's just a reality, you know. So I will cough. I'm not going to hide my coughing. I'm not going to say it's not from the smoking because it irritates your throat, but it's coming from my sinuses right now and some mucus. Yeah. And there you go. There's a sniff, my famous cocaine sniff. Gee, I'm surprised Dawn didn't hit me with that one, that Frank is on cocaine or something. Or Shabu or some shit like that. Come on, you're getting weak, Dawn. You know, you got to do better than that. Yeah, when I see them, I mean, they're off to school or some athletic event they have. I barely see them, really. No, but we get along real well. Unlike Jimbo, he's having trouble with Dexel. His wife in the Philippines is having trouble with the family. The guy's going to get himself killed, either from his neighbors that he had a law case with, that injury thing, whatever. I'm sure Jim started it. I'm more than sure. Yeah, I'm not going to hide my cough. I need the cough. I'm going to cough. Sometimes I go on. I mute him. I mute myself. But if I have to cough, I'll cough. It's not a Barry Jordan thing going on right now. Yeah. Now they're well adjusted and all that, and yeah. So I have expenditures every month too. I just got more medicine stuff for my dog's eyes because she could go blind if you got dry eyes, you go blind. I don't know if you knew that. Even for humans, yeah, it affect the globe of your eye. And I pretty much have dry eyes because how do I know that? Because occasionally I do have a tear coming out the corner of my eyes, and that's a symbol of dry eyes. And you think, how could you have moisture coming out of here if you have dry eyes? No, you do. It will produce. So this same stuff I give my daughter, I take myself, but you can't give your dog invisible tears, whatever. It has stuff in there that's not good for a dog. You got to get a special thing like I got. So yeah, I spent a little money on that shit, but it's worth it. I love my dogs, but I don't think she has the best eyesight in the world anyway. One of her eyes from all this, quite frankly. But I don't want it to get worse. Let's see. Mike says I was struck how much mannered Gilder's kids are. The accountancy girl buys you presents whenever she travels, etc. They're good. Yeah, they're good kids. I don't know. According to trolls, of course, you have to listen to them. I got a horrible life here, and oh yeah, that's the main thing I'm hearing. Oh yeah, Don. He'll see comments on the copycat channel. Oh yeah, Frank has a family that can't stand me. Wish I was dead. The kids don't talk to me. Oh, I know what the topic was going to be. Loneliness. Okay, that was another thing with him. Let me give a little information here. When I lived in Hawaii, first of all, I didn't have a lot of hang around. I don't think I had any hang around friends at all in Hawaii. And I lived there for like 14 years, other than my brother, when he came. No. I mean, I knew people, I had acquaintances. They weren't all people I hung out with. No, I went 14 years in Hawaii. My neighbors, we had both had acquaintances, or my brother had a couple of friends. It's no different than it is here now. And Dawn, and when they say I'm so lonely, so lonely I could cry. No, it's not like that. I got Gilda's companionship. I got the kids here. I got my dogs. I'm not lonely. In fact, I prefer my situation because I told you I don't, even more so these days with people turning violent and the attitudes of people, I'd rather not be around a lot of people. I'm comfortable in my own element. Let's just put it that way. More so than I ever was. It's even, I'll even go back to Seattle. I'll even go back to those days. And I'll definitely tell you that there was a group of friends I had, but we just, mostly it was women friends I hung out with, had girlfriends. That's all I needed. I didn't need male friends. I didn't even care for male friends, to be honest with you. The only time I saw male friends was when, every other weekend or something, we'd go out to those clubs that had bands that played music and stuff, and that was it. So pretty much, even in high school, I just was not like that. I was not like, I mean, speaking of the devil, here we go. The older boy. Yeah, I go back in time. I remember growing up in New York. Well, then I had childhood friends, sort of. I didn't hang with a lot either, but I think I was really shy as a kid. I mean, I was totally. You'll have a few expenses when Gilda's kids get married, but that's all. Yeah, well, of course. Oh, her nephew just got married. But actually, it was a nephew. It wasn't. I think I told you guys it was. Uh, what is it? No, it was a nephew. But we'll get to that when it comes to that. Hopefully, that ain't for a long time. But Don, I know you're listening, Popeye, and wherever. Dudes, let me tell you something. If you actually were experienced with some attitude, sure. What? Yeah. I think in some sense, Don and Popeye and so forth, I think that you would probably have a pretty good life if you were living mine. Maybe I don't have a lot of money, and maybe these guys are still working and making money or something. But you know what? As far as I'm concerned, retirement doesn't mean working. And despite them thinking I didn't put my time in, hey, I got enough time to get my pension and all that shit. That's all that matters. I don't hear any bullshit about that. Oh yeah, you conned the system. I didn't con anybody. You want to see my X-rays? I'll even get them out someday. I don't have to prove anything. Yeah, you'll see what I'm talking about. I don't have to prove shit, you know. And if I need to something like showing you a paper earlier, my urinalysis thing, that was for content because that's where I just came back from, and I wanted to kind of share that information because I was thinking something different, and that didn't happen, and that's why to share and talking about it. But realistically, if you still have to work, you're so money oriented. The thing is, these people are getting fucking old and they're holding on to their fucking money. What do they do with their money? I mean, what good is money if you're not going to spend it? Spend it all before you die. Spend it. That's a philosophy I've heard many times on the internet from a lot of different times of distinguished people. You know, what's that accountancy girl is on Western Money anyway? Not really. I mean, I think the company is an American company, but they're not exactly paying American wages, though. Not really. But she doesn't make bad money for a Filipina. No, she's not wealthy or nothing. I mean, you know. But where was I? Yeah, it's all relevant or irrelevant. I mean, the fact is, you're getting older. You know. See, you got to get that shit out. And that's all from my fucking nasal drip. They act up. My allergies act up here and there for good reason too. Especially lately, they've been burning a lot of shit around here. But the idea, if you're going to be retired, and if you happen to have a person that has a lot of money, you shouldn't be spending all your time on YouTube or waiting for Frank's show to come on, making rude comments on somebody's show. I would think, and I would generalize anyway, I don't know, that they would be doing things and would not have the time to get involved in shit like that. I mean, one would think. So, in the way I look at it, why do they keep on not shutting the gate? Jesus Christmas. Hold on. Jeez, come on, man. What the fuck? I see what's happening here. Hold on. Here we go. Oh, you ready to leave again? Are you leaving now? Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll open it up. What the hell? Hold on. What's going on with this thing? Okay. Yeah, this gate is about falling apart here. Bear with me a second here, folks. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would really think that they would be doing something a little more special with their time than talking about me. Sure, I know they'd like to see me dead. I understand that. Which is a terrible thing to do. I mean, Popeye only parts with his money when the teacher is involved. Oh yeah, that's funny. Oh yeah, he'll donate to her. We know who you're talking about. Well, he'll definitely donate to her.
What? What does he think's going to happen? What does he think's going to happen? You think he's going to get together with her? She's going to go come all the way to Florida? And, in fact, she was in the United States all over the place for a while. Did she go over and visit Popeye? No, she didn't. She sure didn't. As far as I know. But I get your point. So, these people need to be mindful of their own life and their own business. Don't worry about mine. You get your wish someday, but I may outlive you. You just never know. I never know. I may outlive all these trolls, despite what my age is and what their age is. You just don't know. That happens. It's going to happen to every one of us. But you can't, put your life on hold because of it. Every day that goes by is a grateful day that you make it to the next morning so I could do a show or something. I wouldn't be doing shows if I wasn't alive. But I do know where I'm going with my vlogging. I'm just not going to talk about it. Yeah, I know where I'm going, and it's why I've been doing a lot of shows too. I'm just getting a lot of shit out. Yeah. What's really funny is that Gilda has one of those fanny bags, We call them bitch bags or whatever. And I'll have to show you it in a few minutes. Why? Okay, let's see. Nothing against American people, but I never seen so much hate from the Yankees towards you. It's shocking, really. Well, it's like everything I discussed. They don't really have as much going on in their life as they'd like to, or they can't make it out here, or they're not ready to retire, or something happened in the past. There's always a catalyst to that. Like I said, let's talk about Barry, let's talk about Brevis, okay? I wanted nothing to do with them. So their reaction to me is to go against me. I didn't want friendship from Brevis because he was a fucking lunatic stalker. I didn't want anything to do with Barry because he was, I'm not a person that, measures people in class necessarily, but just lack of other words is to say he just wasn't my class, and, he was not the kind of person, because he would have been leeching off me money all the time, and, he just was obviously what he is, you know what he's all about. I don't have to explain on Barry's situation. His actions and manners, and it pretty much speaks for itself, historically. So, but I'm not bothered by this. You see, this has been going on such a long time. I'm not bothered by this, not in the least. You know how long I've been around on YouTube, right? Yeah, it's been a while. I'm not bothered by any of this shit. You can trust me on that. I'm going to hear whatever, it plays. They could talk about me. They could talk about my girlfriend. They could talk about her family. Shit, this has been going on for so long. It's like kids play. It's just, it's something that I expect. Okay. So if I just expect it, I handle it very well. And of course, I think about the source. That's important, where it's coming from, obviously. So, I want to show somebody's name on your bag. Where's your bag over there?
Huh?
Your fanny pack. I'll show you the name on this thing. So I tell you, she's a big fan of Aloes, man. Let me tell you. Where's your fanny pack that she was wearing today? I was hoping that Al would be on, because he'd have a laugh on this. Out. Check it out. She was wearing that today. Look at that. Aloe. Oh, hope Aloe sees this. Now that's funny. Okay, my dog's eyes. I have to attend to some.
What do you want to eat?
What I want to eat? I thought maybe it has something cooking up. I don't need much. I might even have some of that Canton noodles or something. I don't really. Yeah, I don't care. I don't need anything elaborate. Okay, I need a clean rag for her eye. And she comes right up to me. I'll say, Jibs, let me see your eyes. I'll show you.
That's amazing. Ginger, let me see your eyes. Come here. Can we see your eyes? Okay, sit down. Good girl. Okay, let me see your eyes, sweetheart. You know what I'm doing, right? Yeah. That's my good girl. You know the routine, don't you? You certainly do, don't you? Because she has dry eye syndrome, okay? And I have to attend to this every single day, you know. I can't show you what I'm doing. I'm rubbing her eyebrows around. She has a little pus in there. And I gently, with a cloth, not a tissue, because a tissue leaves residue. Okay, baby, okay. Hold. Stop licking my hand. Stop licking my hand. Sometimes I'll squish her eyebrows together to get a little pus out, you know. I know. It's a pain in the ass, isn't it? Okay, well, I got what I got. I got out what I got. Okay, baby. Okay. There we go. That's called caring for your dog. And some people mistreat animals. I definitely wouldn't be friends. I mean, that's another thing with Barry. It was talked about, you know, rocks at dogs or hot water or some shit like that. He was just evil all the way through. Totally evil all the way through. So you wonder why. And that's how a lot of this started, really. For people that are wondering, well, how did this all start? Well, that's pretty much it, you know. There's a lot of reasons. There's envy, there's jealousy, and it is. And they say, oh yeah, envy and jealousy. Well, it's just a fact, there is. Like I said, you know, one of them made a statement, I wouldn't be with my girlfriend I give him 6 weeks and it's over. Well, around the corner from being 10 years. So, as I said, I haven't given out any cigars yet to anybody. Not yet. In 10 years, I haven't given anybody a goddamn cigar. Haven't handed out any cigars. Because there's none to hand out. There's, you know. And I got to do something. I got to put a water bottle on here, so you got to hold on a minute. Okay. Okay. I'll be with you shortly. All right, took care of that. Oh, I can't lift a 40 or a 60-pound jug. Well, there you go. Apparently I could. So, I don't know what to tell you guys. Just pay no mind to the crap that you hear on here. There's not one shred of truth that they ever spoke about me on here. And I'm going to tell you, don't expect it. Because it's just not going to happen. It's just not. So whatever you hear, I think you know a little bit better. Let's see. Pancreas cancer on chili muncie. Chili muncie. Maybe I'll try the chili muncie. Just a small packet, really. I could add something to this too, like lentils or something good. Tell me something good. Be nice to hear something good from one of my viewers. Oh, the pain, the pain. The pain, the pain of being a YouTuber. Tell me something good. Yeah, right. When hell freezes over, right? So much negativity, man. And you know, it's not, let me tell you something else. It's not, you know, the insult. I mean, well, that's part of it, but I mean, 2, 3, 4 maybe? Okay. It's just the negativity that gets to me. It's the negativity. It's not, well, insults are negative, yeah, but it's overall. And how these people say take such an interest in the Philippines, but what are they doing? They're knocking Filipinos, they're knocking the culture, everything. So why do you even come bother to this format, to this genre? Why do you bother? No one's forcing anybody. I got nothing for you. Oh man, when I have peanut butter, forget it, sticks to my throat. I had to take a dip of that. Some extra protein. So, doctor's visit wasn't bad. There are still other things that one should do to verify certain things. To be sure, if you want to go to the expense and so forth, you can do that. And sometimes it's probably worth doing. Where's that lotion to clean off the skin, the dirt out of the skin? Do you have that lotion to get? I want to wipe down my face with the cotton. It's on the ship.
White color.
You mean this?
No! The big white.
Big white. Okay.
Like milk.
This?
Hello, hey, white na. Look at that one. It's white inside.
White inside. Okay, you're looking. Oh, gotcha. This stuff.
That one. White.
That one. Okay. Oh, this is from Japan too. I like to wipe the soil of the day off my face on this little cotton pad. You'd be surprised what comes off. Mick says exactly, the big man in Cebu, now living in Vietnam, castigates the PI so much and is basically on tourist board for Vietnam. Oh, how times change when they don't get their way. Exactly. Yeah.
You done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Done like that?
Well, you got something better?
No, after that one, I give you this
Oh, you're going to put something else on me. Let me see what that is.
lemon.
Le Mer, that's expensive. La Lotion, Presson, French. And what does that do? So I clean my skin. So now I got to put something else on it. Okay. Go for it. See? That's just from going outside. Now she's got the special lotion. And what is that supposed to do?
Anti-aging.
Anti-aging. Oh, I need that.
It's not for you. For me.
For you, for me. Me too. And you know when you don't have any good skin elasticity somewhere, folks? I got it okay, my arms and stuff, but I tell you what, I went to my leg, and I know that my skin is very dry.
It's a habit.
I was actually sitting in this lab office today, and I'm not seeing it now, but I can see what you do is you pinch your skin, going back to your calf,
I put this too.
and you put something else on there too. Damn, that's a moisturizing. Boy, do I need that. And you pull on your skin. If it doesn't retract real quick,
Just
then
like that.
you don't have, how much? That's just that. If you don't, if it doesn't draw back real quickly, your skin elasticity is really bad. And you're gonna need more C, you're gonna need more collagen. And definitely my legs, they are dry as compared to my arms or hands, you gotta rub that in now. What a gal. What a gal. You can take my hat off, it's all right. My hair looks like shit as usual, but okay, that's good. Give me a facial here today.
Still have pa.
Oh yeah.
Wala pa.
Anything else?
Yeah.
You got something else you're gonna put on? Jeez. Is she swell or what? Damn. You gotta love her. How could you not? So caring. Now you got another thing. She gets the stuff from the mall. She has a family member.
Serum.
This is a serum now. Now she's going to see.
Lover.
Lemire Company. Now she's going to apply a serum.
This one, no, this one is eye.
How's Bill the online business going? Shh. Between you and me, she doesn't have one.
Not online.
Tell me something good.
You cannot use your hands together.
Yeah, I guess there's one more measure here. Nix, I forgot. Where you from? You're not in the country here. Oh, for under eyes, for my bags?
Yeah.
You need a lot of that. Oh, baggy eyes, they say. Oh, baggy eyes. Well, I see some of their eyes on here, and a lot baggier than mine, a lot of these trolls down here. Yeah, worried about the bags under my eyes. Hey, I earned every bit of it. Now, I don't know what that's really going to do.
Then,
Reduce puffiness or something. Well, I can feel something on that, too.
huh?
I can almost feel it working, 3311.
Smell good, huh?
Yeah, that has a nice smell. Well, I think you're a troll, dude. You want to know, can you spell socks fast? Are you like,
Then sunblock.
what does it mean? It sounds like it's speaking in Spanish. That wouldn't sound like it's speaking Spanish if you said that 3 times. Now she's putting sunblock on me. A four-part treatment. Look at that, huh? My goodness. My goodness. Yeah, my neck especially. Fucking turkey neck, right? You want me to wear turtlenecks on here too, folks? I can accommodate.
So now look in your mirror. You feel better.
Oh, I'm supposed to look good in the mirror now
Yeah.
because of what you did?
Yeah.
No, I like the light over here. Let's see. I'm still gonna be ugly. I don't look the same to me.
The same, right? But you can feel that one.
I got a big frown line going on here now. I'm starting to get, oh my goodness.
Use this.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a frown line on me. Very, very apparent. I'm not on camera right now, but yeah, I never really had a problem with the frown lines. I guess that was bound to happen. Bound to happen. Oh well. Oh, look at people like Popeye and all these people. Holy shit. Look at Mike's Philippines retirement. I mean, Jesus Christ. And he's my age, too. I mean, imagine that shit. God, let's just consider myself fucking lucky. I can't fight age that, efficiently, but you can do what you can. You can do the best you can. What you got? Normally I use retinol. I don't know if I like this retinol I have, but I have retinol here, and I'm going to start using it tonight again. Yeah. And that's your best bet, and one of them is retinol. Now you might ask, why do you bother, Well, I'll tell you why. It's because I don't like to let myself just go, That's just not who I am. I don't, hold on. I mean, Jesus, have you seen pictures of Don C? Oh my goodness. Heavens to Murgatroyd. Heavens to Murgatroyd. I've seen pictures of Don C. On video, even. On video. And he's not looking good for his age, I'll tell you that. I could definitely tell you that. Without even thinking, I could definitely tell you that. He's not looking that good at all, brother. Don C. can afford to talk about me in any respect. Does he have more money than me? Possibly. Yeah, I'm sure he does. Does that make him more special than me? Of course it doesn't. Not one bit. Money is not everything. It's not everything. It helps, but it's not everything. If you're a schmuck and a piece of shit, then you're still a schmuck and a piece of shit. I mean, you know, you're not gonna change that. Nothing's gonna change that. Yeah, you're exactly right. I'm just trying to be the best version of myself. That's all I'm trying to do. I don't act like I'm old. I don't talk like I'm old. And contrary to what you believe, I don't walk like I'm old. And I don't walk like a crab. I have some curvature in the spine. So I don't walk like an army sergeant, you know. That's for damn sure. But all considered, not bad. And this is my lunch. It's kind of a Canton noodle. There is some meat in there because I have some lentils that had some beef in there. Has some flavoring, a little hot, chili-ish. But there's nothing fancy for lunch. I don't need anything fancy for lunch. I throw these things together all the time. I'm pretty good at that. I know where to get my carbs. I know where to get my protein. But again, some of the things, good things I do for myself, is it a guarantee on anything? Nah. I never said it was. Oh, it does. It gives you a little edge. That's what it does. It gives you an edge. And why not? And why not? Pardon me, but I am hungry. I am eating. Well, I haven't been listening to any other than some news. I don't know who's been on. I'm sure I'm not missing anything. What I get a real kick out of is when I hear them talking, they go, wait a minute, didn't you just talk about this like about a week ago? I take pride in myself that I'm really versatile. I can come up with topic matter just out of my head in a moment's notice. I just, you know, if I have to talk about something I've talked about before, it's only in reference to something, but I don't make a whole show out of it. That's what I do. This is not really a bad lunch. Got my lentils, a little bit of ground beef in there, and I got the little bit spicy noodles. Not bad at all. Well, I think Scotty's going to be going down. That's what I think, if he doesn't leave the country soon. There's a lot of chatter about Scotty. I go in certain circles to find out about him. I need a little water. Boy, I chowed that shit down rather quick. I'll tell you that. I certainly did. This was good. I wasn't going to make no elaborate lunch. Sometimes we do. And I say, you know, I just say, save it for dinner, man. Don't need to make an elaborate lunch. Shouldn't even have to eat lunch, really. You need 2 meals a day. That's all you really should have. That's all you really need. Skip 1 meal. However, I haven't done that, but remember what I said about salt? This ain't the best salt, it's all the store had. And you're gonna drink water, at least, you know, You don't have to do it every glass you take, but every breath you take, I'll be watching you. Put a little tinge of salt in your water because you're losing all those minerals and you sweat and everything else. You're losing electrolytes and all that shit. So you put a little bit of salt in your drinking water. And they say never really drink cold water because that doesn't do good for your digestive system and otherwise. Drink, room temperature water. That's because that's all you need. That's all you need. I was always so used to drinking cold water all the time. And I was doing wrong. I didn't realize it for lots of reasons I was doing wrong. And that you have to, even the goddamn water you drink, you got to watch that too. Not only the purity of it, but, but a lot of kids are getting in trouble, man, even adults. They're getting these energy drinks and shit. That, oh my God. They got so much caffeine and shit in there and sugar that they're suffering. I've seen on the internet that certain kids have died. This one girl, she's only in her fucking 20s. Doesn't matter if she's good looking or not. She was good looking. She died at a young age because she had about 5 or 6 of these energy drinks during the day and it made her heart stop off rhythm or something like that. I can't imagine anybody. Why do you need that? That's like drinking 200 cups of coffee or something. Bon appetit. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I think I had a pretty good visit to the diagnostic center. I really would have liked to get the ultrasound, but they were really busy. And I don't think it would have showed out too much anyway. I'm getting ahead of myself and spending money I don't need to spend because according to this doctor and according to urinalysis and things like that, there's really nothing going on. My kidneys are actually healthy. Anything in between that, I mean, there could be a stricture in the urethra. Yeah, from having a stone there and from invasive procedures to go inside you and explore and then the lithotripsy to bust off the stone. Yeah, that could potentially do damage. That could. But, I don't know that yet. I'm not terribly worried about it. As long as I can get piss out of me, I'm happy. I ain't going to do nothing about my prostate gland because there's nothing I can do about it. It's normal size for my age, I was told, and how many grams it weighs and all that stuff and the size. That's going to happen. You're going to get that puppy bump against your bladder, and that may cause you. That's what it is. I mean, BPH, you call it, yeah. And it's going to make you want to pee more often. Can you handle that? I mean, I don't know. I could handle that. Except if I have to get up a bunch of times at night, which I'm fortunate. I did wake up really early. I felt the need to go. Now, I don't know if because the efficacy, I love that word, efficacy of the med I take to help me sleep and get to sleep, wears off after 4 hours. Now, it could have been that. It could have been the rattling of my window with the wind. It could have been anything. It could have been Gilda turning over or going to the bathroom somewhere in the bathroom, getting up or something. She always thinks I'm asleep, but I'm not, Sure, I'd like to get a straight 8 hours sleep a night, but that's never going to happen. And you could, but you don't want to combine it with anything. You don't want to combine it with antihistamines because it's a central nervous system depressant. You can stop breathing in the middle of the night. And there's a lot of people actually do. My brother stopped breathing 90 times in one night. And that's why Ricky, good old Licky, wears a CPAP machine and wears a mask. Because he stops breathing during the night. God damn it. One night he don't use that damn thing. Gee. Well, I seen the table of medicines that he takes, so Ricky's he's not in any good shape at all. You know everything about me. I go to Kerwin's all the time. What else is there? You go up to Bantai and you go to Prince, but I gotta tell you, they don't have much else there either, man, I'll tell you that. You get a few meats and stuff, we'll buy there or something. A little pork, a little ground beef, or And there's a couple of frozen items that are huh? Yeah, I ate fast. I made the noodles. I threw little lentils in there. Oh God, I eat that pork, huh? See, my goodness, I don't eat that shit. Yeah, they do have a lot of canned, but no, Kerwin's. Yeah, the only canned food that they have there is, if you're into sardines or meat loaf, they call it, or what they, live as, corned beef or something. It's it's horrible, man. Highly cholesterol, highly salt. You might as well take a gun and kill yourself, and that's exactly what they do out here. I'm afraid to tell you, that's what they do. I can't. I was on the. I'll give you an example. I was coming home from Bantyne. I was on a jeepney, a very nice one too. This is like, man, the paint outside, the design, the chrome hold-on handbars are all chromed out, and on diamond plate flooring, not wood. This looked brand new. He must have put a lot of money into it. Said, wow, this is really nice. But there were two women that got on there. Landers, you mean? I'll get to that. And I said, two women, and they were like big as a beluga whale. They had these legs that were from here to eternity, kind of like, Ricky's legs. I said, holy shit, the belly to go with it. And I'm saying, I just come to a conclusion that they just don't really care. They just want to eat and eat. It's not always how much they eat. It's actually what they eat on a regular basis. That's what kills them. And diabetes is so big out here in heart disease. It is so huge. It's so huge. And they become huge, But they don't care. But they don't seem to care. Putting them. So you want to get tattoos? Well, good for you. You want to just defile, whatever you want to call your body like that. 1-to-1 scale, full realistic tattoo of my face, tattooed onto my face. If that goes well, I'm getting a 1-to-1 full body of my body on my body. You're too weird. Okay, thanks for sharing that with me. And where did these cuckoo birds come from? Tell me something good. Be a change. Other than that, nothing too personal around here. As if I went to the El Doctero, and I didn't have to have certain tests. That's good. Doesn't look like I need antibios. That's good. He doesn't think my lungs are that fucked up, but then again, in all honesty, he said you really have to get a CAT scan to really figure out, because there's some things that ain't going to show up on x-rays, perhaps, unless you have a large tumor, you're going to see that. But, the thing is with an MRI or CAT scan, it's they're going to, the imaging will reveal some of the smaller structures that you can't see on an x-ray or anything like that, or an ultrasound. That's what they're good for, but they're really expensive. I mean, compared to America, they're cheap. What I had? The time I had an MRI, what was it? Or a CAT scan, what was it? I think I had a senior discount. They even gave me that. And 8 to 10,000 pesos, that's like less than $200 for a CT or MRI. That's pretty damn good. What's according how much of your body you're going to scan and all that stuff. You have to do a full body. Well, obviously that's going to cost a lot more. But I have to tell you, that's awfully cheap. Oh, fuck yeah. And I forgot. Where do you live? Yeah, as I said, I see it every day, but I was on the jeepney today coming back from Bantyne, and 3 people had entered there, even one guy. They were all overweight, man. It used to be years ago that Filipinos were known as very thin people, and you didn't really see all that. They weren't known for their obesity, but yeah, they've come a long way since, Can't say that these days, you know. The women are getting chunky, but so is U.S. women. And let me tell you something. I had, I used to date. I would say that they were fairly attractive. A lot of the women I dated back in Seattle days, but and the ones I've ever even heard of, I mean, beyond all these years, if I happen to find them on Facebook or something like that, out of curiosity, you know, they're still alive or something, you know. And I've seen pictures of them, and I said, that can't be the same person. Tell me that's not the same person that I dated. So maybe I was lucky after all that certain relationships didn't last. Oh, you're the one in, oh, the Ireland mix. Okay, yeah, you were a major troll. Oh, you're cool on my channel. Oh, yeah, you used to attack me a lot. Didn't you used to do some things in the graveyard, and you were doing videos in the graveyard or something? Do you remember that? You the same one? Yeah. Now, you've been cool on my channel, though. I mean, hey, whatever you did in the past, you've been cool on my channel. Yeah. You know, just keep up the good work. I was another guy from Ireland, I don't know. He did some weird shit, I don't know. Then again, you know, there's a lot of weird shit on here. And god damn it, if I see another fucking feed on here about fucking Vitaly or Slim, I'm gonna scream. Wow, that is like free publicity. Well, those guys are gonna make a lot more money than they were making. What turned out to be a bad thing that happened to them in the Philippines turned out to be a treasure chest for them. Holy shit. You wait when they start vlogging again. Everybody and their grandmother's going to tune in on them. They're going to have more viewers and subs than they ever had before because everybody wants to know the aftermath, what they're doing, and blah, blah, blah in their country, whatever. Oh, you wait and see. They'll be back on. I told you, Vitaly, no, who was it? Yeah, Vitaly said that he was going to be doing this. You know, he hid the camera from the guards, and he was taking a lot of video inside the jail. Pardon me. And he's compiling a whole bunch of this shit that he was able to take while he was in there, and it was 9 months. So he has a lot of shit he's going to put on. And you wait and see what happens with that. Your phone is going to explode from so many people coming on there. You were cool on your channel, then Mick Fish. Oh, the fish burger. Mick Fish blocked me as you had him. I had Mick as a wrench. Are you kidding me? I don't remember that. But I never turned on you after he did that. But I'll tell you this, Frank, that Mick Fish is poison. Yeah, he is. He is. I sensed it after I met him. I sensed it. And then when I was on him on Messenger, I knew it, and I broke off my communication with him. And that's why Mick is not very friendly with me. He will never say anything good about me. Pardon me, I'm going to be coughing. It's the same thing what happened with Barry and other people. You know, Jay used to try to be friendly with me. He'd be messaging me, not all the time, but he'd be messaging me on Facebook Messenger and always trying to get information about me about something or somebody or something. But then, then they turn on you and they don't get their way. You know, I had nothing against the McFish sandwich. It's just that, he's hanging around with Big E, and Big E don't like me, and you know how those two are two peas in a pod. Lovers, whatever the hell they are, who the fuck knows. But he had to please Big E. You know how that works on here. Yeah, I can't believe I had him as a mod. The mod squad. No, I can't. It's hard to believe that. I'll take your word. I don't remember that, but I'll take your word on that. Shit. How things change. But that's the progression of how things work. Maybe you block somebody on your channel and they turn on you. Pardon me again, my throat is so dry. So absolutely dry. I need a lozenge or something, which I didn't buy. So if I cough now and then, I'm not another reincarnation of Barry. I'll assure you, I know what's going on with that. Just deal with it. Or if it bothers you, I'll mute it. Mute him, mute him. I always loved that one. Have a good memory for that shit. He got around you to block me, if you recall, but I never turned on you as I knew he was poisoning you about me. Well, that's what they do. It's their job to poison people's minds about people. Look, I've been on here long enough, and even you might admit it or not, that people know who I am. They not only know where I live and what I look like, sunglasses on, hat on, hat off. They know my personality. They know whether I'm speaking the truth or not, because you could easily catch me in a lie, and there's not many times that has ever happened. I'm living a decent life. I got a fantastic partner, and so forth and so on. Now, if you've been listening to me for a while, all that leaks out, and you'll know it's true. Certain things you can't hide. Let's see, you got around, you blocked me. Okay, I read that. What you see, what you see and hear is what you get. There's no way around that with me. I can't help but be myself. I can't help myself for loving you. I seem to have a song for every occasion, don't I? I'm a regular songbird. Oh, I know what's happening. I took that, oh yeah, acetylene, and that's breaking up any mucus in my chest. Now I know what's going on. Pretty much. So it's working. But I gotta give something to water to drink, actually. Oh, Frank. Dropping the remote every single time. I got a bad habit when I sit in my chair. I pick up the remote and I put it on my lap, and then I get up and forget it's there and wind up getting busted all over the damn floor. You still having that? Is that still good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little cake.
Yeah, I'm not big on the Goldilocks cakes.
And that one is
Mocha.
mocha.
Yeah, I don't like that coffee taste. I don't like. That's one cake or something. If I get a sweet tooth, I don't. There's no competition for that, because I'm not really big on that mocha taste or something. Hope that does the job. I guess I'll be on here for a few more minutes. I don't know. I kind of schedule my time out when I'm going to watch a movie or not, if I can find something worthwhile. But then our daughter, she's working online. It's great to have a job. You can work online like that. You don't have to show up, but she does have to show up to I think their main office, and they have an office in Manila. So she has to go there every now and again, have meetings and stuff. She's actually a manager of sorts. She has people underneath her. Yeah. I always try to take people at face value, but a lot of these characters try to poison others because their face didn't fit. And it easily happened. People believe them. Yeah. Exactly. I'm not going to make excuses for my coughing. Sometimes I mute myself on here. Not to be labeled like Barry, like my lungs are falling apart or something. No, they're not. I tell you. Or maybe I wouldn't. I don't know. I got my normal sinus thing. I got my allergies and blah, blah, blah. Now, unless my mucus starts turning green or something, it could be an indication of an upper respiratory infection, but that hasn't happened. If that does, I simply go back in again. And then if I need to take an antibiotic, then I will. You just can't pop antibiotics like they're M&M candies, Some people do. I had a friend that passed away, Larry, from New York. I grew up with him, and he had such a challenged immune system that, well, what came first, the chicken or the egg? One of those situations where he had to take pretty much antibiotics all his fucking life into 73 years old. Passed away at 73 or 74, 73. But he had all kinds of problems, vascular problems, and yeah. And you know what antibiotics do? It challenges your immune system. So he had to be on them. He had to take antibiotics just to. I said, wait a minute. Doesn't your body build up a tolerance to a certain antibiotic or resistant? You become bacteria become resistant to a certain antibiotic, and yeah, that does happen. But I mean, how many antibiotics are on the market throughout his life? I mean, how many do you have? No wonder he was sickly because. Geez, if you have to take antibiotics all the time, you got to continue because anything that'll hit you with bacteria or something is going to affect you in some way. I can't see your whole life taking antibiotics, but he did. He did. Pretty sad. This guy never even got laid. 73 years old he died. He never even got laid because he had these really peculiar parents that overprotected him to a point that it didn't allow him to have a life at all. Always reminding him that he was sick. No, you can't go out and play with the kids. Well, you see, and I grew up with him on Howard Street, and most kids were out there playing in the snow, making snow caves and all that shit, and he'd be at his window out there just waving to us, and that was sad, because you have to expose yourself to all these elements. You have to expose yourself to bacteria and viruses and all that shit. That's how your immune system has a memory and it knows what to go after. If you don't, you can't beat a boy in a bubble, the plastic bubble. Was it John Travolta had one showing up, didn't he? You can't do that. Because your body, you need to touch crappy shit. You need to put your hands on bacteria, handrails and all that kind of shit. Just afterwards, use some kind of wash your hands and stuff, but that's how your body builds up immunity. I mean, you got to do that. Nothing stopped me from touching the shittiest stuff. I mean, really, you got to allow your body to be exposed to this stuff, I'm not one for not putting my hands in soil or getting my hands soiled. That don't bother me. I just wash it off. Or working with soil, planting things, all kinds of shit. I'm not afraid of that. I'm not a fucking microbial maniac or something. I just do things intelligently, hygienically as best as I can anyway. I bet half of you don't even clean off your toilet bowl seat. I mean, I do. Even when you wipe your butt, you're probably not all there either. Go smell your underwear at the end of the day. Go ahead. You fart? Well, fecal matter is getting on your underwear and your pants. If you didn't know that, you might be smelling it out. You don't even know, but somebody might smell you. So if you got a bum gun or something, use it. If you don't, then you can start off with toilet paper, then, wipe off with a moist rag and remove other debris. I mean, some people get dingleberries. Gross from their toilet paper or otherwise, you get dingleberries. I love talking about this shit. I really do. Yeah, I need some fucking love. We got this throat spray that prevents coughing. Oh, where is that? I don't have a fever. I don't have anything like that. I'm not vomiting. I'm not diarrhea. So I'm okay. It's just a combination of things I talked about. The allergies and all this shit and, irritation in my throat. I mean, who do you think smoking? Of course it is. Duh, of course it's going to irritate your throat or whatever. That just goes along with the territory. Duh. Then don't smoke, Frank. Yeah, I already know that. The guy was going to give me some patches and shit today. I said, I already have. And by the way, courtesy of McFish, believe it or not. McFish, when he met me, I thought maybe he had some substance after all. He gave me this good-sized box of these nicotine gum. But I'm not kidding. He actually gave me a box of nicotine gum. And I'm thinking to myself, well, that was awfully generous of him. I still have it here. And I started thinking, maybe he's not a bad guy. And maybe he's not a bad guy. Maybe he's just one of these guys that can't think for himself. I never did anything terribly wrong to Mick. He knows that. But he got to go along with Big E. He's got to go along with the crowd. I don't think Mick can do things independently. The Mick Fishburger, I don't think he could. From my experience. Initially, I had nothing against him. And, you know, his friend, what's her name? Gotta remember her name. Never had anything against her. This is nonsense. Nothing against her at all. I never did. Nothing. See, I still don't. Other than maybe the fact that she's siding with Mick. I've heard her say some, on comments on the show, some kind of derogative comments about me. Maybe I'm the one that should be upset. And tell me honestly, what have I ever said about her? You know who I'm talking about. When have you ever heard me say anything really bad about her? Not in my head, not in my brain, not in my knowledge. And would I have a reason to do so? No. I don't have any reason. I never did. I think I go around just attacking everybody in here. I don't. And neither one of them did I have anything against. It's just that, well, you know, Mick Fishburger had a mission. That's why he met me. A mission was to convince me to drop charges on Barry. That's all he didn't give a fuck. He even said it on his show. I didn't come here to make friendship with him. I already know that, Mick Fisher. You know, I already know that, sir. McBurger. I'm not that dumb. But I thought he had something genuine in him, that the fact he'd give me a box of nicotine. I mean, he's the kind of guy that'd like to see me dead, you know? Why was he giving me a box of nicotine gum? That really surprised me, you know? Robert Cook is in here. Peace is not merely a distant goal that we seek, but a means by which we arrive at that goal. Ooh, sounds like some Eastern philosophy. I like it, though. I like it. Peace of mind, peace of the soul, piece of pie. And right now, I don't want to talk about sweets. If I had a piece of apple pie or blueberry pie right now, I'd be a happy man. I'd be a very happy man. Like I said, I don't indulge, but put it in front of me at the moment I have a sweet tooth. In fact, I'd be happy with a piece of dark chocolate. I like that because if you got a good high percent of cacao, however you want to say, cacao, it's cacao. The higher the percentage, the less sugar's in it. And it's got so many strong, it's not even more antioxidants than broccoli and blueberries. I mean, dark chocolate is a powerful tool. Dark chocolate, you heard it from me. Can't give you out all my secrets, but okay, so I don't know, am I getting talked out here? This old man's got to rest. And yes, I'm getting old as compared to getting younger. You don't have to remind me, folks. I know that. I see my ugly face in that mirror every day. Although some people think I'm kind of purty. But as I said, in comparison to some people, maybe not all, but what I've seen on here, with all the players that we're familiar with, they ain't looking good at all. Something went wrong in their life. Genetics, I don't know. You know, but you could still be ugly and have a good heart. You could be a good Joe, you know. You could still be a good, respecting human. But look what's going on in the world right now. Do you see a lot of respect? Do you see a lot of respect on fucking YouTube? This is ground zero. Social media is ground zero, where you can make some kind of an educated guess as to where society has gone, because people most of the time show who they really are on YouTube, their personality, because they figure you don't know who I am, or maybe you've never seen what I look like, or maybe I don't live in your country. That's why they do it. But they, you know, call it their dossier of personality and character. shows out like a lighthouse in the dark. You could learn a lot about these people. I've made my assessments already, and I'm not going beyond that assessment. I mean, I'm convinced of what I think about certain people on here, and that's because it goes back a long time. The same behavior, same shit. Could I control what they do? Not really. Well, I did with somebody, but they're not going to change when they get out of jail. That ain't going to happen. In fact, they'll become worse. They become try to have a very vindictive attitude. Hey, you put me in jail for 3 years. No. Again, I'll say no, not necessarily true. You put yourself in that position to get in jail. So, call me the messenger, whatever. Or call me the Grim Reaper or whatever, but I delivered my goods to him in a legal way, which I'm very happy about and I'm very proud of. Because the alternative would have been something that he wouldn't like, let's just put it that way. And it would have been something that would not have been good for me at the same time. Okay? Just figure out what I'm talking about. Yeah. He should be glad things turned out the way it did. He has no clue, nor does anybody else on here have a clue, that him going to court was the best thing in the world for him. The best thing in the world. His safe zone was going to jail. I built up things with myself. I was frothing at the fucking mouth with him. Frothing at the mouth of what I wanted to do. But I just could not do it. Even if an opportunity existed. And it did. One fateful night at the mall. What a great opportunity. I couldn't take advantage of it. Well, let's put it this way. I'm smart enough to know not to be the one to lift the first arm. That has to happen the other way around. Then I'm gung-ho. Then I got poetic license to do what the fuck I want. I mean, within a reason, of course. I'm not going to kill somebody. I mean, I do think before I do things, most of the time anyway. John Smith, hello. I like how the Hunchback said, don't ruin this image for the left. Oh yeah, you listened to my shorts on there. That actually came from Aldo Davinta, his show. I saw it on this morning, so I kind of borrowed it a little bit. I'm sure he didn't mind. Yeah, it was funny what he was saying on there. But the context of that was just such that it shows a collaboration between him and his girlfriend, that he was capable of paying people off to get what he wants. You see how he was saying on there how he wanted Brevis or Ricky or whatever to take that money and to go bluntly bribe. He said in his own words. I have 2 other recordings of him saying something similar to that, just straight out bribe. Straight out bribe. That's when the guy from UAE, gave him 50,000 pesos. He said he's going to use that to bribe the prosecutor to drop the case. Well, that guy doesn't have much intelligence at all. I got all 3 of them. And I'll utilize it too. Because you have to prove that, there was some collaboration going on, a lot of collaboration. And that she didn't make this complaint on me unless she was pushed. Because I just get the feeling, and a lot of people think that I hate this woman. I don't hate the woman. I don't like what she did. I thought it was dishonest. And, I'm livid about the situation. Of course I am. I have every right to be. But I don't think... But then again, I don't know her either. And I never met her, so how could it be a threat to her? That's another thing, too. But I'm waiting to see if my lawyer says anything. I gave her an opportunity to, approach my lawyer on this and sign an affidavit and get this going. But I haven't heard anything yet, so I guess she doesn't want to give in to this. I can't force her. But I can't make any guarantees on the outcome of this for her or me. But I do plan to go on with what I plan to go on. I can tell you that if she doesn't go to his office and tell the truth, to my lawyer's office and tell the truth and the truth. I don't want anybody to lie and sign an affidavit that she made a bad judgment on that complaint. That's all. She don't have to elaborate a lot. I'm not going to be there. She don't want to run into me. She could certainly face my lawyer's office without me being there. But like I said, it's on the table, but I just don't think it's going anywhere. Apparently not. Yeah, don't ruin his image. What a laugh, I know. Like I said, I can't force anybody to do anything. But I think it'll be to her best advantage if she just admits, and I don't know what you guys know or don't know, but there were no videos in her affidavits, okay? I don't know if you knew this or not, but now you know. There was no video evidence submitted to my lawyer or immigration. There was no video evidence. I repeat, there was for Barry, but there was no video evidence on that at all. You got no more lozenges, have any sort? No? How about that throat spray? Because I've been kind of coughing, a little raspy. You got that throat spray stuff there? Mm-hmm.
Where's mine?
I don't know.
It's mine, okay.
It's around there somewhere. Or look down below. I don't know. Has to be around there. You know what the box looks like. Is that it? It looks like.
That's the flower.
That's not it? Oh, is that the one for the throat?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I'm looking for. Was it a couple of sprays or something?
Apple spread.
Yeah, my throat's kind of very dry. Kind of a little raspy. Just put it in your mouth, not directly in the back of your throat, but just do your best to
Yeah,
spray it
just
in, yeah.
spray it, two spray in your throat then.
Two sprays, okay. Ah, ain't coming out. Here we go. Oh.
Ah,
Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Man.
you swallow?
Well, some of it I did. That's some powerful shit, man.
Yeah.
It's almost like pepperminty too in
Yeah,
it.
look like that.
What is it?
It's condition.
Kanisha.
Anti-inflammatory spray solution.
Oh, it's an anti-inflammatory spray. Oh, good grief.
That this one.
I like to look that up on
The
ChatGPT. Doctor
prescribed
recommended
it
that, huh?
for me because I always do my
Yeah,
throat.
yeah. Gilbert, I hate myself for loving you, and the things that you do. Okay, it's called Camillison, Kamill. Here. This was called Camillison. Ooh, anti-inflammatory. Sore throat anytime, anywhere. Okay, what's in this puppy? Okay, if I can get this focused. Focus. Why am I not focused? Oh, it's got peppermint oil. Oh, methyl salicylate. Oh, chamomile extract. Sage oil. Areca. Dwarf pine needle. Bergamot. And sure, I'd never heard of a couple of these things. And that's supposed to be, I'll have to look this up. That's supposed to be anti-inflammatory. Is that the main ingredients, I guess? You guys ever heard of this? Let's see. Formulation. Chamomile extract. Okay, what does it say here? Inflammatory infection of the throat, mucus. Here you go. You're seeing what I'm seeing here. All right, I'll have to look this up. See if there's any. This thing is actually from Real McCoy. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get off here. I'm not doing any shows unless I have something else to talk about, but that's never stopped me before. But I have no problem with that. I just, if I'm home and I'm doing anything, there's not a movie on. If there's something going on, I'd like to talk about it here. It's not because, you know, as Don says, Frank is so lonely. I'm so lonely I could cry. No, but I know a few people out there that probably do cry because they're lonely. I'm never lonely. I got this beautiful lady next to me here. Got children, got my dogs. And like I said, historically, when I lived in New York, I lived in Seattle, Washington, I lived in Hawaii, I've always been really independent. Not lonely, there's a difference. I've always been kind of a loner, not lonely. So let's change that word around. I'm not lonely, Johnny boy. Maybe you are. You can still be alone, lonely in a relationship if you don't have a good relationship. And maybe Don is lonely. Maybe his wife don't pay a lot of attention to him or something. I don't know. You don't know what goes on over there. You really don't know. 7 watching still and 7 thumbs up. Yeah, I guess this is the cutoff point. I'll catch you guys later. If anything, I want to just catch up on some news here and maybe find a movie or something. Has that stuff worked for you?
Yeah.
I think I feel a little bit on that. Well, less there's to cough, but I will see. You can get that anywhere? Was that prescription?
Yeah, this one prescription.
That was actually a prescription?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, really? And with those naturally, I know, it's just, sometimes it's hard to believe that something is with a prescription, how it has all these mostly natural ingredients in there. Really? Really? That's crazy. Really? It's good to know. Prescription. I thought this would be an over-the-counter shit. Here you go. I'll show you guys one more time. If you got a raspy throat, you're coughing, got a sore throat or something, it actually is an anti-inflammatory. It doesn't have any, your things you're familiar with as anti-inflammatories, like, NSAIDs and stuff like that. This is a natural way of kind of attacking kind of a raspy throat or a little bit of a cough caused by this or caused by that. And there you go. I like to present stuff to you, and I'm doing it right now. There's the name. I'll hold it on there long enough you can screenshot this or whatever you want. And yes, I guess it is by prescription, after all. Okay, I think you got it. Am I on screen long enough? I even got another thumbs up on this. Here we go. Sharing is caring, man. I wish most people would do that on here. There's got to be a good side. It says anywhere, anytime. Carry that around. You go in a big city somewhere, They do have stuff out. There may be some stuff you never heard of. I will look this up, and I'm going to see how effective. So far, since I just sprayed my throat, I haven't coughed. So it must be doing something. Huh? Am I good or what? Do I share or do I not share? I just don't think people give me enough credit. I've shared things on here that could save your fucking lives. And you know what? I'll continue to do that. Even if some people don't want to listen to it, but I don't. As the winds blow, good afternoon, folks.
You got the wire by wire.
Which wire? Oh, which wire is that? Oh my goodness, there's a wire down from all this wind. Maybe you can't see it in there. Oh my. I don't think it's affecting anything here yet, but people like to go through there with their motorcycles or sometimes get to the other side. If they don't see that wire, like especially at night, there could be a problem. Oh, anyway. Well, Poopsie is mad. He's got steam coming out his ears. Steam coming out his ears. Why? Well, I did a very lovely video. and I put a picture of his parents on a thumbnail. A lovely couple. I even called it lovely couple. Very lovely, right? Did I say any good things? You remember the video? Just recently, right? Mm-hmm. Well, Popeye had, I could see the steam coming out of his head. Steam was just coming out every orifice on his body. It doesn't take much to get Popeye going. But I wasn't doing anything. Really? Really? That's crazy. I was not doing anything. I said only nice things. I said only nice things. You know what? Only nice things. I said it was a lovely couple. Mama was a lovely woman. Only said nice things. So he went off to get me a strike. Ooh. That's when you know you got Poopsie's attention. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. You know where that's going? That wire? Quite breezy today, man. Quite blustery. My goodness. That's crazy. Look at that, baby. No. I gotta sing. I'll sing it. Have I ever told you that I love you?
No.
Did I ever told you that I care?
Yo, don't care.
I care a lot.
Di ba, Sao?
Hello, Sal cares.
Yes, okay.
I tell her I love her all the time. Only here in this world once, you know what I'm saying, people? See, and this is what they do. Don't worry, your face ain't on camera. I said, don't worry, your face ain't on camera.
Oh.
I got my hand here. I'm showing you cutting the grass. I show how Filipinos do this. Surely, we have some tools, I think. I don't know if they're working. Maybe the spring broke, but this is the way Filipinos, they cut grass. They get down and dirty. Look, I've seen them go show this Bermuda grass with a pair of scissors. I'm not shitting. Look at that. Look at that. Look at her go. Like Jim said when his wife was on the kitchen sink and cleaning everything because he gave her a fucking shot of steroids with testosterone, actually. And Jim's little caption was, "Look at her go. Look at her go." Oh, yeah, she was going all right. Nah, you shouldn't put that shit in your woman. He's supposed to be an expert on steroids. Well, I'm sure, steroids anyway, like 20 years. I mean, come on, get real, man. That's crazy. And you don't do that. You don't do that. Plumeria. My favorite flower. It was my favorite flower. It's not very aromatic, this one, but I lived in Hawaii, and I used to love plumeria. It reminded me of Hawaii. Even when I went back to Seattle when I wasn't living in Hawaii, there's a local store. I used to actually buy a flower lei. I kid you not. I did. Just wanted to smell Hawaii again. I was so into Hawaii, Okay. Hello, baby girl. There's my sweetheart. There we go. Another sweetheart here. There you go. Isn't she lovely? Well, speaking of isn't she lovely, I did it perfectly. You want to, how sensitive Popeye is. How sensitive a soul. I did a wonderful show. I did a wonderful show. I said, lovely couple. What a lovely couple. Oh, but he took that to heart. I don't know, was he on bad terms with his parents? He didn't want me to say what a lovely couple they were. Where did I go wrong? Where did I go wrong? Oh no. Say it's not so. Say it's not so. Oh, I must have really, you hit that nerve with Poopy. It doesn't take much to hit a nerve with this guy. No. It doesn't take much at all. Well, one thing I've established is that this guy's very sensitive. That's why he run. Now I know what he's going to do now. He'll do an upcoming show or do little sketch on me or something. Do I know this guy real well? Tell me, do I know this guy real well? I know him real well. No, I haven't seen the VF. No, I haven't seen the pics yet. Did Aloe post it? And where was it posted? That's good. Can't say I have. I probably will. Oh, it's on Discord. No, see, I don't go to Discord. It's probably a good reason why I didn't see it. No. And what does it show on there? What picture was shown? I dare to ask. But that stuff worked, you know. I gotta tell you that was acetylene. Looks like an Alka-Seltzer. Boy, I'll tell you, it really helped my chest congestion. And you know that stuff if you guys were on earlier, I showed you this bottle of stuff, all natural shit. You get by prescription, believe it or not. It has these natural herbs in it. Man, I haven't been coughing. Serious shit. Mark says, one is sitting alone at a table in full sailor dress. Oh, come on. He's got to put that on his YouTube channel. He has to. I got to see that. But, you know, he's just so fucking sensitive. I told you, it doesn't make, you know, I mean, I knew he'd react to that. Of course, that's why I put it up there. Because I knew, but it was harmless. It was totally harmless. Totally harmless. You guys seen it. I only said wonderful things. Seriously. Gotta go out and do something to the laundry here. Poops are seriously out of shape, huh? Sorry, it's in a bad spot. So is this like more current pictures of him? So you can go to the VFW place and you know, some more current stuff? Now that I gotta see. I have to tell him to send me this or put it on his YouTube show or so. That I gotta see. That I gotta see. I gotta see that. It's a must. It's an absolute must, I tell you. Boy, it is so blustery out here. Really? Years ago? That's not terribly long. Well, I just figured what he looked like 8 years ago. And figure what it looks 8 years later. Oh, on camera. That's crazy. That's crazy. I love it. I love it. Hope no other wires. Potbelly too, huh? Well, let me tell you, if he was potbelly 8 years ago and he's kind of disabled now, well, oh, I could only imagine. And Poops, you talking about me, Poops? You talking about me? This ain't no Taxi Driver movie, Poops. You talking about me, sir? You talking about me? Well, I'll tell you what, you have no reason to talk about me. Get on camera. Stop being a coward. Get on camera. Let's do a comparison test. I'll get on camera, you get on camera. And we'll do a fucking poll. You know how you like to do polls, Poopsie? Huh, Poopsie Toopsie? You like to do polls? Yeah, I like to stick a pole up your fucking ass. We'll do a poll. How's that? Get on camera. Show everybody what you look like. I don't have to do anything.
Nobody's going to make me. I don't do anything personal. That's what Popeye would say, right? Right? Am I wrong? Do I know the guy? Right? He won't because he can't. Or he won't, really. Whoa, check this out. I calmed down at a big old gust. Because Poopsie is afraid to show what a beast he looks like, how out of shape he's at. And I'm like, what, 5 or 6 years older than him? Really? That's crazy. Come on. Put your mouth to the test, Poops. Come on. I dare you. I double dog dare you. I triple dog dare you. Go on camera. Show us what you got to hide. And you talk about me? What? You talk about me? Me? I do get on camera. I've never been afraid to do that. And you won't because you got a lot to hide. Don't you, Poopsicle? Don't you? What a sad sack this guy is. I mean, really. 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 This guy, he's a sad sack. Really. This guy's crazy. That I need to see. That I want to see. Wow. Well, Al, I hope you're out there. Once you get the message, well, I'll write you if I have to, but I have to check my email, never know. Aloe is not my twin brother. He doesn't tell me everything. Contrary to what you believe. Sometimes I'm not in the know. Al is a totally different entity. He's a whole different corporation. And Al will do what he wants. But he doesn't have to tell me every move he makes. No. We're not stuck at the hips or nothing like that. We're not joined at the hips. Okay, that's something to look forward to. But what Popeye doesn't realize, that in a sense he's doing me a favor. I don't care if I get striked out. I won't have to talk about getting off YouTube anymore. It'll just solve everything. However, the other side of the coin, do you really think he wants me to get off YouTube? Who would he have to talk about? He won't be able to simulcast me anymore. Well, of course, he'll spend the rest of his dying days running old videos of me. Memories. Memories in the corner of my mind. I think the guy's in love with me. But let me tell you, when he tries to strike you out, that means he's steaming. Steaming mad. Like that rug cleaner. Steaming mad at dirt. He's easy to set off. I've tested him many times. He's easy to set him off. Word is Poops and Nico had a bad break. Well, very strange. Now that you mention it, I'm glad you did. In the corner of my mind, it was in the corner of my mind. Because I notice when Nico does the show, he doesn't talk about Popeye. And I don't think when Popeye does his, when he does a simulcast, then he spends the rest of the show doing his little soliloquy about me. I didn't see Nico popping up on there. You mean Popeye disowned, or rather Nico disowned Popeye? Really? That's crazy. I knew something was wrong. I'm glad you mentioned that, because it came to my new. Excellent. I'm glad you mentioned that. Good work. Yeah. I don't know. They're all going crazy out there. Everything's going wrong out there. I mean, Snicko is Popeye's adopted.
pseudo-adopted son. But they all fight with each other. I tell you, even on the Triple R shoot, they were all fighting with each other. They were all fighting with each other. It was crazy, man. All fighting with each other. Well, the word is, you say, well, I think you're probably right. The word probably is correct this time because I have not seen anything happen between Nico and Popeye. Popeye doesn't talk about him. Nico usually says something about Popeye or mentions something or something, and he hasn't done that. Wow, the breakup. The big breakup. Poopsie Pie and Snicko. Man, you see the places that Snicko stays at? Damn. That's what's worse. Jay's accommodate. Let's see. Oh, I don't know what's worse. Scotty Boy's accommodations or Snicko's accommodations. Nah, that might be a toss-up. So word is out that what I heard is that Scotty Boy's under investigation. Apparently, I can't say where I got this from, but apparently some officials saw the video of him grabbing the girl's tit. A little bird told me. Little bird. Yeah, and that got the attention of the Department of Immigration, or say Board of Immigration. Yep. And if you, excuse me, here comes the cough again. Well, it's because I had a little something I just ate probably caused it. I know what it was. I'm going to tell you what I ate. Apparently word got out, and it wasn't just that video, but that was a key one. So Scotty's going to be leaving the country. He was planning to go back to Canada for a little bit, but then was planning to go back somewhere to I don't know where from there, Thailand or something. But you see, these people are burning their bridges. They're doing stupid things on there. Look at Jim. God, what a nincompoop. He comes back to the Philippines to get arrested. Now he has a court date. Now he's getting too involved with his wife's family, and that only spells disaster. But then Jimbo is the king of disaster. I think he surpasses even Barry in some ways. I don't know about that, but let's call it neck and neck in some ways. What is wrong with these people? I keep on posing that question because I can't answer it. Did they get mercury poison? Oh, okay. New free hint of the day. Here we go. Always got to give you guys some good health tip that you could carry with you for the rest of your life. Are you ready for this one? Do you like fish? No, I'm not going to talk about parasites. No. Okay. Choose a fish. If it could fit on your plate, it's probably safe to eat. And we're not talking about parasites. Why? You ask? Well, now I'll tell you. Mercury. It's a big deal. Bottom fish, especially, but see, the larger fish have a lot of mercury in them because they've been eating smaller fish that have been absorbing mercury from industrial and all that shit that gets dumped in the ocean. The mercury settles in the silt, we'll call it sand, silt, okay, and algae, and fish eat it. Okay, so fish eat it, the small fish, but they get eaten by the bigger fish, and the bigger fish eat the big fish. See how the chain works? So the older the fish is, two things, listen carefully. The older the fish is, and the bigger, because, like a grouper. Groupers carry a lot of mercury. They're big fish, and they can live to be like 50 years or something. And a shark could live to be 20 years plus. They eat all that shit. Now, what happened was there's a heart surgeon doctor, I learned this from on here, and he's a very interesting guy. He's from Brazil, but he has a really interesting accent. He's interesting English. He's kind of a funny guy. A couple of years ago, he almost died. His mercury level went up to 47, and that was way, way out. He didn't know what was going on with him, man. He was feeling sick, and his coordination, his legs felt heavy. And through process of elimination of this and that, and to his brother's help, who's also a physician, they figured out that he had mercury poisoning. So what they're saying is sardines are wonderful, but they have another sardine which is very large, and I forgot what it's called. It's still called a sardine. It has like another name for it. You don't want the big sardine. You want to keep a sardine that is no bigger than your dish, no bigger than your dish, because it ain't going to contain that much mercury. Okay, that goes for even a large tuna fish. Okay, if it's an older tuna fish, it's really large. You're getting a lot of mercury from it. Okay. Now, worse than that is freshwater fish. A lot of industrial waste that goes into these lakes and rivers, and they could be worse. But in the ocean, a shark, for example, has a lot of mercury in it, especially a shark that's been around for a while. And by the way, Australia's having a lot of shark attacks, but we won't get that yet. He's eating a lot of smaller fish that have been exposed to mercury. He's probably thinking, come on, Frank, the ocean's pretty big. How could they be sucking in all that mercury? Well, there's a lot of mercury in the ocean and other chemicals too. Mercury, very, I don't know, viscous as we look at it, but if you've ever, and I wonder if something ever happened to me. I remember having a thermometer or something that I broke open. It was the old kind, it had mercury in it. I guess maybe they still do, but they have another junk in there now. Had it on my kitchen table and I was playing with it. I don't know if I used my fingers or not. I don't know, but that could have been terrible, man. And children get a hold of that. But yes, smaller fish. Now, mackerel contained shark. This guy was eating shark steaks once a week, okay? For 2 years. That's why he had all this built up. So if you're a big fish person, the rule is the smaller the fish, the less chance you have of getting mercury poisoning, okay? But the older the fish also will have the possibility of having a lot of mercury. There you go. I just saved your life. I didn't charge you a fucking peso. I'm not even monetized. I didn't charge you a fucking peso. Measure your dish. Only buy a fish that could fit on your dish. If it's bigger than that, don't go there. Now, by the way, especially in the Philippines, where there's more pollutants per capita. I don't know what else to say. Per capita. I don't. That's one of the reasons I don't eat fish. There's a lot of reasons I don't like the taste of fish, but they eat fish around here like crazy. But I will divulge that information to her next time she buys any fish. And really, that's crazy. You don't eat the fish in the Philippines if you could help it. Now, if you want to eat farm-raised fish, well, that's a whole nother story. You're okay with that. You got my stamp of approval. Farm-raised, go to a market sometime. It all probably comes from the ocean, but you might be surprised at some places, maybe it's farm-raised. Sometimes they do that with shrimp, And I'll tell you what, they do that with, not the carp, what do you call that? And these things multiply fast. That's why I heard they're not that tasty. What is that one fish that people raise in ponds and stuff, and they multiply really fast? They're not the most tastiest, I guess. What is the name of that fucking fish? Gosh, I'll think about it. I don't want to think too hard. I'll burn out a transistor or something. God, I know what it is. Like I know my own name. See? I don't know. Maybe my brain's getting polluted with all these chemicals I take, I tell you. Right, Pops? Yeah, but Poopsie got his feelings hurt. Now, come on, Pop. I didn't even deserve that. But you had to be a wise guy, right? You had to get even with me. Well, you're probably doing me a favor. Okay? Okay? Did I deserve a strike for that? No, no. All the shit you put out on me, Poops. Every time you're using my fucking image on your little sketches, skits, whatever you want to call them, on your thumbnails, and you're trying to put... I'll tell you what, dude. I'll do the payback, and I'll start, making reports on all your videos. How's that? It means you have to start all over again. It's reciprocal. Reciprocal. I haven't been reporting you for nothing. Nothing. Well, at least to you two I haven't, but I could play the same game. I have no problem with it. Popeye's upset because I showed a picture of his parents, and it was a nice video. It said, "What a lovely couple." It was actually beautiful. And in the video, all I talked about, they looked like a very lovely couple, his parents, and she was a hard worker, and Popeye just screwed everything up. He didn't want to work around the house, and she used to keep up the house really nice and flowers. And now you look at the modern day photographs of Popeye's house, which he got a steal from his mother, threw under the bus with a quitclaim deed, and he got upset over that. But yet it's okay for him to put all these videos out on me. I didn't try to strike his channel when he did that. I didn't do that. Now that they are both single, Poops and Mike's retirement would make a lovely. They would make a lovely couple. Oh, you saw that? You didn't? Okay. Yeah, Mike won't come out and say what happened. He got sick of him on the YouTube channel. He got sick about talking about fucking sports. He gets sick of that fucking baseball cap he wears. She gets sick of his made-up stories. I'm sure there's a lot of elements in there she got sick of. I mean, look at the fucking guy. What the fuck's she with him in the first place? See, that's why he decided, not because he needed medical money. See, Mike was having trouble a while back. Now, if you heard his story, he was trying to explain things to you on his channel. I want you to think about this. It was just recent. Around that same time, they were probably having problems. And he was ready to build a house or something, right? And I think he had bought the land. I believe he bought the land. He was going to build a house. And he was like all steam ahead to want to build a duplex. One place he could live in and the other side to rent out. Okay? So all of a sudden that came to a halt. It was around the same time that I think those two had some problems. So he gave a lame excuse that, lame excuses all over YouTube. Well, I got to think more of having emergency money in the bank, and, I don't really want to begin something like that, and I got to watch my money and all that. And you see how they come up with these excuses? They're very good at that. But you see, I'm one of these people that can see right through them. It's like they're transparent. I've got that ability to do that. I don't know, it's either a curse or something wonderful. I don't know, but I got the ability to see through people. Just like that. Imagine that. I got abilities. Kenny says, something went sideways, that is for sure. Yeah. I mean, look at him. I mean, I think she just fucking tolerated him, man. It had to be about support money or something. But no, you know what? I can't really say that about her because I don't know. She has a job, doesn't she? So I can't really say. Maybe in the beginning or something. But I think there's only so much a woman could tolerate from a foreigner that is not exactly... Well, there's nobody on here that could look like Brad Pitt, including me. Guy get better in age. Geez, I get worse. But better than some anyway. Then, he started to maybe he lost interest in her because he was, trying to spend all his time making up all these stories so he'd have some topic matter on his show. His belly got fat. That's why he had to go lose weight because the doctor told him he's out of breath when he walks. I still think his heart, he has a problem. He's not telling the whole story. I know a little bit about this stuff. Not that I have any heart problems, but I know a little about this stuff. I know a little about a lot of things, but maybe not an expert in none, but I got the knowledge. And he's not telling you the whole story, I guarantee it. Then when he took his hat off, and I seen how old he really looked, then I said to myself, I see. Because I've never seen his head without that hat on. He came on the other day with glasses on and no hat. And I said, who the fuck is that old man? I didn't even recognize the guy. And he's about my fucking age. He's about my age. How does he look that bad? I couldn't believe what I was looking at, man. I said, is that him? I did a double take. Yeah, that's him. I heard him talking. Had to look at the channel name again. Yeah, that was him. I'm like, damn. Well, anyway. Or maybe he doesn't have as money as he claims to. Who knows? I mean, we don't know the real story. We can speculate to the cows come home. So on my show, I like to always put a disclaimer that I don't know what's really going on. Unless I definitively know what's going on, I'll say it. But I'm not going to sit here and say I know exactly what's going on with them, because I actually do not. But I can speculate all I want. I could put two and two together. I could come up with my own conclusions, or whatever. I mean, there's no law against that. There really isn't. And, you get to listen to a person long enough, you get to know a little about them, because they do give out a lot of details about themselves. Maybe they don't realize they do. But if you listen to somebody's show, you'll hear a lot of shit. And they don't remember certain things that they said. That's how you know. Okay, is this watch going to charge? Plugged in. Okay, there's like a magnet charger on here. I mean, what the fuck? I didn't let it sit there a while. Maybe it'll charge. See, there's things that you folks don't see, but you got to pay attention. You saw him eating at Angeles City last June without a hat. Man, I'll tell you what. I wouldn't have recognized him unless I heard him talk. I know his voice. But when he did his show the other day, I swear to you, at first I did a double take. I said, yeah, I guess that's him. And when he says he has no heart problems, I'm not buying it. He couldn't even succeed. And he did a treadmill test, and he had to get off that thing. He was so out of shape. So I guess I got to lose weight. Well, duh. What couldn't you figure out, that if you're carrying around a lot of weight, chances are, though you wear that silly grin the moment you come into view. Johnny Mathis. Hello. Your heart's going to work harder. Your respiration. It doesn't take much to figure it out. You don't have to have a doctor's degree to figure that out, ladies and gentlemen. Jeez. Duh. Well, I'm at least glad he doesn't smoke. I'm pretty sure he drinks, though. If he's a sports fan, this and that, I can see him having beers and, Well, look, I don't even know that either, but whatever. I'm just speculating. And he obviously eats the wrong foods, because I think he used to talk about going to McDonald's and shit like that. Duh, you were already overweight. You couldn't breathe when you were walking. Hello. You think McDonald's is going to be the answer? Does anybody who do this, do you think that McDonald's or something is the answer? Do you think it's the answer? Do you think drinking alcohol is the answer to your liver and your weight and your sugar? your sugar levels, then you're fooling yourself. But go right ahead, fool yourself. I'm not living in your body. I'm doing my own damage to my body. Thank you very much. I don't want to do any more. You got to know when to, say, I give up on something. At least try to do something, anything good for yourself. I don't care what it is. Have a piece of fruit, something nice. Instead of potato chips, have an apple or an orange or a banana or something like that, I don't feel sorry for these people at all. Sympathy, absolutely nothing. Every one of them. And I'm right. But I do want to see that picture of Poopsie Pie. I do want to see that. But, Poopsie, you gave me a strike. I'll admit it, I got a strike from Poopsie. I did. And tears came rolling down my eyes. I said, why did he do that to me? Why? What is this, the Why Me massacre? Why did you do that? Tilapia. Oh, here comes somebody who was listening to me, was probably trying to think of the fish. You are absolutely correct. You get a cigar. If I had a graphic on here for a cigar, I'd give it to you. Yeah, tilapia. They grew that in Hawaii. They grew it everywhere. Swimming pools, little plastic swimming pools. They eat. They're easy to. They could handle crappy water to a point, and easy to feed, and they multiply very quickly like rabbits. And I'm not a big fish eater. I never ate it, but I heard that it does taste kind of crappy. It's probably not the best fish, but if you got to eat, you got to eat. And yeah, that's probably the easy way out. Probably on price or something you could grow, you could harvest and farm yourself very easily. Yeah, tilapia. That would be the fish. And thank you for exercising my horrible memory. Mr. Frankimoto. Tilapia. Almost sounds Hispanic. Tilapia. Has a nice ring to it. Tilapia. Honey, let's go on a date tonight. What are we going to eat, hon? How about if we have some tilapia? That'd probably be something that Snicko would feed a potential girlfriend. Let's have some cheap tilapia. I ain't going to be able to have to spend on that, honey. It'd be a cheap date. Some people like it, don't get me wrong. Some people like it. I don't eat fish, period. But the one thing I will eat, I will admit, a couple things, relax. I will eat Gordon's. Yes, I will. They have the filet, but they have the 100% cod. It's right in this. I should have picked it up. 100% cod. It's not minced meat. This one here is not minced, okay? This is 100% cod, not minced. You don't want to buy minced. And you'll find shit brands like Vandy Camp, which is a popular frozen fish company too. They have the most horrible frozen, like fish sticks and shit like that. Horrible. The breading is horrible. There's a world of difference between Vanderkamp and Gordon's. Gordon's the fisherman. Very good stuff from Gordon's. Next time I will buy it. But watch what you buy because they have the minced ones too, I believe. So read the box. And if it's by Gordon's, it's very edible. It's not minced, meaning it could be mixed with other parts or other fish or whatever. If it says 100% cod fillet, that's what you are going to get. You had a lovely steamed papano for dinner. What does that taste like? What are you doing? I know there's a wire down out there. Let me go investigate. What's all the hoopla? The Gordon's fishermen. God, I actually wish I had some Gordon's tonight. I would eat that. You want to know, you squeeze a little lemon on it. You get that malt stuff. You ever see that malt stuff that they have? I don't know. When I was in Seattle, they had malt. And we had fish and chip places. It was like a malt vinegar or something, brown. Oh, that was good stuff. That was good stuff. Well, you squeeze a little lemon on it, gets kind of a fishy taste out of it, you know. That's pretty good stuff. 22 people here. Good Lord. Oh, I passed the 13, Donnie. Donnie just exaggerates too much. He just exaggerates too much. He has some kind of a channel out there. He don't get shit on there anyway. Mr. Gordon's Fisherman. Oh, man. So I bought no goodies then. I didn't want to buy goodies. I was at the store today. Went to Prince Hypermart, whatever, over in... oh, I didn't have my blueberries today. Went to Prince. And, you know, they don't have much at Prince. They don't have much there. Believe me, they don't. Fuck, I bought a lot of the... I'll show you. Well, we don't have nothing around the house. We don't feel like cooking or something. You know, we'll start attacking these carbs. Such as Lucky Me, Pancit Canton. Chili Monse, that's a chili and a little citrates there. Calamansi. Then you have a same thing, Lucky Me. Yeah, Lucky Me. Pancit Canton, sweet and spicy. You got that. That's when we kind of get desperate. It's not really being desperate. I like it. Sometimes you put egg in it. You could put whatever you want in there, man. You could put meat in there. You could put some vegetables in there. You could make it actually healthy. Yeah, you're going to get the carbs. But if you're not eating like a ton of carbs, it's perfectly fine. And what? What are you going to do? You're going to have a 3-course dinner 3 times a day. Or maybe for the high roaders or something, but I'm not a high roader. I like the way he said, I like you. He says, I had a lovely steamed propeller for dinner. Oh, you sound like a lovely person. I just like the way you said that. A lovely steamed propeller. Well spoken. Hey, I haven't watched TV all fucking day, by the way. You think I'm sitting on my ass all the time? They're so wrong about me. Wow, you cut that much of a pile already, my sweets? I'm watching her eyes if she didn't want to walk through the grass. I'm watching her. Ginger girl. So. Wow, it is breezy, folks. Check this out. I tell you, it is a nice, cool day. Thanks to this breeze. Oh, it's lovely, as you said. Absolutely lovely. You got a bad position down there, girl. It's gonna hurt your back. If I did that, I would not be able to do that. Kneel down that way and cut that grass. Those days are over. Wow, this is getting wind. Wow. That's crazy. I like that. I had a lovely steamed papaño for dinner. Wow, man. Hope it was good. But yes, I do not eat fresh fish. Seriously, I'd rather have frozen fish by Gordon's. Or if they have fresh frozen, cod, which they do have in SNR. I bought that once or twice or here and there. Yeah, if it comes frozen, but if it's cod, North Atlantic, I could eat cod, but I would really prefer it if it was breaded, and I would fry it up more like in like olive oil. Yeah, I could do that. 21 strong still. Huh? 21 strong. Look at that. How about more thumbs up? Let's piss some people off. I doubt you'll go that far for me, but... Wow. As Jim said, look at her go. My goodness. She likes to keep busy. I'll give her that. She does like to keep busy. I mean, what are we going to do? Fuck all day? That's unrealistic. Not even when I was younger. Hell with that. Okay, so who else is out there? I haven't been checking. Okay. I just got a few people conversating. That was Barry's word. Conversating. You know, to tell you the truth, I'm such an English professor. I never ever used that word. I've said let's have some conversation. I never used the term. We were just sitting there kind of conversating. Well, Barry of all people amazed me. He came out with that one. And I figured if he said it, it can't be a real word. Look, I was never an English professor, okay? Wasn't my major, if you can't tell, but if Barry was saying it, then there had to be something wrong. But I think it's actually a real word. I think it's a real word. John Smith. What's up, Mr. John Smith? Mate, you must be from Australia. Good day. The Gordon's fisherman. How do I remember this shit? I just do. Do. Look at that. She's doing this by scissors. Geez, I'll buy you a pair of clippers there.
Yeah.
You don't have to use a scissor for that. Well, I know they're all broken. The clippers we had, little hand clippers. Isn't it lovely? Isn't it lovely? She has a friend, actually. Her name is Lovely. Ain't that a nice name? Name your child Lovely. But then maybe the kid grows up to be a real biatch. Is she lovely anymore? Do you still want to call her that? I don't know. Man, I've seen some Karens on some feeds on the internet. Damn. Wow, it's still blowing away out here. It's so cool out here. I'm loving every minute of it. Check it out. Wow, man. Yeah, we got some bananas. I think we took them off already. I see another lovely bunch of coconuts. No, of bananas out here. Look at the plants. You got plants everywhere. You can't really see them because of this lighting. Unfortunately, I don't think just the kind of regular eating ones like dole, you know, and more like cooking. But he could eat them, but they'll make all kinds of shit out of that. Coat it with sugar and put it in oil, and they'll do all kinds of crazy shit. I just like regular bananas. A nana. I grew up with bananas. Not this kind. 23 strong. Look at that. That's okay for this channel. Hey, I'm perfect here. Now, here I'm going to help the dog out a little more. She has a little thing around her eyes called, if you ever see my dog, one of them has this black around her eye. No, I didn't punch her in the eye or anything like that. Not Southside, the other one. It's called hyperpigmentation. And it's big round the outside of the eye, skin. Sometimes it gets very leathery looking. Yeah, it happens with some dogs. A lot of dogs called hyperpigmentation. But I think what soothes it sometimes is, well, I got eye medicine for something else there, but I get some aloe. Oh, aloe. I said aloe. I get some aloe vera. Okay. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to break this puppy up. To peel the skin off that a little bit, I'm going to apply it on the outside of her eye. So I take care of my dogs. And I'll tell you one thing I've learned in life. If you meet somebody, a woman or even a man, a friend or whatever, and if he's good to his dogs and treats them with respect and doesn't beat them up and, you know, leave them outside with no food or something, or hang them from a rope or something, then they're good people. I do judge people Now look at Barry. Oh my God, he used to throw rocks at dogs. He used to threaten on there to get boiling water and throw it on. That's what he did. Hey, sweetheart, I'm going to put some on your eye here. Just on the outside. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm not going to put it in your eye. I know you... Oh, she's looking at me saying, thank you, Daddy, for caring and helping me. That's what she's saying. Right on that outside area. Soothing aloe vera. Yeah. Because Daddy loves you, that's why. Because Daddy loves you. Okay? Okay, baby? Okay? You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, wait a minute. Come here. Come here. On your little calluses on your butt. Let me lay down. Let me see. Lay down. No, lay down. I want to see your calluses. She got these big-ass calluses on her butt. And this aloe could kind of help with that, too. Soften it up, or... Now the other one. Turn around this way. You gotta turn around. I can't reach you. Okay. Now I'm applying this to her other one. You know when dogs sit on hard surfaces or concrete or something, they, I'm sure you must have seen this somewhere. They get these big old black, you know, calluses on them, but some of them are worse than others. She's got some big ass ones, I can tell you that. So I take care of her. And she, that particular one was the puppy that we kept of the famous Papita that they love to talk about. I said I used to beat up my dog, and oh, come on, you know me better than that. I would think so, you know. Okay, well, I think it's time that I start watching some movies. I don't mind sharing and caring with my viewers. Hopefully you're subscribing. But sometimes I need a break from this. But I taught you something today about how you do testing if you have a certain problem medically. And I shared that little information with you too. You go from step A to step B, C, whatever, to find out and narrow down if you're having a certain kind of a medical problem. As I was talking about, it's the urinary tract. So I'm still not have conclusive, but I've come to some conclusions and ruled a few things out. That's what I do. I very carefully, although I don't have a lot of patience, never did. That's why I'd never be a doctor. I'd have no patience. Take my wife, please. I'm not married, so you can't take her. Okay, man. Good having you on here. And thanks for sharing and caring. And just, don't forget, give me a thumbs up. Subscribe, hit the notification button. And we'll catch you on the next show. We've been pretty active on here, I must say. There's not a day goes by I don't have several more shows on here. But, I'm this bored, retired guy, living on a dusty island, as some people say. Oh, it's dusty, all right. All right, with that said, I got to go see myself a movie. After all, I'm retired. But I do want to see those pictures of Popeye at the VFW, though. I want to see that. I'll get it. I'll write the man himself. I'll say, show me those pictures. He might have even sent it to me already. I don't even know.
Narito ang buong Frontline Report.
Then the guys, they look so monkish sometimes. Like so monkey face. And when they're staring at me also, it's like...
Mukhang unggoy. Ganito inilarawan ng Estonian vlogger na si Simru Sipu, aka pro-life traveler, ang mga lalaking Pinoy. May babala rin siya sa mga foreigner na bibisita sa Pinas.
When you will come to the Philippines, don't get yourself a single mom. Single mom, Jesus Christ. It's like some Filipino banged the woman already.
Pero hindi lang yan ang vlog niya na tungkol sa mga Pinoy. Halos lahat ng content ng Estonian vlogger, Pinoy clickbait. Karamihan din sa content niya kasama ang Pinay niyang asawa. Isa pa sa kino-call out sa Estonian vlogger ang...
Here he is. We have a real simple dinner here tonight. Timing is actually off. The Philly Willies and the Baberoonies.
Christian.
My goodness, seriously.
So you're feeling to be at home, so then our farmers.
Don't be too close.
No, we're
Okay,
just
yeah.
laughing, Christian. I said, we go, where are you? We go in town to buy something because my head is so itchy. Oh,
Okay. Finishing my chicken katsu.
okay. Ada, kuha din ka?
We'll get to the meat and gravy pretty soon here of the subject of discussion. Don't worry. Well, it's not the fulfilling meal that I wanted tonight, but eating this late, you never eat this late. Okay. Christian's still out?
Full. Training.
Okay. I guess that's that.
You still want?
I have two of them. Just eating some chicken katsu. Nothing fancy. Kind of a late dinner for us.
Filipino is not dead.
I know.
Every time we go dinner at 9 o'clock.
Oh no. I could never eat at 9 o'clock at night.
But this late.
You want to eat that late at night, it's not good for you. It's like go to sleep with a full stomach.
But this late 12 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. We'll get to the topic in a minute here. It's my water? Okay. I really took my Montelukist.
They take, for because big time, you take something.
Mm-hmm. Let me finish up here, drink some water, and I'm good to go. Okay, I needed that. All right, let's get down to business here. If you wonder why some people have a hard time finding a date out here, and, it's just kind of meandering back and forth, clueless. It's not an attack show. It's sometimes trying to make sense of some things on here, but there's nothing that makes sense on YouTube, really. But Scotty, well, my understanding is that little video of him grabbing a woman's breast has gotten around, so, he doesn't seem concerned about it, but neither did anybody else be concerned about certain things they did, right? You got a 47, 48-year-old man. Philly Willy, Baberoonies, and then he's got his viewers kind of copying his language. He put Roonies on just about everything. Jailer-Roonies, macaroonies, or whatever. What is he, a comic relief or something? What I don't know. But I must say there is something comical about him, though. I mean, his stature, his face, his bizarre-looking hair. I don't know. And he wonders why he, I don't know, was this Angela or Angie? He meets this girl, and he's not pursuing it much. I don't know. Maybe he's not straight. You ever think of that and he's just hiding it? I'm just saying, don't jump on me. Get in line. You want a lawsuit. Don't jump on me. It's just a thought in my head that maybe, just maybe, he's trying to hide it. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just following my intuition. That's all I'm doing. I usually have good intuition, but you never know. Maybe he just can't find anybody because his personality is so flawed. I mean, some of that shit works on camera for him with the viewers, but how many years has he been involved with the Philippines? And I think he actually had a date once. I think that was years ago, wasn't it? Why are they not being successful? Well, I think I know why they're not being successful. And I could name a number of people on here that one guy even went to another country other than Philippines and spent a year in Thailand and then went to Vietnam and back or something. He just couldn't do it. You can't spend your life buying drinks for women just for companionship, Get my point? I don't think that's too healthy for your pocket either. That's why I'm so happy that I have somebody, because I don't have the strength. I just don't have the strength. And, to go looking around for women, I'm not getting any younger, I'm glad I'm all settled down because I just couldn't really do it. Because I know what I went through when I was single, trying to meet a woman from the Philippines. It was exhausting. I mean, I didn't really go out of my way, but compared to some people, but it's exhausting trying to find the right woman. That's why the one thing I do value is the woman I do have now, because I don't want anybody else, and that's my last stop as far as I'm concerned, till I leave this planet. I don't have the energy to go around finding another woman and shit. I don't know how the fuck they do it. How do you do it? It reminds you of Elaine on Seinfeld when Kramer decided to go underwear free. He says, "My boys are free." And Elaine says, "I don't know how these guys do it." In other words, with that hanging between their legs, how do they walk around with that, Well, same thing as well. How do these guys do it? They're hanging around at seedy bars and they expect to meet a quality woman. I think there's something wrong with that picture. Now, look. I understand if you're just doing some recreational stuff, but even that is chancy, You mean you couldn't get laid in your own country? Well, that's according to what your situation is. When I was in Hawaii, I had my fun, but I didn't have a lot of women there. I was fortunate to have somebody for almost 3 years, and I had kind of a play around, a couple of them. But that was it. That was it. For the 14 years I lived in Hawaii, that was it. I ain't joking. It was not conducive for foreigners unless you were wealthy in Hawaii. It just didn't work, But I don't know, you come all the way out here just to get laid, and you pay for it, right? Why couldn't you find somebody in your country, if you needed to get laid that bad, and just give her the money and save you money on airfare? That's the thing I don't understand. Oh, I hear so much about Filipinos. They're so easy. They're not all easy. That's, like I call it a blanket statement. He's meeting the wrong ones, You don't want an easy Filipino if you're going to get serious. But even if you're just looking for recreational shit, even that's not worth it either, because there are consequences to what you do. You get ripped off by them. Could be a setup. They could roll you overnight. You can catch a disease from them. So the question I have to ponder, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Picking up these very questionable chicks out here, man, that are doing that stuff for a living. Hell no, I don't want none of that shit. Life could be tough enough, but Imagine getting a sexually transmitted disease that you got to carry the rest of your life, or cost you all kinds of money in treatment or something, or buy medicine every month because you have to the rest of your life or something like that. I mean, just to get laid? I mean, just to get fucking laid? By the way, there are Filipinos in America, Filipinos in America too, and other countries. You got to come all the way here? I don't know, man. Just, it's just my way of thinking. It doesn't have to be yours, but damn. I just, I'm getting older. I wouldn't have the energy to do that shit. And to tell you the truth, I'll be honest with you, I'd be embarrassed. I mean, I got a woman now for almost 10 years, but that's fine and dandy. But, at my age, try to find, as Scotty puts it, a Baberoony. Fucking grow up, Scotty, man. I mean, seriously, fucking grow up. 47, 48 years old. Philly Willies, Baberoonies. Fucking A, man. No wonder you can't find a chick. Maybe, I don't know, you're looking in the wrong place, or you just, I don't know. I can see it. Heidi blocked me on her current live just now. I said regular guys. You mean she's doing a live right now? That's awful late for a live show for her, isn't it? So you came here to harass me, right? Well, don't be surprised if she ain't next, because, and I don't know what Aloe's doing, but there are people looking into this. She's a felon that should never have got into this country at all, and her attitude really sucks. Gossip queen. Fucking gossip queen. It takes all kinds on YouTube, doesn't it? Man, do we got characters on here, man? I could say that all day long. I guess they're all characters, most of them. Or the ones that are pretty regular on here, get it? Regular guy, whatever. There's nothing regular about Scotty. I mean, irregular, He's like a walking cartoon character, man. I've met people like that before. It's not unusual. He's like as I always call it, a walking cartoon caricature, His features are kind of exaggerated if you look at him. If you really look at him, a close-up picture of this guy, his hair, he's got the weirdest hair that shifts to one side. Something about his eyes and kind of a blank look in his eyes. I mean, holy cow. Seriously, man. Holy cow. Of course you ain't meeting no women. And I don't care if you're drunk or not. You don't go grab some woman's breast. That's the video that's probably going around. If immigration gets a hold of that, it's going to open up their eyes. Plus some other videos. He's better off just going to Canada and staying there. Go back to mommy or something. He's not made for Filipino women. And if he's not made for the Philippines. I think it's too volatile a place for him. He's too vulnerable, too. I know a few times he almost got his ass beat up, too, didn't he? By another, actually, vlogger or something, or another guy. Then that one woman, lady boy, actually, didn't want to be photographed by him. Damn, he takes chances. But those days are over for me. They're over for me. Till the day I die or whatever happens. But I don't have the energy for that shit. I see what these guys go through. And economy's also getting bad out here. And inflation. And how do these guys, even survive? Well, they survive from their show. But you do realize that, that got the show taken away from them, whatever reason. Yeah, they'd suffer. I don't know what they'd live on, really. They got rich mommies and daddies, or have a big savings account, which I don't think he does. Didn't he teach for 20 years English or something? Teaching English. Did he teach his students Baberoonies and Philly Willy? And yeah, he'd be an interesting English teacher. I guess he would, God, I'm still hungry for something here. I didn't have a big meal tonight. We had to go outside, go downtown for a while. Shit, we eat as early as 4:30, 5 o'clock, you know. It's now 8 o'clock. We don't usually eat that late. Well, it's the same thing. We didn't have anything defrosted and stuff, and you know. So we had to eat this chicken katsu. Yeah, I'm sure there's preservatives in it, but I should have made a sandwich out of it. What would I put on it, though, really? It would have a lot of condiments. You ever have a condiment? It's a mint-flavored condom? Yeah. Condiments, get it? Condiments? Oh, forget it. Where's your sense of humor? But people really dig this stuff, you know. They like following people like Scotty, and, you know, everybody has a rhyme and reason, you know, why they follow somebody, you know. Whether they're waiting for that big train wreck that goes on quite a bit on YouTube, you know. Watching somebody make a fool of himself like Fazio did and people like him. Oh, yeah, it could be entertaining. But Heidi and George, you're like some of the biggest jokes on here, really. I understand that George has had a little bit of a background, too, with jail or something. I don't know what. And supposedly, I think he has mental or some kind of issues, or he has anxiety or something that she mentioned, or he even mentioned. I never thought he was fully there to begin with. I don't know, they sure go out of their way to graphics and all that stuff and songs and all that stuff to do their show, but they're not making much money, though. I don't know, she spelled it out. What, they make $400 a month or something on that show? Or somewhere around there? With all the shit they put into that show, they're making maybe $400. That ain't shit, man. By the time they do editing and all kinds of shit and do different graphics and different little shits, you know, AI songs and all that, and it seems to me that's a hell of a lot of work to make about $400 a month. But she ain't living on much, so even if it's $400 a month, then I think George has to work. Doesn't he have a job or something? Or yeah, well, I guess you got to do whatever you can to make ends meet. Do whatever you have to do. No, it's a tight place to live out here. Boy, I'll tell you, I mean, it's really, and boy, I tell you can't get nothing in drugstores. See, I went to 4 different, to get something in particular, and they don't have shit out here, man. You have to go all the way to Cebu to get things that you really, 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 really want. That is a hassle around here. As tonight, we went to 4 drugstores, something for her, but you would think they'd carry it over here, but no. No. We'd have to go to Bantayan tomorrow yet again. So that's it. If you really want to find something, you got to spend a lot of effort to find it, no matter what it is, whether it's a kind of a food or over-the-counter product or something like that. They're always at, oh, we're out of stock, we're out of stock, we're out of stock. That's all you hear. Out of stock. I just kind of wish they would. There's some stores that carry a couple of interesting items, but that was about it. I just wish they would get, you know, a little more Americanized stores and stuff here, because or, you know, Western anyway, because there are a lot of Westernized people living here, you know, that came here. And they would make some business. Never mind simple things like pizza and hamburgers. That's pretty universal, but I don't know. Some of maybe, but you know, the restaurant industry is so hard. It's hard to survive in the restaurant industry unless you've been here a while and, you know, you like people like your service. The locals will even come in there. But, you know, if you're looking for an ice cream or something, yeah, we got Twisted ice cream place called Twisted. We got this, we got that, you know. But, you know, it can't come too close to a real hamburger, but the best you can. So I won't really argue about the hamburgers. There's a couple of places that make an edible hamburger. They just don't give you much, you know, for the money. But then again, like I said, I don't, I'd rather make hamburgers for myself because I know how it's been not touched or contaminated, and I get a little scary when I eat at some of these restaurants because I don't know. I don't know what's been crawling on that shit, or if it's been cross-contaminated with something else. I'm becoming a little more aware of this. Because, well, excuse me, but like any other human, I don't like being sick. Who does? Nobody wants to be sick, but I'm not going to help myself get sick by taking chances. Yes, I do eat in restaurants here, but I realize I'm taking a chance, But I try to buy something that I think would be far less problem. Like, I don't buy pork, so I don't eat it. I don't mind eating the chicken parmesan, because you can see if the meat's nice and white inside and it's freshly done, because, they make it fresh in the restaurant I go to. I'll trust that, but even their salads, I don't know if they really wash their lettuce off, and you can't get romaine here. So it's always that iceberg lettuce crap, and their dressing on there. I don't know what they've done with their dressing. Gilda makes actually a good dressing here. I should just have her make some dressing for me. But yeah, I don't have that energy to do what Scotty does and all these people. My gosh. Wasn't Kevin thinking about going back to Asia again? My advice would be to him, I think you know it right away, whether his leg is all fine and dandy now or not. I just don't think it worked out very well for Kevin. I know he wasn't on vacation, like he said. That was a cop-out, He just couldn't find a woman. Now, I'm not ragging on him. I'm just saying what went down. That's all. I told you what I do on my show. I talk about what I see and what I hear. Nothing in between. If it didn't happen, I don't talk about it. Okay? Let's get that straight. But I seen what he went through. And if he was ever to take my advice, which he never would, if Fozzie would be alive today if he took my advice, but oh well, that's history now. But I think I sometimes give good advice. I wouldn't think that Kevin should even return to Southeast Asia. First of all, he has to be somewhere English speaking, yes, of course. Pick the best place for that. But, he's had enough time to prove himself, because he stayed in Thailand for over a year or something, 11 months, and then he went to Vietnam, came back over there. And if he couldn't do it in that amount of time, then something's wrong. Okay? I mean, that was a good test, and it was good. It was good for him to test the waters out. And I probably would advise that before you permanently live anywhere. Test the waters out. Dip your little feet in there, see if it's too cold or just right, But I wouldn't dive into it, If you didn't succeed, well, and he really wants to get away from his aunt's basement, then maybe he has to just concentrate on the United States. But some people either have that savoir-faire or they don't. You either got that personality or you don't. I just don't think he does. And Scotty and Ricky, oh, please, Ricky. Now, that guy concentrated, multiple problems, okay? I don't know if he has a multiple personality disorder, but whatever, Again, by demonstration, my friends, my favorite word, by demonstration. I don't talk about anything that I don't see and I don't hear on here. I think he's demonstrated enough to us what he's all about. I can certainly understand, in his case, why he has to get a rent-a-date. And even that doesn't work out. He'll even buy $3,000 phones for a chick and they don't stay with him. Bye! And Barry's fun money went to that phone. Oh, poor Barry. 3311. Hello. I think you were on here before. That money went to waste. Barry's still not free. I thought Ricky was helping him out, helping the boy out. No, he helped himself out and he helped his girlfriend at the time out. His rent-a-date. Yeah. Get rid of all that stuff there, too. Yeah, really. Baberoonies and Willy. You know what I say to that? Grow up, Scotty. Grow up. 47, 48 years old. That's like junior high school talk. No wonder you're not getting anybody, besides other factors. And what makes him better than Slim, pro-life traveler, who gropes at young Filipinos? What makes Scotty better? I mean, that's what he does. I saw that video that was put on, and I said, man, that was ballsy to do that shit in this country. They could get you out here just for looking at them the wrong way. But then again, in America, they do that too. There's nothing new. But here, being in another country and different culture, they have certain cultural values out here. You don't abide by them. You even our language. We have a lot of slang words that we use out here. And they may not understand them, and they may take it very offensively. What do you mean by that? Why are you calling me that? There's a lot of words I don't understand. When I met a gal and she said she worked, basically it's a salon, she would call it saloon. Oh, so you work in a bar? No, I work at saloon. Well, isn't a saloon a bar? Then she had to explain, it's a hair place. I said, oh, okay, now I got you. It's just how they pronounce things, So I go, bar girl, saloon, you work in a saloon. Saloon. That's what it sounds like. And it sounds like that to anybody. Okay, you work in a bar. No, I don't work, I work in saloon. I know, but a saloon is a bar in America. We call it saloon, some of them, Old West used to use that. Now, what's the difference between a saloon and a bar? I guess they call them in the Old West or something a saloon. I don't know. What do I know? All I know is I wouldn't want to live in those times in Old West, because, man, I seen shit on there. I seen stuff about this medieval times, how they lived, and no sewage way of disposing. They throw it out their windows. And, well, they still do that out here, too. They throw it in the rivers and shit, Oh, it's horrible. Yeah, there are certain things, yes, about the country that is a little behind the times. Maybe not as hygienic, and that's fact, okay? That's just fact, okay? I'm not going out of my way to attack the country. But I'm just saying that, it is what it is, and I've seen it and smelt it, and, so, if I've seen it and smelt it, it means it's real, right? Just like I say, if I talk about somebody's show, I had to seen it, watch it, listen to it, and I could make a pretty good educated statement or something about what they said, and, I'll be attacked anyway, it don't matter. There's my famous 13 that Don likes to laugh about. At least I have my famous 13 in here, Don. Don's been wrong everything about me, but then again, oh well, Don C. C stands for something else I can't say on my show, but my pet word for him. Now, where's Scotty trying? Oh, he loves Dumaguete. And that's the thing, too. Dumaguete, Dumaguete. They have a lot of names for that. All right. Well, here's the thing. Why is he traveling around everywhere if he likes Dumaguete and he's so comfortable there? I mean, personally, there'd be too much competition in Dumaguete to find a woman there, because all the foreigners live there. And I'll be damned if I'm going to live around that many foreigners. That ain't going to happen. Unless I'm forced to in a fucking jail cell, but I'm not going to voluntarily, live in a place like Dumaguete or even Valencia. There's just too many fucking crazy foreigners out there, man. There's too much drama. That's why they call it Dramaguete. That name didn't come around for nothing. Dramaguete. Scotty loves it, though. Go where the drama is. Yeah, that would be a place. Oh, by the way, folks, if anybody knows, what's going on with Steve? Philippines news, whatever. Steve. And he had gotten off for a while, and he had a partner guy take over his show. Steve, what is it, Philippines news, whatever he was, called himself.
Steve Montillo?
No, not Martel, no. This other guy, Steve, always wear a cap and glasses, and I don't know, he was a postal worker or some shit like that in the States, and he lives this little caddy shack and lost his girlfriend and found another ugly one. Uh, I don't know. People were attacking him, I think, too much, I think. I think he was living in that area too. He was living in Valencia, I think. You know, Steve, guys. What's his last fucking name? Steve. You found one? Oh. Oh, boy. Oh. Let me put this on mute. All right, sorry about that. No, I wouldn't want to be Scotty or anybody like that. I'm happy being me, whatever that might be, you know. I just couldn't. Well, he is a lot younger than me. He's got more energy, probably. You'd be surprised how much energy I have, really. But I seriously, what's it doing?
Ants. Ants.
Found an ant.
Big one. Growing in his shoe.
Can't get away from that shit, could you? Really? Yeah, I don't know, man. I do have a lot of energy most of the time. Once I get going, it's like bam, boom. But when I'm laid back, you know. But somebody, you know, because Scotty, for example, he's a lot younger than me. Oh, there's exuberant energy, you know. I wish I had that, you know, 24/7, you know, but I don't. But I don't normally take naps during the day. Maybe that's exactly what I'm taking. I don't know, because I tell you, I don't get the best hours of sleep overnight, but I will tell you that I'll just go and lay in my bed for a while, and maybe I'll be listening to some stuff on my phone or looking something up, and all of a sudden the phone just falls out of my hand. It just falls out of my hand. I don't even know what's happening. So I'm kind of nodding out, you know, nodding off. I guess that's, I don't know. Shit, I don't take any formal naps. But I guess it's my way of napping, you know. Just lay down, and Gilda will come in the room. She'll see that my eyes are closed, and she won't bother me. She thinks I'm sleeping, but it's usually something that only lasts for like a minute or less or something. But then it keeps on happening, you know. And I don't know, because I don't get enough sleep, or there's one other reason too, but I haven't really narrowed it down yet, you know. I haven't narrowed it. It's not because I have to get up and piss all the time. I know I have an enlarged prostate, but last night it was up 3 o'clock or so, and I did happen to have to pee at that particular time that I got up. I just utilized the fact that I was awake and took a fucking piss. But the question is, what's coming first, the chicken or the egg? Was I waking up because I felt a need to go? Or did I just wake up and figure while I'm up, I might as well take a piss? I can't answer that. I can't really answer that. I really don't know. I know you don't think I think I'm a know-it-all, but I don't know everything. I assure you I don't, you know. I know I come off as being awfully intelligent. Well, because actually I am. But there's even a limit to that, too. There's a lot of things I don't know. I don't follow, you know, the new, what's our new age world now? You know, we got classified. Oh, the woke generation, you know, that one kind of snuck up on me. The woke generation, could you pick something better than that? Seriously? You're not a woke. You're all fucking asleep. Oh, man. Tell you what, you know, out here in the Philippines, and we've seen somebody yesterday on a trike or something. Man, they had fucking lice. I said, oh, man. Let me, if you have that much lice, look, how could you not know? That's the question. How could you walk around? You must be scratchy and itchy on your head. How could you not know that you have lice when you have a lot? And, you know, my time out here, well, she's seen it, but I haven't, but she's seen many people that had lice. I never met anybody that had lice where I could visibly see it.
But I know that there was someone that was once working in a food stand. I don't know where it was, Cebu or somewhere. I swear to God, they had lice crawling around their forehead. I know you're probably screaming right now hearing this, right? Probably making you itchy. In fact, you're probably scratching your head. But that's one thing you do have here a lot, and the kids go to school. There's once or twice that her kids had a little bit of lice. And one of them who had lice, he's actually allergic to them. He'd get allergic reaction on his head. He's got a little bald spot there from, I'm not kidding. Nasty shit, man. How could you not know? How do you not know that? I mean, especially if you have a lot of them. We're so bad that they're crawling off your hair and your forehead. I know I'm grossing you out, but, I'm doing that purposely. I myself have never had that. I had crabs once when I was in Seattle. Some chick gave me it. I said, gross. I went right out. I got some shit right away and took care of that crap. Yeah, I did get that once. I don't want no fucking bugs crawling on me. Hell no. I don't like even an ant crawling on me. I don't want anything crawling on me. Let's put it that way. I don't like creepy crawlers, man. But you'd be surprised how these little tiny ones could make you itch or something, a bug, an ant or something. You'd be surprised. And some people have super sensitive skin too. They'll feel everything. This is one thing I never had out here. And I hope not to get. But when you got kids going to school and all that shit, that's where they pick them up. But they will send you home. Or they will treat you right there. Actually in school or something, I don't know. But the one thing they don't want a big spread of is lice. And I will tell you, I lived here long enough to know that there's a lot of people with lice out here. And I still don't understand. I mean, I will even pay for that medicine for it. I'd be willing to help them out, but I can't see somebody, and I don't understand why. Are they that broke that they can't buy a bottle of this shit? They have all kinds of shit out there for lice, and I just can't, so don't see why they don't take care of it. Beg, borrow, whatever you have to do, man, but don't be walking around with that shit. And another thing I don't like too, because sometimes I actually take my own brush when I get my hair cut, because they're not very sanitary with that. And, they're usually on you if they have to use everybody else. Then, when you have to get a haircut, they put a little talcum powder, whatever, on your baby powder, on your neck, and they brush it off with this kind of I don't know what it's made of. I don't know, man. I don't know whose hair that was on. Fuck if I know. I'm not willing to take that chance. I'm sorry, but that's just butt nasty, That freaks me out. I don't like bugs. It freaks me out. Man, I see that. Actually, I was in Benton today, and I seen right near a little pedal bike we were getting on the street, there was this big-ass spider. But he had a big-ass body, too. It wasn't just his legs. He's right in the middle of the street. Well, how do why does a spider cross the road? Well, they get to the other side, and they go through streets, too. I've seen this big-legged, but big-bodied son of a bitch, too. Creeps me out. I'll tell you what I do laugh about. I do watch these shows. I'm not going to be on it too much longer. I do watch these shows where, they're fucking around with alligators and all that shit. And how many of these people, they got such confidence in the alligator, it's not going to bite his arm, and they always wind up getting bit. Tigers go crazy on their owners, monkeys go crazy on their owners. You can't take the wild out of a wild animal, okay? Probably the best thing I've ever seen on some of these shows is when the elephants, they had enough. You know how they train them? They herd them. They make them obey. Oh, everybody knows. I'm glad there's not many circuses around. They're disappearing. Thank goodness for that. Now they're concentrating more on trapeze and shit like that, But elephants take revenge. How many shows I've seen on that? Elephant went rogue through the streets. He takes his trunk and tosses his owner or steps on him or something. And I'm over there rooting for the goddamn elephant. I'm rooting for the elephant. most people don't know what goes on, how they train tigers and all kinds of shit. They'll use electric pods on them or something, or to get them to perform and do stuff, and they're scared. But then it gets to a point where they say, fuck it, and they wind up attacking. How about the woman? And there's several cases. She got her face eaten off, her nose, her ears, her mouth. She had to go through how many operations, and still, she looks better, but she don't look really good. We see monkeys are the closest thing to humans, chimpanzees, but you got to understand when they're going through, let's just say when they're in mating mood, their hormones change and stuff, and they can get pretty wild. In other words, when they're horny, they can get pretty wild. There's even cases of monkeys trying to actually sexually attack a woman. I've heard it all. I believe I heard, sometimes I think I heard it all, but then something comes up and, really, that's crazy. But no, wild animals belong in the wild, and they shouldn't be caged up. That's one thing I don't believe in. Birds are meant to fly. And I grew up, we had parakeets growing up. But they were able to fly around the room. The cage doors open, but it's not the same. And I had a girlfriend in Hawaii that had these blue crowns. Parrots are called blue crowns. Always in a cage, and I never thought that was righteous, I don't think anything should be in a cage. There's some people that belong in cages, but what do you want me to do? Hold on a minute. Okay, folks, hold on. I'm just getting something here. Got some calamine somewhere here. You get bugs. Speaking of bug bites, an itch or something. Calamine lotion.
I take Benadryl tonight.
Benadryl for itches. We get skin itches, allergic skin, and there's different opinions as to what really works for that. But we got Benadryl left. Loratadine, mucus, no, ibuprofen, which is a horrible thing to take, by the way, ibuprofen. Don't take it unless you really need to take that shit, I'm telling you. Where the hell is... And man, I thought we were good stocked around here. Where the hell is some Benadryl? Benadryl. You got Loratadine, whatever you want to call that, but Benadryl, I don't know.
That's why I didn't want to.
Oh, shit. Like a pharmacy around here, Yeah, which reminds me, I gotta clean off this counter. I'm not even gonna show you my flat surface here. Everything in the world is on this damn counter. Oh yeah, zinc oxide and calamine. Put some of that. That helps. She gets her own skin irritations here and there. So do I. Rub it in. Don't be afraid. Better than the kick in the head. But Benadryl?
Yeah, when I go sleep.
I gotta look here. I had, but that was some old Benadryl in a bottle here. No. This is Equate. This is old. We're not taking that. Aspirin. No. What the fuck? Ibuprofen. God, I got plenty of that shit. Pain reliever shit.
But none of that is good to take, really. Something for mucus. And what is this? I'll be damned. Prednisone, no, you don't want to take that. I don't know, I'm kind of lost here. What's this? Wait a minute. What's this? Ah, we do have. Here we go. You got lucky. You got lucky.
You take it. You didn't water.
I'll get you. You want to take it now?
Oh, yeah.
I'll get you some water.
Niñas, that's it. Finished meeting.
Huh?
Niñas, that's it. Done meeting.
Oh, she has a meeting? Well, I wasn't going in there anyway.
No, because the food I don't.
All right. Anyway, that's pretty much what I had to say tonight here. I just don't understand how people just come here and spend their money and just walk around and just don't know what the hell they're doing from 1 hour to another. And Scotty admit it, though. He says he's lonely. Well, no wonder, man. No wonder. That's not the life to live out here. In my opinion, whether you respect it or not, it's just my opinion. I couldn't do that. Just couldn't do that. That's got to be a very, very, very lonely existence, you know. That would take its toll on me. I think there's a lot of people make comments on there too on his show that you got to find direction, you know, make a home base, one place that's clean. He makes enough money on his show to afford a decent little place, I think, my opinion. There you go. There's a lot of people that are making money on here, but look at the shitholes they live in. Look at Philly in the Philippines, right? It's an absolute shit. He lives in one shithole to another. What is he doing with his money? I mean, that is his business, what he's doing with his money, but I'm just making a statement. What the fuck is he doing with his money? He can afford at least $25,000 to find a half-decent place to live in. I don't get it. Between whatever pension he gets, and he certainly has a lot of viewers, I'm sure he's making some decent money. But I can't tell people what to do with their money. But it makes you scratch your head and say, why do you want to raise your family in such hellholes, you know? What's the purpose? I mean, you're going to be retired. You want to live in something half decent, you know? Spend the rest of your life. Find a place that's comfortable, a town that's comfortable to you. You know, find the kind of ambiance you're looking for. And settle down. Just make sure you're not too close to neighbors, and especially people going to do karaoke, partiers, drunkards. But well, you're going to find it everywhere here. But, I mean, shit, if you have to, live in a fucking gated community. Some of these YouTubers could afford that. There's no reason in the world they couldn't afford to go in a nice gated community with a security guard and some nice amenities. They don't have to spend a whole lot of money. You could probably find a place for $25 for that. You don't have a big family or something. Even, what's his name? Overstay Road. That's another phenom on here. I don't understand him either. The barrio and all this other places he lived in. He goes from one shitstorm place to another shitstorm place, and I'm sure he's getting some military thing coming in, or disability or something. He's got something going, and then he makes money on his show. So that's the big, head-scratching shit you get on here,
Why are they living in shit shacks? I don't get it. It's not for me. Whatever years I got left, I want to live it in some kind of comfort, you know? I don't give a shit who the house belongs to. I don't give a fuck about that at all. Hey, I bought it. It's mine and hers until I die, then she could do whatever the hell she wants with it. But I don't regret buying the house. In fact, it's probably one of the better things I did. I don't have to pay no rent. That's a plus. In fact, it's a big plus. I don't have to answer. It's no fucking landlord. Which is something I never liked to do. Don't forget, I've rented a good part of my life. I did rent. And I've had some shitty landlords, and I had some pretty decent ones too, actually. But you don't want to be subject to all their rules and crap. You can't even paint a certain color in your house or something. You can't do anything. They don't want to do the work either, to fix something either. They don't want to do the work. That's not for me. So I don't have to really worry about that. I certainly hope I don't. And this is my last stop. I'm certainly hoping. We got piles of dishes here that nobody did. Nothing new about that. And you think they're going to use this dirty sponge on this shit? Not under my watch, they're not. I'm putting antibacterial soap on this. I'm going to put it in the microwave for 2 minutes. Yeah, I am funny that way. But I'm never going to change in that way. There's just no way in the world. Because my ass, I got to think about my own ass. My own gut health and all that shit. Hold on, get this. There's certain ways of doing things in life, the right way and there's a wrong way. So if you value your well-being, then I would suggest that you do things the right way and prevent any disasters, prevent any catastrophes, which are usually self-created anyway. No, I wouldn't suggest going to the Philippines and meandering around. Now you got what you call your backpackers, people maybe who are not intending to live in the Philippines. Okay, we've got a different categories of people who come here. They're young, fresh, don't have back problems. They can climb up mountainsides, swim the deepest rivers, whatever. They can do that. They got that vibrant young energy. And they usually got the checks, you know, trust funds from their parents and stuff like that. We have a lot of them out there that do that. Like Jimbo. His fucking mommy sends him fucking money. Fucking loser. Anyway, with that being said, I think it's time I'm off here. I want to wind down for the night. Even really watch a movie because my daughter's actually working in the living room doing her accounting stuff, whatever, online, and I'm even limited watching movies sometimes, you know. That's why, you know, I need the TV in my room, really. Something I should have bought a long time ago. Okay, let's get it. Now, see, I don't see them doing this. They don't do this. I do this with the sponge. It's something I do. In fact, she hasn't even eaten. Or her daughter. She's too busy on the computer. Send your time off because, see, she's dealing with people in the United States and places like that. So you gotta, you know, you got the time zone difference going on. So you can't, you know, you wind up sleeping when you can, part of the day or whatever. That would not work really well for me.
Oh, thanks for the strike, dear Poops. I was being nice. See, you can be nice to people and they still attack you, you know? It was so nice talking about it, what lovely parents he has, and he goes and puts a strike on me. See, he tried before, but it didn't work for something else. It just came back as a, oh, just to let you know, this or that, but it didn't work. Didn't work. But he got me on this one. He definitely got me on this one. No big deal. But, as I said, maybe he's doing me a favor. He just doesn't know it, but he couldn't survive without me being on here. Who would he talk about? Gotta give the old boy something, so I still want to see those pictures of him and the VFW pictures of him. He had a big old belly and it looked all worn out. He was sitting all alone by himself. Apparently, they posted it on I have to check my email because I told Mr. Allo to try to send me those photographs. I haven't been to my mail, so I don't know if I got any. But I'd be certainly curious to see that. And, well, I understand those pictures were taken about, I got 100, and I got hearts coming at me here. Okay. That was taken about 8 years ago. But yeah, that's enough, I think, little enough, whatever, to give you an idea what he's looking like now, 8 years later. Just amplify. Just amplify 8 years onto whatever he looked like back then. And I think you get a pretty good idea what the chump looks like. Wow, I'm getting smiley faces. But you don't talk. And by the way, they're laughing at you guys now because Frank's got his dirt too, whatever, you know. But nobody wants to talk on his show. I just think a lot of people like to listen. I got certain people that like to talk. But there's some people that, I don't know, my voice, I don't know what it is. I've had many comments through the years. You got this golden voice and all that shit. And I get kind of tired of hearing that. I don't really even hear myself talk that well because I'm mostly deaf in one ear. I don't know how I even manage, to tell you the truth. I really don't. It's amazing to me. But people like to listen. They like to kick back. They put their feet. It's a good sign. Even the trolls, they kick back, turn their speakers on, their little Harman Kardons, whatever they got as external speakers, and whatever, and kick back and listen to Kuya Frank. I don't blame them. I got a lot to talk about. And I guarantee you they picked up a lot of advice from me, but they ain't going to admit it. There's no way in the world they're going to admit it that they learned something from me. Even old Donnie Boy, even Popeye. They listen and they learn. But they're not going to admit it. Now that I made them realize that their death warmed over, you know, they're walking zombies ready to expire because of their drinking and obesity and all this crap and not taking care of themselves, you know. I'm sure they've taken it personally. And maybe, who knows, maybe I helped them make a change or something, you know. I'm doing my job, I guess. Then again, what is my job? Is it my job to advise people on here? No, I just think that comes naturally for me, to tell you the truth. I think that comes naturally for me. I'm a good advisor. Does that mean I take on my own advice? Not necessarily. Mostly I do. Mostly. Most of the advice I give out, I'd probably say 90%. I take my own advice, about 90% of how to put it in percentiles. I actually do. I'm not perfect at it, but I've always been good at giving advice. But, you know, the thing is, it's not like anybody asks me advice. Sometimes they do, but I usually just give it. But historically, whether it was my brother, my daughter, whatever, you know, always asking advice for something, I give them it, and they just don't follow through with it. So that's kind of like when you stop giving advice to people. But, you know, my show here is, you know, I got nothing to gain. And, I mean, there is nothing to gain. Because we're not monetized. I don't put out a PayPal or anything. If I was looking for money, I was a beggar. I was that broke, I'd put PayPal, Gcash, I'd put everything you could possibly put up on here. Not being monetized. It's not that I make money from anybody anyway, historically. As again, I'm being redundant, but I've talked about this. I used to be monetized at one point, not for a long time. What the most I made in 1 month? I made $200 1 month. I mean, I didn't make shit because people were too afraid to give me a super chat. And the reason they were afraid, they didn't want to be attacked by the trolls. That's the reason. It's not that they didn't like me. They didn't want to give. They just didn't want to be known to, at least publicly on there, such as the super chat. They just not want to make it public. Now, that doesn't mean at the time I didn't make any money off anybody. Privately, I did a little bit. But super chat, no, that was pretty dead. Now, if I had a really active channel, I got, oh my God, if I had so many subscribers and shit, maybe I would take advantage of it. It's according to what, if it was going in a real positive direction, I felt there was hope of growing the channel, and that would be a different story. But the one thing I would never do, I would not get into fancy graphics, any shit like that, because you got to think, what's your time personally worth per hour, whatever. And a lot of these people, they spend a lot of time with editing, AI, whatever they do, And how much is their time worth per hour? $50 per hour? And how much they make on their show through AdSense and all that for each show? Some people do well. But it's just too much work. It's too tedious. In fact, Ren Zero went through that one time, and he got sick of editing. He spent so much time. And the one time I ran into him at the Coffee Bean, Green Coffee Bean, whatever they call that place over near Mango. Well, I knew he was going to be there. We went there to go visit him. And what do you think he was doing? He was editing it on his laptop. And then later on in time, he admitted that it's just too much work for what he was getting. And usually if your show is that successful, you got that kind of money, like, Filipina P, she has people probably do all this shit for her. She has somebody doing the camera work. She probably has somebody doing the editing for her, the graphics and all that. So when you're making a lot of money, who knows what she makes a month? Remember, a Filipina, if she's halfway decent looking, she's not my type, but nevertheless, a lot of people find her attractive. And I'm not saying she's not attractive. I'm not saying she's ugly. I'm just saying I don't find her attractive, and I don't really, and she's not my type. However, she knows how to carry herself. She speaks very excellent English, and she's got the elements. She should be a newswoman, actually. She actually should try to, maybe that's what she's trying to be. She's like an anchor person or a newscaster or something. But I think she's doing pretty well on her show. I don't know what the hell she makes. You have to look up on Social Blade. And Social Blade, I hardly ever go in there anymore. Social Blade will give you a ballpark estimate, which is not usually accurate. It'll give you a ballpark estimate of what someone's making. You'd be surprised on the figures. You'd be surprised on people that you thought were making a lot of money were not. Surprise, surprise. And some are making a ton of money, man. So I could not tell you what she's making per month, but her show does very well. I don't hardly ever listen to her. She doesn't have anything to say that I'm willing to listen to, let's put it that way. I'm not that interested. And I'm not going to go to her channel and gawk at her because I happen to have a woman already. I don't need to gawk at another Filipina online or something. There's not actually one Filipina that I've seen, whether she's a wife or girlfriend or have their own shows, that I've ever would say, wow, that's hot. That's really attractive. Good for him, There's not one person yet in 10 years I've been on here where I could say, boy, that guy's got some good-looking wife. Well, to my memory, maybe there was somebody on there, but I'm not I don't have any memory of it at all. I can't think of one person, actually. Because I think I'd remember it. There's nothing wrong with my long-term memory. And I see what people are interested in, and I don't get it. I don't even find any of the women that Ricky rented, that I found that attractive. the one girl that I did meet, and she was friendly. And what was her freaking name? She had tattoos. She did smoke. And that's when I went to TGIF, and she was there. I forgot her name. She was sociable. But other than that, I had never seen him with any woman that I thought was attractive, in my opinion, you know. We all got our own taste, you know. I've seen guys think the ugliest fucking women you could ever see, they find attractive. And I could name names, but I'm not going to name them. I won't go there. You could use your own imagination. And I did not find attractive at all. They had certain features, you know. One of them had teeth you could bite your chain link fence with. I mean, one of them was just absolutely butt ugly, deformed or something. But it's like a to each his own situation, you know. There's certain things that attract certain people, but I could honestly tell you, from my memory, nothing stands out to me on here of any popular that we could recognize as being a vlogger or part of somebody's blog or something that, you know, I find attractive. I don't find Paul's chick attractive. She looks really waif thin. She's really skinny, just really skinny. Now, I'm not knocking her. I'm just being observant. I don't find, you know, she goes in a bathing suit and I'm just not impressed. I'm not impressed all the way around, in fact, with her. I can't think of one. I might be missing something, you know. Let me see. Who was the one chick that was screwing around with Barry? There was one chick that wasn't too bad, though. I wasn't sure what the hell she was doing with him. But didn't MJ wind up screwing her? It was a great get even with Barry. MJ, I think, screwed around with her. I don't recall her name. It's been a while. I think MJ just threw it in Barry's face. But again, another thing. Why would MJ, I think it was MJ, why would he want Barry's sloppy seconds? Man, I wouldn't touch that with your dick, you know. If Barry had something to do with it. Hello, Ego 150. Am I sitting on my phone? Why do you ask that? Is there like a punchline on this coming up or something? Or something with the audio? Maybe it's the way I'm holding the phone with my hand. I don't know where the hell the speaker... Where's the speaker in on this? I don't even know where the speaker is on this. But no, I'm not sitting on my phone, sir. Egos. I miss Ego waffles. There's only one master waffle flipper on here, and that's Barry. He was masterful at flipping waffles. He's the only person that could ever flip waffles. I never heard of him. I heard people flipping pancakes, but he flipped waffles. How did he do that? He'd be the #1 waffle maker. I bet he did a great job, too. You got to be good at something in your life, you know. Alrighty. So, hey, with that being said, I want to wind up for the night. I definitely want to thank you for tuning in. You too, Dawn. Thanks for listening, Dawn. I appreciate it. Always, always. And everybody else. Ricky, all the boys in the band out there, the high rollers. Hello, high rollers. Hello, Mick. Hello, Biggie. Hello, hello, hello. I know you're listening. You always are. Remember, I'm there because, folks, why? Because you're there. With that being said, have a good evening, have a good morning, wherever you may live. Don't forget to subscribe, hit the notification button, and give me a thumbs up. And that's my show for tonight.